From Storm and Shadow. Storm Fae Book 1. Written by Rachel Morgan. Narrated by Amanda Dolan. Chapter 1. "There's nothing there," the girl says to the guy as they squint across the street at the nondescript door tucked into the shadows between two empty storefronts. Beside them, I step silently from a hole in the air, leaving the fairy paths behind. My body casts no shadow across the moonlit sidewalk. With glamour magic concealing me, I'm as invisible as the building these two humans are trying so hard to see. Well, the guy is trying hard, staring with such force he's in danger of hurting himself. The girl continues to regard the door with arms folded over her chest. "There is something there," he insists. "Gav swore to me. He's been inside. He said it's completely mind-blowing, literally out of this world." The nighttime sounds of the city reach our ears. The squeal of brakes, an occasional siren wail, a dog barking somewhere nearby. Exhaust fumes fill the air, and a neon sign on the building behind us flickers and buzzes. It's tough to imagine there's anything out of this world here in this unremarkable street. "Right. Sure," the girl says, as I step off the sidewalk and onto the street. "A magical club owned by a magical dude with actual magical powers?" I can hear the air quotes hanging from her words. "We both know Gav is full of babe. Come on. He said you have to believe when you look at the door. You have to, have faith that it's there." That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. I almost snort laugh as I cross the street. I highly doubt those two will be making it inside Riven's club tonight. The glamour is a powerful one, hiding this place from both humans and those with magical blood. The average passerby would never know it's here. Humans have to be invited by Riven, or come along in the company of someone who already knows of this place and has seen it. And those from the Fae realm need to know precisely where the club is and come close enough to pass through the glamour. I reach the sidewalk on the far side of the street and approach the door. Dull brown, plain, uninteresting. Possibly even a little creepy. But the moment my high-top sneakers touch the single doorstep, the glamour ripples and melts away. The polished marble steps appear first, then the impressive pair of arched doors, glass with gold doorknobs and gold filigree patterns curling around the edges. The entire entrance expands, the sparkling quartz walls seeming to push aside the surrounding buildings. And while the exterior now appears large, I know it's nothing compared to the size of the building hidden within. I lift my eyes to the large gold letters above the door. The Gilded Canary. I climb the steps and reach for one of the gold doorknobs. The ring containing my employee access charm, a slim silver band with tiny flourishes etched into it, goes warm for a second. Then the door opens, releasing cool, perfumed air and the faint thump-thump of music. I step inside, leaving behind the pair of arguing humans, the guy still trying to convince the girl that the simple door they're staring at is a secret entrance to another world. That isn't entirely true. The Gilded Canary exists very much within the human realm, but it is dripping with magic, and to humans, that's probably the same thing. The two bouncers standing inside the glittering gold-lit foyer nod to me as I pass, my sneakers squeaking slightly on the polished floor. "Evening, Silver," one of them says. "Shouldn't you be using the employee entrance?" the other one asks, a small frown in place. "There's a queue there, Nico," I tell him over my shoulder. "And I'm late." "Riven won't be happy to hear you waltzing in through the main entrance," Nico calls after me. Riven won't know unless you tell him, I call back. Riven knows everything. I smile and shake my head as I reach the curtain of water droplets separating the foyer from the rest of the club. I know Nico won't say anything. The curtain sweeps itself aside and I step into the glittering, magical, in-between world of Riven Zareth's creation. A seemingly endless maze of dance floors, bar areas, VIP balconies, private rooms, a casino, a small theater, an enchanted fighting ring, and even a concert hall. The Rainbow Room is first, where aerial acrobats spin effortlessly through the air above the patrons, twirling ribbons behind them. Sprites flit between the performers, leaving trails of shimmering bubbles in the air. Waitrons adorned in silver jewelry and glittery makeup carry exotic, colorful drinks through the crowd, which is made up of fairies, humans, and halfling fae of all types. People with slender horns, bat wings, clawed feet, shimmering scaly skin. Inside the Gilded Canary, all invisibility glamours are stripped away. The impossible becomes possible. It's a wonderland for humans. And it's all entirely illegal. I assumed when I first discovered this place that the guild knew nothing of it. Surely the council would go into spasms of fury if they learned of such a place. But then I met Riven, creator of the Gilded Canary, and all he did was laugh when I asked how he managed to keep all this hidden from the guild. My dear. Silver, is it? He glanced at my silver-white hair, which I hadn't covered when I had my interview with him. The guild already knows. Startled, I said, but they haven't tried to shut you down? Oh, I'm sure they wish they could, but we have a mutually beneficial arrangement. As I'm sure you can imagine, my club is a breeding ground of illegal activity. Plenty of my employees are in a position to overhear interesting things. As long as I continue to supply the guild with information in a way that can't be traced back to me, they leave us be. So? He regarded me with piercing dark eyes. If you're thinking of running off to a guild to share your thrilling discovery of the Gilded Canary in the hopes of gaining some reward, I'm afraid that will end badly for only one person. You. Standing there in his office, I'd almost choked on that idea. For one thing, it would break my rule of never returning to the Fae world. While I use the fairy paths to travel quickly from one point to another within the human realm, I haven't crossed the veil back into my own world in a long time. And for another, it would be suicide to walk into the guild. I can assure you, I said to Riven, I don't plan to go anywhere near a guild or any guardian for as long as I live. Good. Now, Silver. He said my name in a way that suggested he thought I'd made it up. Why don't you show me what you can do? As it turned out, he was pleased with my demonstration. I've been working here 2 or 3 nights a week ever since. I slip between the dancing, spinning bodies in the Rainbow Room as quickly as I can and make for the mirrored passageway that connects this dance area to the next one, the gold floor. Inside the passage, I glance sideways to double-check the glamour enchantment for my hair. Shoulder length, dead straight, ink black. A satisfied smile touches my lips as I continue walking. More powerful than the type of glamour I could cast with my own magic, this particular spell works on fae as well as humans. My own hair, white blonde, streaked with literal silver, is far too noticeable, even in a place like this, where almost every second person is a dazzling splash of color. Brunette and tangerine, blonde and aquamarine, black and violet. Fairies are hard to miss with their two-toned hair and vibrant eyes, and I prefer to draw as little attention as possible. The gold floor has a more sophisticated feel than the rainbow room, with metallic finishes and sparkling diamond-like embellishments, not least of which is the enormous chandelier of cut glass crystals. Icicle-shaped drops hang from the lower part of the arrangement, the largest icicle at the center seeming to glitter with more than just refracted light. The music in here is slow, seductive, a liquid beat pulsing through my body. I head straight for the sleek metallic bar curving along one side of the room, aware, as I told Nico, that I'm running late, but also conscious of the fact that I need to collect something from Mel before her shift ends. I reach the bar and lean casually on it, pretending I have all the time in the world. "Hey, Mel," I call out to the woman with black hair and scaled skin. "Silver, hey, babe." She leans across the bar, clasping my left hand as she loops her other around me. Something small and hard presses against my palm as we half-hug across the bar. "For Goldilocks," she whispers in my ear before pulling back. My hand closes around the small object. It feels like a ring. What secrets or magic it may contain? I have no idea. My only job is to pass it on to Goldilocks, who will make sure whatever crime this ring-shaped item is related to doesn't happen. "You're on tonight?" Mel asks with an easy grin, as if the exchange never happened. "Yeah, in a few minutes." I slide the small object deep into one of my pockets. "Better hurry," she says with an arched brow. "Clyde will be getting his panties in a twist." I laugh as I turn away. His panties can twist themselves all the way up his... My words die at the back of my throat as my gaze lands on the guy just a few feet away from me. He's reaching for a glass from a passing tray, and his sleeve is pulled up an inch or two to reveal something on the inside of his wrist. Dark, swirling patterns. My heart slams against my ribs, and I'm instantly lightheaded from the flood of adrenaline. The man lifts the glass to his lips, his gaze sliding toward me. But I'm already turning away. I face the bar and lift my right foot onto the nearest stool, pretending to casually redo my laces while I try to remember how to breathe. "Everything okay?" Mel asks. "Yeah," I manage to say, my eyes darting across my forearms as I mentally catalog the numerous charms hidden there. A thick leather cuff with an oval-shaped moonstone pressed into it encircles my left wrist. On my right is a multi-layer wrap bracelet of leather braids, knots, stones of various colors, a few freshwater pearls, and a small silver bird with the number 3 engraved on its side. Each stone and pearl contains some form of magic. The majority are for emergency use only. This isn't an emergency, I remind myself as I attempt to stay calm. Not yet. I straighten, still facing the bar, and pat both jacket pockets. Cell phone in one, amber in the other. I withdraw the amber. From a distance, it could be mistaken for a phone. Slim, glossy, rectangular, serves the same purpose. But anyone close enough would see that its translucent surface remains blank, instead of lighting up to reveal numbers, apps, and photos. I slip my stylus out of the same pocket and right across the amber surface. I'm not supposed to contact Riven directly, so I write a message to his assistant Lily instead. "Urgent. Just spotted a guardian on the gold floor. Brunette and red." Magic flows out of my fingers and through the stylus, making the words glow as they appear on the amber. They remain visible for a few moments, then vanish. My intention, plus the magic bleeding through the stylus, are enough to send the message to the right person. I continue walking, amber clutched in my hand, and Lily's reply comes moments later. I scan her neat, almost childlike script. "Relax. He's Riven's new contact at the guild. They have a meeting tonight." My pulse slows. My hands stop sweating. I grip the stylus with a little less force as I swipe her message away and write another one. When you see him, tell him to hide his markings better, unless he's hoping to get himself killed. Then, I slide the amber stylus back into my pocket and increase my pace. I'm definitely late now. I leave the gold floor behind and head through the arched passageway that leads to the private rooms. One of the doors opens as I pass it, and I catch a glimpse of thousands of tiny purple birds fluttering toward the ceiling, which is enchanted to look like a galaxy of stars. Delighted laughter reaches my ears, and then it's gone, swallowed up by the frenetic drumbeat emanating from the room next to it. I hurry past all of them, aiming for the employees-only door at the end of the passage. With a nod to the centaur who stands guard beside it, I open the door. The employee access ring warms briefly on my finger, and slip through. The backstage area, accessible from numerous points throughout the club, is a tangle of dressing rooms, bathrooms, offices, and training areas for fighters and other performance artists to practice in. I navigate the passageways with ease and speed, ducking quickly into the room I share with 5 other fighters. Couch, dressing table, mirror, lockers. We don't need much else. My phone buzzes as I reach my locker. A message from Teddy. Got takeout. Come over when you're done. Teddy thinks my evening shifts take place inside a university library. He'd probably faint if he knew the truth. Thanks, I type quickly before shoving the phone back into my pocket. Then I remind myself to hurry up. Jacket off, necklace on, mask secured, locker shut. And then I'm off, the other performers in the backstage corridors passing in a colorful blur. I hurry into competitor lounge A, the muffled roar of cheers and applause reaching my ears. 2 other fighters, scheduled to go on after me if I remember the lineup correctly, are already there. Silver. The furious hiss comes from the other side of the room, beside an open doorway filled with white mist so thick it's impossible to see through it. Clyde stands there, hands on his hips, and his ever-present amber tablet floating in the air beside him. His hair, a shock of crimson and blonde, is even more unruly than usual. He glares at me, and since he's a faerie and his eyes match his hair, I'm glaring back at a fiery gaze so intense it's almost burning. You're late, he snaps, marching over and tugging me toward the mist swirling in the doorway. I'm perfectly on time. The last 2 fights ended earlier than expected. This is why you're supposed to be here. At least, has my fight started yet? No, but Hemlock's about to announce you. Then I'm not late. I take a step toward the mist, but he grips my upper arm and pulls me back against his chest. Be careful, Silver. He breathes into my ear. You're not so good that Riven won't get rid of you if I tell him you're not taking his rules seriously. I've been here far longer than you have. I resist the urge to shove an elbow into Clyde's gut and instead shrug him off. I wish I could tell him that I am that good, that I could be crowned champion every night if I actually tried. But he would laugh in my face, since he's never seen a shred of evidence to back this up. So all I say is, get off me. Flaming Peacock and I have a fight to get to. Sadly, Clyde says, a sneer in his voice. The lovely Peacock didn't show up tonight. But we do have someone new. Someone desperate for a fight. So instead of starting this mysterious someone at the bottom, I mixed things up a bit. Decided to give you a little fun. I twist to look over my shoulder. And does Riven know you're changing things behind his back? Throwing unvetted fighters into the Riven trusts me to put together the type of show that will keep patrons salivating for more. Well, I assume she's good then. I'd hate to get bored out there and disappoint the audience. His sneer lifts a little higher. Oh, trust me, he is very good. If Clyde is hoping to scare me, he's going to be disappointed. I don't care who I'm paired up with. In the end, I always choose to lose. Showing the patrons of the Gilded Canary what I'm truly capable of has never been an option. With a sigh and a shake of my head, I turn from Clyde and face the doorway. Wrapping my hand around the chunky stone hanging from my necklace, I squeeze hard and whisper a few words. The enchantment the costume department created for me bursts into life with a prickle that runs all the way down my spine. Then I step right up to the eddying mist that separates me from the enchanted arena, breathe out a slow, steadying breath, and picture myself as the person my opponent will see when I appear on the other side, the Black Battler. My clothing is simple enough, a black tank and stretchy black pants, but my mask, perfectly contoured to the upper half of my face, is covered in silky black feathers that gleam with a bluish-purplish sheen whenever the light catches them. The black feathers that sprout in wing formation from the enchantment running down my back shimmer with the same glossy purple blue. This bird of prey persona has been my identity for the past couple of months. Before that, I was the ruby scorpion. Before that, the diamond knife. And before that, well, my identities begin to blur together after a while. I played many parts in Riven's fighting ring. The moment I begin to gain some measure of popularity, I put that persona to rest and come up with a new one. Riven isn't a huge fan of this strategy, but I made it clear that it was the only way I could continue to work here safely. And despite Clyde's threat that he could easily get rid of me, I've always had the feeling Riven wants to keep me around. On the other side of the mist, Hemlock's magically magnified voice shouts my name, bringing me back to the present. With a final breath, I step through the swirling whiteness and into the fighting ring. The setting is different every night, and until this moment, I have no idea what to expect. Salt fills my nostrils. Sea spray wets my skin. My gaze darts about, and I take in a strip of beach battered on either side by a choppy sea. Though it isn't raining, bruised dark clouds fill the sky, and lightning flickers overhead. I can't see the spectators seated around the outside of the magical arena, but the distant roar of their voices reaches through the dome of magic, mingling with the crash of waves against the shore on either side. Then my eyes settle on my opponent on the far side of the sandy strip. Tall, broad shoulders, muscular build. A simple black mask covers the whole of his face. No scales, feathers, glitter, or fangs. No animal or fey design. He's made no effort with his clothing either. Riven will not be impressed when he learns of this. I tilt my head, watching, waiting to see what move he'll make first. He remains frozen for a heartbeat, then another, and then he begins stalking toward me. I'll bet he's smirking beneath that dull mask of his. Probably thinks this will be the easiest win of his life. I almost smile. The bodybuilder types are always the slowest. He heads straight for me, hands steady at his sides. No sparks, no elaborate magical displays, no impressive acrobatic stunts, just a simple no-nonsense stride. I cock my hips to one side, feigning boredom as I gather magic above my palms. I'm half convinced that his plan is to simply walk straight into me, but then he comes to a halt a few feet away. He doesn't move. Well, I say, lips curving up in what I hope the audience interprets as a sultry smile. What are you waiting for? Come and get me. He steps forward. Are you? I sweep both hands through the air, my magic scooping up sand and hurling it in 2 arcs toward him. His shield magic is up in an instant, faster than I would have thought possible. The sand blasts against it and rains down onto the beach. Then, the rippling layer of magic is gone and he's lunging forward, hands up, magic crackling. I leap aside and dodge around him. Cartwheel backflip, perfect landing. My head snaps up, gaze landing on him, and lips curving into another smile as I straighten. All completely unnecessary, but unlike Mr. Boring over there, I'm here to earn my keep by giving the people a good show. A lightning bolt streaks overhead, blinding me for a second, and when it's gone, I see my opponent's fingers curled toward the water on my right. A wave rises up with alarming speed, and I barely have time to duck down and tug a layer of magic over myself like a blanket before the wave crashes right over me. I straighten again, and suddenly, he's a lot closer. I lash out with magic, transforming the sparks into tiny sharpened twigs before they reach him. He knocks them aside with one arm in a powerful gust of wind. His other arm is already up, sending blue-green flames my way. They're swallowed up within seconds by another arc of sand. And then, the fight really begins. No weapons are allowed in here, but there are almost zero restrictions on magic. And that, of course, is more fun than any weapon. A rain of razor-sharp stones, a vortex of snow, a spray of glowing hot lava. I'm limited only by my imagination, the speed of my thoughts, and the amount of magic I have, and I'm nowhere near running out of that just yet. We're close enough now to strike out with fists and feet as well, darting forward to punch and then dodging back to throw more magic. Spiny leaves, twisted vines, silvery needles. No matter what I throw at him, he's ready to hurl his own magic right back at me. He comes scarily close to hitting me with a flaming boulder, but I jump, and a burst of magic plus the enchantment woven into my wings carries me higher than a normal leap. The boulder soars beneath me and explodes into tiny pebbles. I land hard, forcing a pulse of magic from my palms so that the sand flies up around me. It's all about the show, I think, just as I hear the muffled "ooh" from the crowd. And then, we're back at it, me and Mr. Not So Boring after all. Dancing, dodging, lunging, kicking. He's certainly making me work harder than anyone else I've faced in this enchanted fighting ring. On an ordinary night, I have to remind myself to slow down, to give my opponents a chance. But not with this guy. He's good. Too good. As if he knows the space I plan to occupy before I even get there. With a flare of irritation, I wonder if he's been here before, if he's watched me and taken notes. But that shouldn't make him this good, should it? Even the people I've fought multiple times, the people who should know my moves better than anyone else, aren't this fast. This guy wields offensive magic as if he's been professionally trained, almost as if he's... I take a split second to glance at his wrists, but his sleeves are too long for me to tell whether his skin bears the marking of a guardian. A guardian in Riven's fighting ring? What an absurd idea. Light streaks toward me, and my moment of distraction leaves me with no time to deflect it with magic. My right arm is up instinctively, and the bolt of raw, unformed magic rebounds off my wrap bracelet. A surprised gasp comes from the crowd. Yeah, it's more than just a few strips of leather, I think with a satisfied curve to my lips. But then I feel something different. The swish of hair against my shoulders is gone. One hand flies up, but I realize before it even reaches my head what must have happened. My opponent's magic struck the pearl that contained the glamour for my hair. My sleek black bob is suddenly a messy tangle of silver and white atop my head. Well, crap. That hasn't happened before. My opponent pauses, apparently as surprised as the audience. Then he lunges forward, grabs my wrists, and tugs me closer. We're suddenly face to face, close enough that I can see the precise color of his eyes, flecks of yellow gold and amber irises. The color is so startlingly familiar that for a moment, I'm too stunned to fight back. And that's the moment I find my legs swept out from beneath me. I land hard on my back. He's on top of me, clamping my wrists together with one hand and pinning my arms down against my chest while his other hand reaches swiftly for my mask. What the hell? There may be close to 0 rules inside this fighting ring, but removing someone's, he rips the mask clear off my face. Then he goes utterly still. His words, a hoarse whisper when they finally come, chill my blood. I thought you were dead. His grip loosens. My hand shoots up and I tear the mask from his face. My breath seizes. His dark hair is longer, the angles of his face sharper. But I recognize him in a heartbeat. Ash. Another heartbeat passes. I roll us so that I'm the one on top. I shove away from him, rise swiftly, and run. Chapter 2. My surroundings flash past me in a blur as I hurtle through the backstage passages of the Gilded Canary. I tug sharply at my necklace and feel it snap. The wing enchantment vanishes. I drop the broken necklace and skid around a corner. I'm vaguely aware of the shouts behind me, but I can't tell if they're from the people I've almost slammed into or from Ash. Ash! Ash! My heart is in my throat as I duck behind a costume rack laden with dresses, each one shot through with threads of glowing color. I raise my right arm, turn my wrist, and run one finger across the pearls threaded onto the wrap bracelet until I find the largest one. Then I squeeze it hard between my thumb and forefinger. I saved up for months to be able to afford the powerful and illegal spell hidden inside this stone. But tonight is precisely the kind of desperate situation I was preparing for when I purchased it. So I don't hesitate before whispering the 2 words that go along with the spell. In an instant, I'm invisible. Still, I'm not about to take my time getting out of here. As is the case with most private buildings belonging to fairies, the paths can't be accessed from within these walls. I need to get outside. Since I have to pass my dressing room anyway, I slam to a halt against the door frame, lunge for my locker, and grab my jacket. I have a feeling I may need the numerous small weapons concealed within it. The jacket vanishes from sight the moment I touch it, and I tug it on as I race back inside the twisting passageways. I just about throw myself through the door back into the main part of the club. I race across the gold floor and then the rainbow room, ignoring the startled cries of patrons as my invisible form shoves past them. Finally, I'm hurtling beneath the water droplet curtain and across the foyer toward the main doors. I ram into the right-hand one to shove it open, and one of the bouncers cries out behind me as I jump down the steps. I run. My sneakers slam the sidewalk, I swing myself around the corner, and then finally I come to a gasping halt. I raise my hand, already holding my stylus, to the wall. The words I write are a shaky mess, but they're enough for the doorway spell to work. Darkness spreads across the wall, revealing an entrance to the black nothingness of the fairy paths. I lurch forward, throwing a final glance over my shoulder. No one there. I try to feel relieved as the edges of the doorway melt together, sealing me inside the safety of the paths. But there is no relief, only panic. I picture my apartment. Warm yellow light permeates the darkness ahead of me. I hurry toward it, my next steps carrying me out of the paths and into my lamplit bedroom. I catch myself against the edge of the bed, my chest heaving as my heart continues to pound. Ash. Ash. How did he find me? After more than 2 years, I thought I was safe. With my stylus still clutched in my hand, I touched the simple aquamarine stud in my left earlobe, one half of the charm that's supposed to protect me from all tracking and summoning magic, and rushed to the wardrobe. I reach into one of the shelves for the glass jar, partially concealed behind a messy pile of half-folded t-shirts and sweaters. The jar should be filled with blue liquid. Whenever the level is within an inch of the bottom, I redo the spell and top up the jar's contents, always. Except, right now, there is not a single drop left. Crap! Fear paralyzes me, and for a moment all I can do is stare at the empty jar. How did I let this happen? How long has it been empty? How could I become so complacent? I'm supposed to check it every day. It's supposed to be in my line of sight the moment I swing the door open every morning to find something to wear. The only reason I ever put anything away in this darn wardrobe is so that I'm forced to open it on a daily basis. And the jar had to hide in the wardrobe because I couldn't very well leave it out in the open where one of my overly inquisitive friends might see it. Okay. I'm okay. Breathe. Think. Plan. I turn blindly away from the wardrobe, leaving the jar inside. I squeeze my eyes shut, but all I see is Ash's face. His amber eyes, his angular jaw, his honey-streaked dark hair. My brain is already cataloging all the ways in which he's changed. Taller, broader, stronger. And yet, he's the same. Ash. My heart squeezes painfully. I force my eyes open, press my fingers to my temples, and pace to the window. The city lights are smudges of color on the other side of the dirty glass. This tiny apartment is nothing amazing, but it's been home for over a year. The thought that I may no longer be safe here makes me sick. Logically, Ash shouldn't be able to follow me through the paths, not without touching me. But if he tracked me to the Gilded Canary, he can track me here too. Perhaps he has already located this apartment. Perhaps the protective enchantments I cast when I moved in are the only thing keeping him out. I've always wondered whether they actually work. After all, what does a teenager with zero experience in that particular area of magic know? Most people would pay a professional for that sort of thing, if they can afford it. But perhaps I should have had more faith in my skills. Perhaps I did a good enough job to keep unwanted fairy visitors out. Focus, Silver. Make a plan. What should I do first? Grab my go bag and run? Or make more cloaking charm? If Ash can track me, then it doesn't matter where I go. I won't be safe until I can magically conceal myself. I drop my hands to my sides, my grip tightening on my stylus. Cloaking charm, I decide. I'll trust that the protection I placed on this apartment will keep him out, while I grab all the necessary elements and prepare a new batch. Then, when I leave here and go somewhere new, he won't be able to... Please don't run. I whip around, my heart jumping into my throat once more. And there he is, on the other side of my bed, so out of place in this room, in this world. I guess I was right to doubt those protective enchantments after all. Silver, magic rises instantly to my palms. I hurl a handful of sparks at him. He dodges easily, but that's all the time I need. I'm across the room before my stained glass lamp, the unintended target of my magic, hits the floor and shatters. I race through the tiny living room, dodging left past the armchair as I sense the crackle of magic behind me. Sparks shoot past and strike the couch, blasting a hole through one of the cushions and slamming the cheap piece of furniture against the wall. Ducking down behind the armchair, I raise one hand and hastily cast a shield of protective magic between Ash and me. He's in my bedroom doorway now, his mouth opening to speak. Please, but I'm up again, dashing to the nearest wall, lifting my stylus to scribble a doorway spell. Some baser part of my brain screams at me to free every weapon from inside this jacket, drop my shield, and hurl them at him. I'm faster than he is. He'd be down within seconds. But it's Ash. And hey! Wait. Just wait. I'm not here to hurt you. You just fought me and then told me I'm supposed to be dead. I pause halfway through the doorway spell and look back at him through the shimmering, near-transparent layer of my shield. If all you wanted to do was talk, Ash, you could have knocked on my front door instead of surprising me inside a fighting ring. I didn't know where you lived. I found you there last night and tried to follow you, but you vanished as soon as the fight was over. And then you wouldn't let me get a word in tonight before attacking me, and we don't have time. And I didn't even know for sure that it was you. Silver, He cuts himself off, raking a hand through his hair. Something in his expression seems almost desperate. I thought you were dead. All this time, I thought you were dead. That's what we were all told. I hesitate as his words dig their fingers into my brain. But even if what he says is true, it doesn't change what he did that night. Holy Faye, he whispers. I can't believe it's really you standing in front of— Wonderful, I interrupt. So people lied to you, and now that you've discovered the truth, you're here to finish the job? Well, good luck with that. I return my attention to the doorway spell. The glowing half-written words have disappeared. I start again. What? No. A doorway melts open across the wall. I take a step. No! Silver, just wait, please. Instead of disappearing into the dark opening, I hesitate. It's stupid, I know. I should be running as fast as I did the day the guild tried to kill me. I should be turning my back on Ash and never allowing him space inside my head again. But it's him. It's him. And there's something inside me that simply can't. No? I repeat. No? I whip back around to face him. You, Asher Blackburn, my best friend in the whole world, tried to kill me. And now you show up out of the blue as my latest opponent at the Gilded Canary, and I'm supposed to believe that you're not here to try again? He goes silent, a look of horror crossing his face. What? He stutters. Kill you? Are you insane? We were told that your parents had murdered 2 guild counselors because those counselors discovered your parents were unseelie spies. We were told that you were in on it too, that you'd help them steal information. I was trying to catch you, not kill you. I figured there must have been a good explanation for, oh, you were just trying to catch me, that's all. My right hand curls tightly around my stylus. Because you believed I was an unseelie spy and should be locked up by the guild? Wow, I feel so much better now. Silver, I told you the truth that night, but you chose to believe them over me. No, I didn't know what to believe. I was confused. Bergenfell, she was so damn convincing. She said the 3 of you had been lying to us since the moment you stepped into Storm's Drift all those years ago. And I kept thinking that it couldn't be true. There was just no way because I knew you. But also, what if it was true? What if you'd been lying to me all along? Because it wasn't just Bergenfell saying those things. I overheard multiple counselors that night. The people we'd always looked up to and respected and trusted. The people I had been trained to obey. The people you were trained to obey. I release a short breath of utter disbelief. How long did I live in Storm's Drift, Ash? 10 years? You honestly thought I'd been lying to you every single day for a decade? No. You thought what? Do tell me, Ash, exactly what was going through your mind when I was running for my life and you were the one throwing magic at me. Can we please please nothing? I spit at him. Tell me what you really thought. Fine. At worst, I thought your parents must have lied to you about what happened that night. And you believed what they were telling you. Screw you, and at best, I figured there must be some huge misunderstanding between them and the council, and that if we could all there was no misunderstanding, no truth potion questioning, no chance for justice. My parents were good people, excellent guardians, and they ended up discovering something the council wanted to keep hidden. So that was the end of it. The council decided to get rid of them as quickly as possible. And when they came after us, when they killed my mom and dad, you were on their side, not mine. His expression is wretched now. I made a mistake. I have been heartbreakingly aware of that every single day. If I hadn't gone after you, you might have escaped. Instead, a bunch of counselors caught you, and you ended up dead. Or so they had us believe. But your death was an accident, Silver. We weren't ordered to kill you. If someone had given me that order, I would have refused in a heartbeat. My jaw clenches as my brows pinch together. Do you think I'm stupid? Do you think the details of those final moments aren't seared into my brain forever? I know what you were all ordered to do, Ash. I heard exactly what Counselor Bergenfell said. I suck in a deep breath before finishing. Kill her. Ash steps closer to my shield. No trace of doubt in his expression. I remember too. And Bergenfell may have given that order to the council, but she certainly didn't give it to the rest of us. We were told to. How does that change anything? My parents are still dead, and you and I are still standing here on opposite sides of the law. You think I lied to you about— I saw it. He interrupts. The door. I know you were telling the truth. You— What? I blink, my brain taking a moment to catch up with this unexpected subject change. But then my thoughts start firing again, and I know immediately what door he's talking about. The faerie door my parents discovered in the Shadow Crypt. The faerie door responsible for everything that went wrong that night. Unlike the faerie paths, which can be used to travel almost anywhere in either realm, a faerie door has a fixed location on either side. Mom didn't tell me if she knew where that door led to. But she did tell me what came through it. A fae creature unlike anything she'd ever seen before. A monster. The real killer of the two counselors, whose deaths she and my dad were blamed for. I shake my head, banishing the memory. You saw the faerie door? Yes. 2 nights ago. The counselors know what I saw, and now they're after me too. I overheard them. A loud banging on the door interrupts Ash. We both look toward it. Silver? A deep male voice. Who is that? Ash asks. No one, I answer immediately. Silver, honey? Another male voice. Not as deep as the first. You okay in there? We heard a crash. Multiple crashes. The deep voice adds. Just want to make sure you're okay. No one? Ash repeats, his brows climbing as he looks at me. My neighbors, just ignore them. They'll go away. We're coming in, the deeper voice says. Squeak now if you're fine and don't need our help. I groan. Ash's eyebrows inch higher. Exactly how many no ones have a key to your apartment? Look, they have nothing to do with you or the door or whatever reason you're here, so don't you dare hurt them. Why would I hurt? Shut up! I whisper hiss as the lock on my front door clicks. I swipe at the air and my shield vanishes. Instinct, or just my silly, desperate heart, tells me it wasn't necessary in the first place. Just shut up and get back in my room. I point toward my door. Then give him a shove for good measure. Or at least glamour yourself for goodness sake. I don't need them asking questions about you. We seriously don't have time for now. I shove harder. With a deep grumble, Ash stalks the final distance into my room. I spin around and bound toward the front door just as it swings open. Hey, hi! I catch the door and keep it from opening all the way. I love Teddy and Duke, far more than I should have ever allowed myself to love a pair of humans. But if I let them in now, they'll be here all night chatting. So sorry. I walked into a table. I roll my eyes and force out a laugh while hiding my stylus in my back pocket. Just being clumsy. I'm greeted by 2 highly suspicious gazes, one peering out of a pale, skinny face, the other from a dark, chiseled one. Teddy is ensconced in his favorite fluffy robe, while the sweat glistening on Duke's hulking form suggests he's just returned from his evening gym session.
Clumsy?
He repeats in his rumbly baritone. Teddy flips his hair, currently dyed a horrendous shade of green, out of his eyes. You're never clumsy. You're like lethally graceful. Lethally graceful? This time my laugh is a little closer to genuine. I tuck a few loose strands of silver behind my ear. How very poetic, Teddy. Those late-night creative writing classes are clearly paying off. You're dodging the subject, Teddy says. There was some kind of scuffle in here, and then you came racing over to the door looking highly flustered. If you weren't being attacked, then I assume you're hiding a lover. My jaw drops at that. A lover? Which is totally cool, Duke adds, his hands rising in surrender. All you needed to do was shout that you were fine. We were just worried when we heard the crashes. That's all. I don't see anyone. Teddy cranes his head as he peers over my shoulder. Holy poo, what happened to your couch? Look, you know I love you guys, but you're being super nosy, and now is not a good time. I assure you, I'm fine. Thank you for checking on me. Is that blood on your arm? Teddy's pale face turns a shade paler. Crap. I curse inwardly as I look down and find a cut on my upper left arm. Oh, that's just from the lamp, I finish lamely. The Tiffany lamp? Teddy demands. The one we gave you? I knew I heard glass shattering. Silver, what's going on? Duke asks, his eyes narrowed in concern. Are you in some kind of trouble? You know you can tell us if you need help. I almost laugh at the idea. Teddy and Duke helping me out with my Ash problem. Ash could knock willowy Teddy over with one finger, and as for Duke, well, he might spend hours at the gym working on his toned physique, but Ash could bring him down in seconds if he had to. So can I, for that matter. Seriously, guys, I'm fine. You sure? Duke looks doubtful. Lowering his voice, he adds, Blink twice. If you need us to call the— Okay, we don't have time for this, Ash says from behind me. Duke's gaze shoots over my shoulder, his expression hardening immediately. Who the hell are— Seriously? I face Ash with my hands placed firmly on my hips. I told you to stay in my room. Oh, I knew you had a guy in there, Teddy crows. I sense Duke's large form right behind me. Is he from the cult? He asks in a low tone. The cult? Ash demands. Then he shakes his head. There's no time for this. I'm not kidding, Silver. Ooh, I didn't think of that, Teddy says. You're right, love. We should probably call the— You're in danger, Ash says, his gaze still fixed on me. They know you're alive. They know where to find you. We have to go. My hands slip slowly from my hips. My next breath catches in my throat. They know where to find you. Is this the moment I've been hiding from for more than 2 years? The moment my life shatters to pieces around me all over again? They know where to find you. They? Teddy asks from behind me. Who's they? People from the cult? Ash is still staring at me, his body tense. We have to go, he repeats, quieter this time. I turn to face Teddy and Duke, inhaling deeply. Will I ever see them again after I close this door? My eyes scan their faces, memorizing as much detail as I can. Teddy's pursed lips, Duke's concerned gaze. Emotion constricts my throat. I knew I should never get close to them. I knew it would break my heart one day. Whether 5, 10, or 20 years from now, I knew they'd eventually notice that somehow Oddly, their friend Silver doesn't seem to age. I knew I'd have to move on at some point, and that getting attached to people would only hurt me in the long run. But they came over with their freshly baked cookies and their offer to set up my Wi-Fi, back when I didn't even know what Wi-Fi was, and I was so lonely and broken, I couldn't turn them away. I soaked up Teddy's nonstop chatter and Duke's contagious, rumbly laughter like a withered flower in a drought. Their door was always open to me, and I took full advantage, stepping into their hearts and allowing them into mine, knowing it would cost me one day. But I had hoped one day was still far away. I stepped forward and wrapped my arms around both of them. It's on the tip of my tongue to blurt out everything in a rushed whisper. I'm a faerie. I'm from another world. But the law enforcers of that realm killed my parents, and I was forced to run for my life. But I can't say these things. Not because I care about the guild's laws, but because it's safer for Teddy and Duke if they don't know the truth. I love you guys, I say instead. What's happening? Teddy asks. I'll be fine, I swear. I step back, smiling at them. You don't have to call the police. Jerking my thumb over my shoulder at Ash, I add, he's just a friend from my past. We have some catching up to do. That's all. See you guys later, okay? I close the door before they can reply, saying goodbye in my head since I can't say it out loud. It would freak them out too much. Behind me, Ash takes a few steps closer. Come on, we need to get out of here. I tilt my head forward and touch my brow to the back of the door, allowing my eyes to slide shut for a moment. Pain gathers into a hard core at the center of my being. The pain of everything I lost 2 years ago and everything I'm about to lose now. But I should have known. The second I tugged that mask off Ash's face and saw it was him, that my current life was over. If he knows where I am, then of course the council knows too. I whirl around on him, and my sudden burst of raw magic is enough to throw him across the room and onto the half-burned couch. I'm not going anywhere with you. I don't ever want to see you again. If what you're telling me is true, then I appreciate the heads up, but I sure as hell don't trust you enough to go anywhere through the paths with you. I trusted you before, and look where that got me. I'm trying to help you. Help me? Is that what you were doing a few minutes ago when you threw magic at me? You know, the magic that burned a hole through my furniture? He rises slowly, his expression changing. Gone is the desperation, the wretchedness, the disbelief at finally seeing me again after so long. Even from across the room, I can see the steely determination in the set of his jaw. Yes, that was a stunner spell. You tried to stun me? Yes, and I would do it again. I failed you before, and I'm not about to repeat that mistake. If I have to stun you in order to get your stubborn ass out of here, I'll do it. Oh, for goodness sake, don't be so dramatic. I thought you were dead, he roars. And you could very well end up dead for real if you don't leave here right now, so I think I have every right to be dramatic. Fine, I yell back at him. I am leaving, just not with you. I shove past him and head for my bedroom. I need to grab my things. My lamp is broken, lying on the floor surrounded by shattered glass. But I can see enough by the dim light that filters through the dirty window pane. I hunker down beside the bed and swipe my hand over the section of floor I enchanted to safely house my go-bag and weapons. Several floorboards disappear, revealing a backpack, a collection of blades of varying size and shape, a bow, arrows in a leather quiver, and a few other weapons I've collected in the time since I fled the guild. Feel free to show yourself out, I add. I don't need you hanging around while I Isella. I go rigid at the sound of my name. No one's called me that in years. Not even my parents while they were still alive. It's the name they gave me at birth, but Mom nicknamed me Silver early on, and it stuck. I heard your name, Ash says. Your real name. When I got close to the door, someone on the other side was calling to you. Slowly, I look over my shoulder. He's standing in the bedroom doorway. What? I was expecting it to be dark, like inside the paths. That's what you see behind other fairy doors, until you actually walk through them. But this was gray and misty, and then a shadow moved past the other side of the door. Something was definitely there. Wait. I stand and face him. The door was open? No, it was closed, but there were holes in it so I could see a little bit of what was on the other. Holes? I repeat, my tone even sharper now. Yes. Here and there amid the carvings on the door, they were... He shakes his head. Look, can we please go somewhere else before we talk about this? We're not safe here. I told you I'm not going anywhere with you. Silver, you are involved in this whether you like it or not. You can't keep hiding in a world where you don't belong. I'm not going back there. Please, just hear me. I can't. I need your help. He all but shouts at me. There is something strange, very strange, going on in Stormsdrift. Things are getting bad, and I'm pretty sure it's all happening because of that fairy door. But I can't go to the council because they're the ones trying to cover this all up. And I figured you might know something that could help because your parents' things are getting bad. What does that mean? Thump. We both freeze. Then Ash turns to face the living room. Wonderful, he mutters. With a sigh, he raises both arms. Warm light burns through the darkness, and by the time his arms are level with his shoulders, he's gripping a crossbow that glitters like 1,000 golden stars. Looks like we're out of time. Chapter 3. There's an odd moment where the past seems to overlap with the present. The sight of a guardian weapon brings memories bubbling to the surface. Days in the training center, nights stalking through the forest, the sheer joy of executing a perfect series of flips, and the warm prickle of golden weapons beneath my touch. Weapons that sprang into existence with little more than a thought. Weapons that belonged to me. I can almost feel them, as if it were only yesterday that I held one in my grasp. But in a blink, the moment is gone. I am not a guardian. I never will be. I lost access to my weapons the moment I destroyed the pendant that marked me as a trainee. I blink again. My gaze focuses beyond Ash. There is a fae creature, a feathery taloned fae creature, in my living room, in the human world. Flipping wonderful. I reach for the leather cuff on my left wrist and rub my thumb in a quick X across the moonstone. The stone vanishes, leaving behind a tiny version of my favorite weapon, a knife made of 2 blades, each shaped like a crescent moon, interlocking so that the blades curve away from each other with a grip in the middle. I lift the tiny weapon between my thumb and forefinger, and it begins to expand the moment I touch it. By the time I've risen silently to my feet, I'm gripping the deadly crescent moon knife tightly in my right hand. It's a primitive, inelegant imitation of a guardian's weapons, which are invisible and always within reach. But it was the best I could come up with when attempting to mimic the super-secret centuries-old spells the guild created. My gaze settles beyond Ash on the unwelcome visitor. Larger than the couch it's currently perched on, it looks like a giant black eagle with a dragon's barbed tail and a pair of bull's horns. Blood tongue, my memory whispers to me. An unofficial name, but it's the one I remember. Rare and deadly, the guild uses them for tracking purposes. One taste of magical blood, and they can hunt that person down across both realms. Ash takes a careful step forward, crossbow still raised. The blood tongue cocks its head, sharp and bird-like, its black eyes missing nothing. I edge forward, my breath steady and my grip firm on the crescent moon knife. My left hand is free. In the absence of an invisible arsenal of guardian weapons, the next best thing is magic, provided I'm quick enough with it. "You should stay back," Ash warns. "And you should stop telling me what to do," I respond, moving a step closer. The moment I reach the doorway, I see what I missed from the bedroom. A second blood tongue. What an honor, I think dryly. Who knew our tiny guild could afford such an expense? And then another thought occurs to me. The guild shouldn't have any of my blood. It's been years since I went anywhere near you, I murmur, as the realization sinks in. These creatures haven't once looked at me. Their glittering obsidian gazes are pinned on Ash. They're tracking you, not me. Did you leave a handy little sample of your blood behind after you discovered the faerie door? There was a fight, so yeah, I guess I did. The blood tongues continue to watch him. They're trained to track down and immobilize, not kill. So I suppose they'll wait until he makes a move. Seems you were right about us not being safe here, I add. Turns out you're the one who brought the danger, though. Oh, come on, he says tightly. Bergenfeld discovered your work at the Gilded Canary. Wouldn't have taken her long to find this. His words are cut off as both blood tongues dart forward, razor-sharp beaks snapping and wings beating the air. Okay, so my no-killing theory may have been incorrect. Ash fires at the larger one, which swerves clear with a screech. I grip my knife tighter and slash in a wide arc as the smaller one nears me. Feathers fall, a scaly tail sweeps around, and I twist neatly out of the way. Duck, roll, spin around, swipe again. I know from the piercing cry that my blade has caught its clawed leg. I'm up again, on the other side of the smaller blood tongue now, and Ash is no longer in sight. I dodge and swipe, toss magic and reshape it as it flies. Stones, ice, fire. My mind withdraws. External thoughts still. The world narrows until it's only me and the blood tongue and the weapon at the end of my arm. The creature moves surprisingly fast, diving away from most of my magic. Then, fire ignites along one wing, and the smell of singed feathers fills the air. It jerks its head back, preparing to strike, and I lunge forward and swipe my curved blade across its neck. Too many feathers, not close enough to meet flesh. Ash's voice reaches my ears. The world expands outward in an instant. I dodge away from the snapping beak, my gaze darting around in search of Ash, and I see the tail swinging toward me an instant too late. I dive out of the way, but it catches my shoulder, knocking me against the wall as I curse myself. I should be better than this. I am better than this. But Ash is here. Ash is here. And it's the kind of distraction I haven't dealt with in a very long time. I drop to the floor as the tail sweeps toward me again. I feel the air move as the tail passes mere inches overhead. And that's when, with a piercing shriek, the larger blood tongue explodes into a flurry of feathers. The feathers drift to the floor and vanish, leaving behind an oddly metallic scent. An Ash with a sword glittering in his hand. Again, that sense of overlapping time. We are trainees. This is just another assignment, another session inside the simulation ring. He's defeated his opponent before I've defeated mine. In a moment, he'll look over at me, and his lips will turn up in that cocky grin I can't help but love. And he'll say something like, "Beat you again." And I'll laugh, because even though the two of us are competitive, there's never been any serious rivalry between us. We're competitive because it's fun. But Ash isn't smiling, and I'm not laughing. The barbed tail. Again. I roll out of the way, my arms slashing upward, and my curved blade slices through scaly flesh. The blood tongue flaps and whirls around, one wing still burning. Its wounded tail strikes a window. Glass shatters. The tail lashes out again, dragging a splintering gash along the wall. It occurs to me with a sudden, terrifying lurch that this creature might break right through into Teddy and Duke's apartment. An arrow shoots past me, trailing sparkles through the air. It glances off the wall as the blood tongue dodges. "We need to get it out of here," I call to Ash, deciding that I'm not waiting to find out if he can kill this thing before it winds up inside my neighbor's home. "Now!" "Doorway!" he shouts back, sending another arrow across the room. Ducking to miss another swipe of its tail, I drop to the floor. I switch the knife to my left hand, grab my stylus from my back pocket, and scribble a doorway spell. Darkness spreads across the floor, an opening to the paths. "Now!" I shout again. He throws himself at the blood tongue and wrestles it toward the doorway in the floor, but the angle is off, and the blood tongue is forcing him to the side, hissing and spitting, and they're inching closer to me instead of the doorway. I splay my fingers behind me, and with a burst of magic, I shoot toward the struggling creature. The three of us topple into the darkness. "Don't think," Ash gasps, and though part of me wants to snap once more that he doesn't need to tell me what to do, I recognize that only one of us can direct the paths. So I let him do the thinking as utter darkness envelops us, and I cling tightly to the writhing, feathered creature. Light appears. Leaves and branches and moonlight. We hit the ground. I tumble away from the blood tongue, the scent of damp earth filling my nose. Part of me wonders if the creature may be dead by now. Some fae can't survive a trip through the fairy paths. But the thought has barely taken shape when that savage tail slams down beside me. Then I'm on my back, sharp talons pressing into my chest. Its beak is open. A long forked tongue flicks out. My hand is up between us. Its head strikes down. Shield! I think in the split second before that hard beak meets my face. The creature snaps at the layer of magic that's materialized between us, then rears back. Before it can strike again, I release the shield. My knife is up, slashing across, and this time I meet flesh. With a blood-chilling squawk, it lurches away from me. It jerks forward again, and then it bursts into a swirling mass of feathers. They float toward the ground, coming to a gentle rest before vanishing. That metallic smell is in the air again, but fainter out here, mixed with forest scents, leaves, earth, the subtle perfume of flowers. I push myself hastily to my feet. Ash stands a few feet away, a sword raised, blood-covered blade pointed down, and the hilt gripped between both hands. I'm guessing he stabbed it straight after it lurched away from me. For several moments, we simply stare at the space where the blood tongue existed only moments ago, chests heaving as we gulp in air. And that's when I feel it. Magic. In the air, the trees, the ground beneath my feet. My gaze slides over giant trumpet-like flowers, their pink fluorescence lighting up the leaves around them. Purple umbrella-shaped trees hang overhead, trailing long leafy tendrils and looking for all the world like giant glowing jellyfish. Two-winged sprites flit past, holding hands. A line of glow bugs wiggles its way over tangled, interwoven tree roots. And all around, the quiet trill of tiny nighttime creatures fills the air. I don't recognize this place. We could be anywhere in the Fae world, but that doesn't matter. It's my world, my true home. I missed it so much, and I didn't even know it until this moment. My next breath is almost a sob. "You never stopped training," Ash says quietly. The moment, which feels as though it may have stretched out across an eternity, is broken. I tear my gaze from the glow bugs and look at him. He releases his sword, which vanishes with a trace of gold sparkles. Another twinge of nostalgia pierces my chest, but I force my mind away from the weapons I still secretly long for, to the weapons I own now. Weapons of solid cold metal. Cold metal, I realize, as I blink down at the crescent moon knife in my hand, that's now covered in black blood. I just fought and killed a magical creature. I'm standing in the Fae realm for the first time in years. They know where to find you. I blink again, my eyes still on the blade. No, I say, and my voice sounds oddly distant, as though it belongs to someone else. There are too many trains of thought racing through my head, and I'm struggling to catch even one of them. I didn't stop training. An image of light streaming through red glass joins the jumbled thoughts flashing through my mind. I squeeze my eyes shut and give my head a little shake. They're going to send more blood tongues. If Birkenfell still has your blood, then no. We only had those 2, and it took Birkenfell months to acquire them. They're even rarer than they used to be. It'll take weeks of paperwork before she's able to get her hands on another one. Tracking owl? Ash shakes his head. Not enough time. The imprint of our magic will be gone from your apartment by the time Birkenfell can get any owls here. They won't pick up anything. Okay. I nod. Take another breath. Allow my eyes to dart across the scenery as my mind races back through everything that's Teddy and Duke. I lurch away from Ash, holding my knife against the leather cuff on my wrist as I aim for the nearest tree. The complicated spells that took forever to weave together snatch hold of the knife, pulling it from my grip, shrinking it immediately, and returning it to the indentation in the cuff. By the time my hands are reaching inside my jacket for another stylus, because I'm not about to crawl around on the ground in search of the one I dropped, the moonstone has reappeared, hiding the tiny weapon. I write across the tree trunk with my spare stylus, rough bark grazing my hand. A doorway spreads open in front of me. Hey, wait! Where are you? I'll be back, I call, as I race into the darkness without a backward glance, thinking only of my friends. They would have heard the fight, the crashes, the screeching of the blood tongues. If they go into my apartment and some other Fae creature shows up, I run out of the paths and into their living room, my eyes combing the space. There's no one here, and their front door is standing wide open. A second later, their voices reach my ears. I race through the open door, swing left, and dash into my own apartment. They're standing in the center of the living room, Teddy with his palms against his cheeks, and Duke with a phone pressed to his ear. For a second, I take in the demolished room I left behind. Every item of furniture swept against the walls, TV shattered, window smashed, rug wrinkled and smoking in one corner. "You're okay," Teddy says. A moment later, I almost topple over as he collides into me and embraces me tightly. "Oh, wait, she's here," Duke says into the phone, coming closer. I reach around Teddy, yank the phone from Duke's hand and say, "I'm fine, everything's fine, thank you," before ending the call. That was the cops, right? I add after a beat of silence. Of course that was the cops, Teddy answers for Duke. We had to call them. You were being attacked in here. I was not being. I'm fine, okay? I promise I'm fine, but you need to stay out of this apartment. I dragged them both into the hallway before tugging my door shut. Then I herd them back into their place, my gaze darting over both shoulders as we go. I close their door. I don't know if someone else might come looking for me, so you have to promise to stay out of there. Silver, what the hell is going on? Duke demands. We didn't ask too many questions before because I can't tell you. Even if we had time, you wouldn't believe me. There's something going on and I need to figure it out. I'll be back soon. Soon? Teddy repeats. When is soon? Where are you going? And what do we tell the landlord? I mean, that damage in there? He's going to freak when he finds out about it. I'll figure something out. I'll take care of it. Just don't call the cops again, please. I promise I can take care of myself. I wrap my arms around both of them and squeeze tightly. I have to go. Please, stay safe. And then, because there might be someone else in the hallway by now, and I don't want to open a fairy path's doorway out here, I head for Teddy and Duke's bedroom. Wait! Teddy calls after me again. Genuine panic in his voice now. I shut their door, and right on the back of it, tears pricking my eyelids. Wait, Silver, please! You can't just... His words slice off mid-sentence as I vanish into the fairy paths. Chapter 4. I step silently from the paths and find Ash pacing. I watch him for a few moments, taking him in fully for the first time tonight. Broader shoulders, the angles of his face more defined. Gone is any trace of the boyishness he still possessed at age 16. Looking at him now, I can't imagine that only 2 and a bit years have passed. He seems older than that. He turns and sees me. You came back. His voice is deeper too. Is that possible? Of course I came back. I said I would, didn't I? Despite what you think, I've never lied to you before. His brows jerk upward in disbelief. Fine, I've never lied about anything important, I correct. It seems we disagree on the definition of, so an enchanted door you know nothing about has holes in it? I interrupt, folding my arms across my chest. And you decided to put your eye against one of those holes and peer through? How stupid are you? What if I didn't shove my eyeball right up against the door? What if some creature from the other side stabbed you in the eye observed from a short distance, or shot some deadly venom into your eye? There's little that's deadly to a fairy, so I think there's plenty that's deadly to a fairy, I argue. The holes aren't tiny, okay? I could see enough from a distance to know that a shadow passed across the other side. I bite down hard on my lip and suck in a steadying breath before this becomes the most pointless argument of all time. Squeezing my eyes shut, I press my fingertips against my temples and rub. There shouldn't be any holes in the door, I say, almost to myself. It shouldn't be possible. My dad locked it. That's the only reason my parents went back there that night, to lock the stupid door. I drop my hands to my sides and look at Ash. And I don't mean a simple locking spell or an everyday key with no magic on it. I mean the kind of key that holds great power. The kind of key that keeps something locked and prevents things from getting through. I'm pretty sure that includes random holes. I don't know what else to tell you, Silver. The door's locked and there are holes in it. And I know it's locked because I heard Bergenfell say as much. Although, she did say something about it not being locked properly. What does that mean? I don't know. I mean, it's either locked or unlocked, right? Silver, I don't know. Look, can we... He holds both hands up. Can we start again, please? You're alive. I just want to have a conversation with you that doesn't involve me having to defend myself after every sentence. I think my anger is pretty damn justified after what you and the rest of the guild did to... I know. I'm sorry. Please, just... He trails off as he moves closer. Part of me wants to take a gigantic step back and put as much distance between us as possible. But another tiny part the part of me I've never been able to banish entirely, wants to collapse into his arms and cry and cry and cry until there's nothing left inside me. He holds my gaze, his eyes reflecting the light of the magical forest around us, and I can't look away. Can we please just talk? I manage to break eye contact. Fine, we can talk. But I'm not going back to Storm's Drift. I hadn't planned to return to the Fae realm at all until you brought us here. I look around at all the blossoms and leaves that glow different colors. I've never seen anything like it in the human world. It's weird, I add quietly. It's amazing. Heartbreaking. The kind of ache you feel for a place you no longer belong in. Returning home to Storm's Drift would be even worse. Hang on, Ash says. You haven't been back into this world at all? Not since you were... Since that night? I was here at first. I correct before I can stop myself. I clamp my mouth shut and try to force my mind away from the past. Red light streaming through stained glass windows, red blood on the stop. Pretty flowers, pretty trees, pretty glow bugs. I force myself to see my surroundings instead of the nightmare inside my head. And when I trust myself to speak again, I say, it's been a little over a year since I was last in this world. 1 year and 3 months, to be precise. But Ash doesn't need to know how closely I keep score of the amount of freedom I've accumulated. You haven't been back here in over a year? So you don't know anything about what's been happening in Storm's Drift. I stand a little straighter, lifting my chin slightly. Did you expect me to hide out nearby and keep tabs on all the people who tried to kill me? No, Ash, I don't know what's been happening in Storm's Drift. I got as far away as I could, started a new life, and didn't look back. Why? I add as icy fear shoots through me. Have the counselors done the same thing to other people? Is your family? They're fine. At least they were when I left. And no, the council hasn't falsely accused anyone else of murder and then hunted them down. But there's something else. Something that changed a little while after you were gone. A few weeks later, perhaps. I don't remember exactly. A kind of darkness, not something visible. He adds, it's more something you can feel. A strange magic in the air. And this thick fog that settles over everything, taking days to disperse each time it comes. I know we get a lot of storms. Obviously, it's called Storm's Drift. But when they clear up, things are generally bright and sunny. Not this eerie, shifting mist we live with so often now. It didn't happen too often at first, but now it's almost constant. I guess that is weird, I admit. And then there are the creatures. Odd fae beasts we never encountered during our training. Creatures we can't find any record of. And they seem to be more deadly. He says this last bit grudgingly, probably thinking of the argument we just had. Yes, Ash, I want to remind him. There is plenty that's deadly to a fairy. We've lost some guardians, he continues quietly. More than we should have. And a few civilians. The guild even implemented a curfew several months ago. No one's allowed out between sunset and sunrise. Well, guardians are, of course, but no one else. I breathe out a quiet curse. I'm sorry. In my head, Storm's Drift has remained exactly the same all these years. How naive of me to think it wouldn't change. Ash clears his throat. Yeah, not fun. And to add to all the strangeness, Sometimes the fairy paths just don't work. What? Of all the things he said so far, this is the most alarming. How is that possible? I don't know. Obviously, magic exists that can block doorways to the paths. That's what they do inside the guilds and at the Seelie court, and I don't know. Plenty of other places, I'm sure. But this seems different. It comes and goes without warning. You can be in the middle of writing a doorway spell, watch the doorway begin to open up in front of you, and then it kind of flickers in and out of view before disappearing. That's unsettling. We wondered if it was a widespread thing, like back in the day when Lord Draven was trying to take over. But it seems localized to Stormsdrift and the surrounding area, which in the beginning we thought was odd. Nothing much used to go wrong there. Almost all of our assignments were outside of Stormsdrift, remember? We always thought it was strange that there was even a guild in Stormsdrift to begin with. I say, yes. But lately, there's been plenty to keep us busy there. Something's definitely changed. And you think it's the fairy door? Yes. We've been trying to figure out the source of all this strangeness for months, and no one's had any success. Well, the council said they had no leads, but now I know they were lying. Ash lets out a disgusted huff of breath as he shakes his head. 2 nights ago, I was following this creepy whispering sound, and I ended up in the Shadow Crypt. I've searched for the door before, of course, but I could never see that archway and the extra room you told me about. They just didn't exist. But this time, everything looked different, as if a glamour or some other magic had been lifted. I found the door, and I saw something climb through one of the holes. There's something about the way he says those last few words that sends a shiver across my skin. Something? I ask, not entirely sure I want to know the details. He looks past me, frowning. I suppose climb isn't really the correct term. It was like a black mist, like shadow come to life. It poured itself through the hole and took form once it was on the crypt side of the door, and it reached almost to the ceiling once it was upright. It stood on 2 hind legs, 2 arms, each ending in long claws, a snout that protruded forward with bared teeth, and its skin seemed kind of leathery. Ash is right. Based on his description, this doesn't sound like any fey creature I remember reading about or facing in the wild. That's creepy. Ash's eyes move back to mine. It didn't get very far. There were 2 counselors there, Bergenfell and Poppywood, and they stood on either side of the door and killed it the moment it took form. It was after that, while they were staring down at this dead monster, that I heard your name from the other side of the door. This time, the shiver crawls all the way up my neck and into my hair. Poppywood commented that he didn't know any Isella. Ash continues quietly, looking past me again with unfocused eyes, as if watching the scene play out across his mind. And Bergenfell said, Isella is Silver Wren's real name. I clearly remember her saying is, and thinking it must have been a slip of the tongue, but then Poppywood asked about a guardian named Markham, and Ash shakes his head. I don't know, something about a dead end. And then Bergenfell said, Ash swallows. She said, no, it's definitely Silver Wren. I've sent Markham to finish her off tonight. Ash shakes his head, returning his gaze to me. I was so... I don't even know. I don't have the words to describe what I felt. I don't remember exactly what happened, but suddenly I was on my knees, and I must have said something or made some kind of sound, because that's when they discovered me. I draw in a slow breath, watching him carefully. I'm almost certain he's telling the truth. But what if I'm wrong? What if he's in on the council's plans, whatever they may be? My parents died to make sure that door was locked, and no counselor ended up with the key. I can't let them down now just because my silly heart wants to trust Asher Blackburn again. So they tried to kill you? I ask Ash. Yes. I don't remember how I fought them off. My brain was in shock. I must have acted purely on instinct. All I could think was that I had to know if it was true. I had to know if you were still alive. He's staring so intently at me that I have to look away. I desperately want to believe everything he's saying, but those final moments of my parents' lives are stamped too firmly on the inside of my mind for me to forget. Don't ever come back here. Don't ever let them get the key. Even if Ash is telling the truth, I can't let him drag me back to Storm's Drift. I left immediately. Ash continues. Didn't even go home. Well, I stopped at the guild and stole a few of those indigo bell seeds, the ones that are traceable for a few hours. I found Markham leaving his office, and I dropped one down the back of his jacket. Used that to track him after he left the guild. I followed him all the way to the fighting ring inside the Gilded Canary before he noticed me. I tried to pretend Bergenfell had sent me, that she'd told me to help him, but I guess my expression must have given me away when he said, I raise a brow. When he said, Ash clears his throat. When he said, I don't need help torturing the key's location out of her and then killing her. My pulse quickens, a steady rhythm thrumming in my ears. In a low tone, I mutter, I'd like to see him try. He won't be getting the chance anytime soon. I stunned him, tied him up, and dumped him outside a particularly unfriendly elven community in Fallowhaven. They like to act first and ask questions later. They'll lock him up and take their time contacting a guild. Too bad. Here I was looking forward to another fight. And then I found you, Ash says softly, ignoring my comment. The following night just outside that fighting ring. And it was like seeing a ghost. His gaze, soft in the light of the pink trumpet blossoms, travels my face. My skin grows hot, and the world grows quiet. The forest fades away. It is just the two of us, and the chasm of secrets that now exist between us. This reminder slips through my mental haze and jolts me awake. I blink and look away. The world is loud again. Chirrups and warbles and water tripping over pebbles. What, did the council tell you? I ask. About how I died, I mean. Magical accident? Did I fight back and Bergenfell and the others were forced to end my life? Ash is quiet a moment, still watching me. A flutter of wings stirs low in my belly. I imagine beating them down with one of Teddy's fancy embossed rolling pins. Shadowfire, Ash says eventually. In the guild greenhouse. They said you must have started it when you ran through there trying to get away from them. Of course, I murmur. I did start the fire in the greenhouse. I had the leftover potion my mother gave me after she set fire to our house, but I escaped through the path straight after the fire began. I see. Well, Bergenfell changed that last bit. She said she and some of the others tried to get you out, but you were trapped because you'd lost your stylus somewhere along the way, so you couldn't open a doorway to escape. And because it was Shadowfire, there was nothing they could do to extinguish it. So you died in the fire. That's what we were all told. I didn't want to believe it, but afterwards, well, there was a body. My frown deepens. Wow, I wonder who that was. Who had to die just so Bergenfell and the rest of our wicked council could keep their lies buried? Perhaps it wasn't even real. Bones and teeth can probably be conjured. My gaze jerks up, landing on his. Bones and teeth? Another shiver crawls up my spine as I imagine that moment, walking among burned ruins and seeing the charred remains of a body. And no one ever mentioned anything about a fairy door or strange creatures. Ash continues. All we ever heard was that your parents had killed those two counselors. If someone ever took a closer look to confirm Bergenfell's story, or if someone questioned her under the influence of truth potion, someone else on the council must have been ready to cover it up. It sounded to me as though they're all in on this. In on what, exactly? He shakes his head. I'm not sure. They know there are creatures on the other side. Monstrous fae we've never had to fight before. And it sounded like they're supposed to be guarding this door. Like they've been guarding it for a very long time. But now the only thing Bergenfell wants is to get through to the other side. Okay, I say slowly, staring at the ground and wondering what Bergenfell could possibly hope to gain by opening a door to a land of horrifying fae. Look, all I know is that Storm's Drift has become a dangerous place. There's a door, and there are monsters getting through it, and the counselors are supposed to be preventing this from happening, but instead they want to open the darn thing. How many monsters are going to wander through into our home if that happens? How many more people will die? It's crazy. It goes against everything Guardians are trained to do. Well, I'm glad you're finally seeing Bergenfell and the rest of her corrupt little posse for who they really are. I fold my arms and add quietly, bitterly. Since framing my parents for murder and then killing them clearly wasn't enough for you to stop trusting them. His gaze is hard now, as he stares me down. You think that if you only knew all the... He slices the end of his words off with a hard press of his lips and a frustrated exhale. He swings away from me, swatting several trailing leafy tendrils out of the way. His hands are on his hips as he inhales deeply. He faces me again. I don't have time to get into all of that right now. What the counselors are doing is wrong, and that means we need to stop them. I'm shaking my head before he's even finished speaking. There's no we here, Ash. I don't know why you came to me for help instead of I came to you because I just discovered that my deceased best friend was possibly not deceased, and my brain couldn't focus on a single thought aside from confirming that this was true. I didn't care about the door or the monster that crept through it, or the counselors who want to kill me, or the key they're hoping to find. Just you. He pauses, and I'm not sure if he expects me to respond. But I can't. The emotion lodged in my throat makes it hard enough to swallow, let alone speak. But now that I know it to be true, he continues, quieter. There's just enough space in my head to start worrying about Storm's Drift again. Well, I pause, clearing the croak from my voice. The key isn't going to help. And besides, it's gone. I lie. My parents didn't want anyone else to be able to find. Of course the key isn't going to help. The door is already locked, and somehow monsters are finding their way through it, regardless. What I want to know instead is... He takes a breath. How do I get rid of the door entirely? I blink. You want to destroy it? Yes, that seems to be the obvious solution. Then nothing can pass through from either side. I know your parents burned everything in their home that night to hide whatever they discovered. But did they tell you anything? You said they spent years hunting down whatever knowledge they could find about the door. Was there anything that led them to believe it could be destroyed? I don't know. Do I know? Did they tell me if it was possible to destroy this strange enchanted door that leads to a land filled with monsters? I can't remember. Okay, well, did they try? Ash presses. What did they tell you? I will take this secret to my end. I blink and tear my gaze away from his. I don't know, Ash. That night it's kind of a blur. We were in a huge rush, and they were talking over each other, throwing things in a bag. They didn't have time to sit down and have a chat about all the discoveries they'd made. They did, however, have time to tell me they'd hidden what they discovered outside of our home. But I haven't figured out yet if I should share that with Ash. Whatever I told you that night, I continue. When you came over just before we left, is what they told me. I think you said they went to the door that night because they wanted to get rid of it. I frown at him, genuinely puzzled. I did? Yes, isn't that why they were there instead of at the Lib Day ball with the rest of us? They were there because... My gaze slides away from Ash's as I try to remember the garbled details that flew from my mother's tongue as she and Dad dragged me from the ball that night. I can't remember, Ash. I don't know why they went there that night, but I remember them saying there were 2 other guardians and a creature they'd never seen before, and the guardians ended up dead. And even though Bergenfell saw what happened, she told everyone my parents were the ones who'd killed the guardians. That's what I told you, right? Yes, but you don't remember them saying the reason they went in there in the first place was to try something that would destroy the door? My arms are crossed again, pressing tightly against my chest. I've done my best to block out a large chunk of my life, Ash, starting with that night. Forgive me if I don't remember precisely what everyone said to everyone else. I will take this secret to my end. Okay, so there's one thing I do know with absolute clarity, but it's not going to help Ash. A large chunk? He asks, brows lowering further. What else? Don't you think that if it was possible, I continue, then whoever told our guild council to guard this stupid door would have simply destroyed it instead? Maybe that person didn't know how. Okay, well, you know who might know? 1,000 other guardians and a dozen other guilds all over the world. Why don't you go to them for help? He gives me a pointed look. Why didn't you go to another guild after you ran? Why didn't you try to get someone to listen to you about what really happened? One trainee going up against a whole council of respected guardians? People able to forge documents and create truth out of lies? Bergenfell would have killed me before any other guild managed to get close to unearthing the truth. It was safer for me to stay hidden and get on with my life. Ash raises both brows as if to say, exactly. I roll my eyes. Don't tell me it's the same for you. You've graduated at least. You're a guardian, not some child that no one will believe. And you don't have a bunch of people accusing your parents of having murdered other guardians. Another guild will take you seriously. They'll listen to what you have to say and open an investigation. Okay, perhaps that's true. Hopefully that's true, otherwise the entire guild system is completely messed up. But it will still help if you can tell me whatever you remember. Or if there might be someone your parents confided in, someone I can go and speak to, then at least I have more information to take to another guild. Tell me whatever you remember. Somehow, I can't help hearing those words in Bergenfell's voice. I walk past Ash, aiming for the roots of one of the purple umbrella jellyfish-type trees. Okay, look, I need to grab my things from my apartment, and I suddenly remember the ring in my pocket, the ring Mel gave me that I'm supposed to pass on to Goldilocks. And something else, I finish vaguely, pulling my stylus free once more. Give me half an hour, then meet me outside Stormsdrift, at the signpost. If you've been telling the truth about what's happening there, then I'll consider helping you. Wait, just... Ash releases a short breath as he steps toward me. How do I know you won't disappear again? I crouch beside the giant twisting roots and write a doorway spell on one of them. I want to tell Ash that perhaps I will disappear, that I owe him nothing, that he'll just have to wait and see. I guess you don't, I end up saying. Mainly because I don't know yet either. Fine, he answers, as dark space spreads across the roots at my feet. I straighten, sliding the stylus back inside my jacket and stepping toward the opening. I almost don't hear him grumble beneath his breath. Won't be hard to track you down again. I stop. I turn back, 1 foot inside the darkness of the paths. Excuse me? It occurs to me now that I forgot to ask him the first question that flashed across my mind when he showed up in my bedroom. How exactly did you find me after I ran from the Gilded Canary? Because I know you couldn't have followed me through the paths. You were nowhere near me when I opened that doorway. Ash lets out a resigned sigh. An indigo bell seed. In your hair. I put it there just before I pulled your mask off in the fighting ring. Anger burns hot and sudden in my veins. My hand shoots up to my hair, and my fingers feel through the tangles for several moments before curling around a small, prickly object. I pull it out, smaller than my pinky nail, a blue so dark it's almost black, and throw it on the ground at his feet. Any other tracking items I should know about? I ask, my tone icy. He shakes his head. Without another word, I turn and stride into the darkness. Chapter 5. Silence greets me as I step into my bedroom. At least it seems like silence in comparison to the forest that was alive with sound. My anger fades rapidly as the reality of my situation sinks in. The Guild found me. Ash found me. He led blood tongues to this very apartment, and even though he killed them, Bergenfell would surely have been tracking them. The council might know about this apartment by now. They could be on their way here at this very moment. Bergenfell could be on her way here. Fear digs its chilly fingers into me and tightens its grip. I can't move, think, breathe. Suddenly, I'm that 16-year-old girl again, stumbling through an unknown part of the Fae world, my face streaked with tears, terror forcing me onward as my brain keeps reliving the killing strike Bergenfell delivered to end my mother's life. And then I'm 17, running once again, constantly looking over my shoulder. Stop. I am neither of those girls. I am 18 now, stronger, and if I figured out how to survive before, I can do it again. I swing around to face the hole in the floorboards, forcing myself to see it, to stay in the present, to shove the fear to the back of my mind. I need to grab my things. I need to remain alert. I need to get out of this apartment and figure out what my next move is. I crouch beside the hole in the floor and remove the backpack that already contains some clothes and other essentials. Then I line a duffel bag and hastily pack all my weapons into it, my ears pricked for any unexpected sound, my eyes darting up every few seconds, searching for movement in the shadows. I zip it up, press my hands against the sides, and draw on my magic so I can shrink the bag. I haven't done this in years, so even though it's a charm I used to be good at, it takes longer than I'd like to get the words right. But eventually, I'm left with a duffel bag small enough to sit on the palm of my hand. Teddy would call it the cutest thing ever. My heart squeezes, but I push the ache aside as I shove the tiny duffel into the top of the backpack. I zip it closed and pull it onto my shoulders. Then I stand in my bedroom doorway and take a brief look around the place I've called home for a little over a year. The damage is extensive, and though I told Teddy and Duke I'd take care of it, I'd rather not risk the time it would take to figure out the correct spells. On top of that, the fighting has drained me of some of my magic. I don't want to tire myself further when I have no idea how much more magic I'll need tonight. I push aside the guilt that niggles at me as my eyes scan the shattered window and the gouges in the walls. This is what a damage deposit is for, right? The last two things I reach for are the empty jar that's supposed to contain the cloaking charm and a book from the shelf in my bedroom. Then I open a doorway and step out of this chapter of my life. Darkness presses against my open eyes, and I fight back the urge to cry. Memories flit across my mind. Movie nights on the couch, Teddy teaching me how to bake, Duke's endless patience as I figured out how to use a phone and a laptop, the cramped chaos of make-your-own-pizza nights when we invited all our other friends over. But I gently push them aside, reminding myself that I need to choose a destination if I don't want the fairy paths to drop me somewhere completely random. The darkness pulls apart, and I walk into a cemetery, bathed in the soft, peachy violet of twilight. This is one of my meeting places with the woman I know only as Goldilocks. I'll never be a guardian, but that doesn't mean I can't do my part to secretly foil the plans of the criminals who meet up at the Gilded Canary and whisper about their dealings. Riven has his agreement with the guild, but he doesn't tell them about half of the things that go on in his club. And I'm not about to go to a guild either. After what they did to my parents, I trust a secret vigilante group more than I trust guardians. Goldilocks has a network of at least a dozen people who work at the Gilded Canary and gather information. But I'm one of only a few people who actually meets with her to pass on that information. Or occasionally, an actual item. I'm not sure exactly what I did to earn myself this position of trust, but I'm grateful for a way to make a difference. With my jar and book still under one arm, I walk to one of the headstones and reach for the urn sitting atop it. Made of stone, it's merely for decorative purposes and was never meant to be opened. But Goldilocks enchanted it so we could hide things inside. I remove the lid, drop the ring into it, and close it again. Then, I pull out my amber and write a message. Tonight's item is in the urn. I'm sorry I can't meet you myself. Someone from my past turned up. I'll be on the run for a while. When I'm settled somewhere new, I'll let you know. I want to keep helping. Then I turn my back on the cemetery and head into the paths. My next destination is a flat roof in the same area as the bakery I ended up working at. Not too far from home. It's nighttime here as well. Quiet. No one else around. A space for me to think. I stare in the direction of the bakery. Aunt will be worried when I don't show up tomorrow morning. He'll call, and I won't answer. Then he'll try Teddy. I wonder what Teddy will tell him. More guilt piles itself on top of the healthy portion already sitting in my stomach, so I turn my focus to the book tucked beneath my arm. I open it to reveal a hollow space where all the elements required for the cloaking charm are hidden. I sit on the roof, place the empty glass jar in front of me, and methodically drop the various bits and pieces into it as I recite the incantation. Less than a minute later, I watch the jar slowly fill with blue liquid as I screw the lid back on. It isn't the best anti-tracking charm out there, but it's all I've been able to afford. It takes me another minute or so to think up a good enough spell to protect the jar from breaking, but once that's done, I shove it into the backpack beside the tiny duffel bag. Then, I place my hands on my hips and stare out across the city, my heart torn. I don't have to go back. I could leave Ash there waiting, disappear again, let him solve his problems on his own. Except things are getting bad. Unease tugs at my mind. Stormsdrift was my home, a place dearer to my heart than any other. There are people there that I used to care about, still care about, if I peek beneath the hard shell I've fashioned for myself over the past few years. If what Ash said is true, then I should help them. I want to help them, even though I promised Mom I would never return. With my thumb and forefinger, I pinch the bridge of my nose. I squeeze my eyes shut, trying to quiet the war in my mind, the two sides battling it out. Trust Ash? Don't trust Ash. He came to warn me. He attacked a fellow guardian in order to get to me first. The council knows that he discovered the door, and now he's being hunted by them as much as I am. Surely that should put him on my side. Unless all of that was a lie. Nothing more than a very good act. Possibly. But the other side of my brain shoots back immediately. Those blood tongues were definitely after him, which means the council is definitely after him, which would put him back on my side again. Unless that was all part of an elaborate plan to get me to trust him. Maybe Ash is just waiting for me to give up all my parents' secrets, waiting for me to tell him where the key is so the counselors can unlock the door, and then he'll kill me. I press my fist against my brow. No, Ash was never a good liar. Not with me, at least. I'd be able to tell if everything he said tonight is false. Then again, we both changed. I'm a better killer. Perhaps he's a better liar. Stop deliberating! I all but shout at myself, dragging my hands down my face and taking a deep breath. I need to go to Storm's Drift and see for myself. Feel for myself. Then I'll know for sure that at least part of Ash's story is true. And it's an excuse to spend a few more minutes with him. That small, traitorous corner of my heart whispers to me. Shut it. I mentally snap right back. Then I open a doorway and face the darkness. I take a breath, step forward, and think of the place I've tried for years to erase from my memories. Stormsdrift. Chapter 6. Then. The air was filled with the scent of honeysuckles as 6-year-old Silver stepped out of the fairy paths, her small hand inside her mother's, and looked around the forest that was her new home. Golden rays filtered through the trees, casting dappled light on the leaves, and tiny aster pearl blossoms that covered the forest floor.
Ah, there it is,
Dad said, pointing to the clearing up ahead.
We were a little bit off.
Not too far, Mom said. We can walk the rest of the way. She inhaled deeply, and Silver looked up to see her mother's eyes closed, her face lifted toward the forest canopy. The light turned her alabaster skin a pale gold and glimmered where it caught the silver strands among her white hair. Isn't it perfect here? Mom murmured. Dad caught Silver's eye and raised both brows in that exaggerated fashion that left her fighting a giggle. His eyes were round, and he nodded toward Mom as if to say, "What's up with her?" Silver couldn't help it. Laughter bubbled up and escaped her lips. "What?" Mom asked, looking first at Silver, then at Dad.
I didn't say anything,
Dad answered. Mom rolled her eyes, but she was smiling. You think I'm being silly again.
Not silly.
Dad slipped an arm around Mom's shoulders.
I love that you're already so happy here. Makes it worth the back-breaking effort of moving 1,000 boxes before midday.
Oh, you mean those 1,000 boxes you moved with magic? I moved 2 of them, Silver reminded her parents, tugging on Mom's hand and turning her next step into a jump. I know, and you were amazing, Silver Girl, Mom said. You're doing so well with your magic. I unpacked one of my boxes with magic, too, Silver added proudly. It had taken her all afternoon to lift her stuffed toys one by one from their box and send them traveling jerkily across the room to the bed, but she'd felt an enormous sense of accomplishment by the end of it. Well done. That's fantastic. Mom bent and kissed the back of Silver's hand before straightening. Then she sighed and lowered her head to Dad's shoulder as they continued walking. I know you think I'm still imagining it, but there's something here that just feels right. As though I've finally found whatever it is I've been searching for. What have you been searching for, Mommy? Silver asked, leaping over a small ring of toadstools. I don't know, Bug. I just always felt like something was calling to me. I felt it for years. My whole life, maybe. Silver frowned. Is something calling me, too? No, Silver Girl. Don't worry, Mom said with a laugh. It's just me. But I think Storm's Drift is where we're meant to be. Don't you get that feeling? She said to Dad.
I don't know now. We could have had illustrious careers at Bloodwood.
They've had by far the most high-profile cases in the past 5 years. I know, Mom said. You keep reminding me. We spent all that time climbing the career ladder, and now we're throwing it all away to come to a tiny guild way out here in the middle of nowhere. Silver thought of their new house, nestled between trees instead of hidden within one by a glamour, as their previous home had been. Here, where every house was out in the open, there was even space for a garden, overgrown with tiny white flowers called baby something, and wild yellow roses that Mom had told her reflected moonlight at night. Silver loved being able to see her new home and the homes around hers. Stairways and little bridges and vines creeping up the walls. The middle of nowhere, she decided, was beautiful. Mom's voice turned teasing as she leaned into Dad and said, You could have stayed at the Bloodwood Guild. It's only a short trip through the fairy paths, you know. He shook his head and kissed her cheek. Never. You know I'd follow you anywhere, even if it is to the middle of nowhere. Look, at the end of the day, Mom said, we'll still be fighting dangerous creatures and putting a stop to evil magical plots and protecting totally oblivious humans. Does it really matter where we do it?
Well, no. But I'll admit I enjoy doing it at a guild where there's at least some prestige.
Don't pretend there's no prestige here. It's the oldest guild in existence. That'll look good on your CV. The oldest guild ever? Silver asked. Well, second oldest. The first guild ever built no longer exists. Why? Silver asked. Mom's expression turned thoughtful. I think there was a fire. The first guild didn't have a lot of protection on it, and it was one of those enchanted fires that couldn't be put out. Shadow fire, I think. But you know you don't have to worry because guilds are much better protected these days. especially since Lord Draven and the distraction," Silver said. She hadn't been born yet when that happened, but her parents had explained it to her after someone at school tried to scare her with stories of guilds blowing up and guardians dying. "The destruction," Dad corrected, a hint of amusement in his tone. "And yes, guilds are even better protected now. You don't have anything to worry about, Bug." They were almost at the clearing now, and Silver could hear laughter and shouting, and had caught several glimpses of people running back and forth. "So it's the Blackburns we're meeting?" Dad asked. "Lennox and Iris," Mom said. "The couple we chatted to when we came for the second interview." "Oh yes, the guy with the beard. And she was overboard friendly." "Hey, she was nice," Mom protested, nudging Dad in the side. "I liked her. These are the people we'll be working with for however long we end up living here. Would you prefer it if they weren't friendly?" "I'm kidding," Dad said around a laugh. They stopped as they reached the edge of the clearing, and the first thing Silver noticed was the enormous picnic blanket laid out on one side. Her gaze traveled across the open space and landed on the opposite end, where the trees didn't quite come together. She could see all the way to a beach that lay at the end of a path, and beyond that, white-crested waves crashing onto the shore. She took a breath of the warm, salty air before her attention was caught and held by the children racing across the clearing and the ball floating in the air between them, sometimes with magic, sometimes with hands or feet. The ball remained blue for the first few moments Silver watched it, flying between blue-painted figures, and then the tallest boy, a dab of orange beneath each eye, jumped higher than the rest and sent a spark of magic streaking toward the ball. The magic caught it, and the ball instantly turned orange. Then it spun around and went sailing toward another orange-painted boy. "Hey, hello!" Silver blinked at the sight of the woman coming toward them. "Nelina, Rowan, so nice to see you both again." The woman stopped in front of them and wrapped Silver's mom in a hug. "Thanks, you too." Mom returned the hug. "And you can call me Nell." "Right, yes, sorry, I remember you saying that. And this is Silver." "Yes, Silver, this is Iris," Mom said. Iris crouched down and grinned at Silver. Everything about her seemed warm. Chestnut hair, tanned skin, smiling eyes. Her secondary color was light brown rather than some vibrant shade of the rainbow, and this made her seem gentler, friendlier. "It's lovely to meet you, Silver." She didn't attempt to ruffle Silver's hair in that annoying way of some adults, and she didn't force a hug on Silver either. Silver rewarded her with a smile, deciding that she agreed with Mom. This lady was nice. "Have you ever had a toasted mallow sparkle cake pop?" Iris asked. Silver shook her head. "Oh my, they're possibly the most delicious thing in the whole world. Toasted marshmallow on the outside, and underneath that is a chocolate layer, and then the cake in the middle has these sparkles that just explode all over your tongue like magic. So good. They're over there on the picnic blanket, if you want one." Silver gripped Mom's hand tighter, hoping to communicate that yes, she definitely wanted a sparkly marshmallow pop thingy, but no, she didn't want to walk to the picnic blanket on her own. Fortunately, Mom was good at interpreting hand squeezes. She crossed the grass with Silver, and Iris went with them, while Dad headed toward a bearded man who was standing near the edge of the clearing with his hands up in the air. Silver guessed he was busy with some kind of enchantment based on the tiny sparks of magic dancing above his head,
and the way his hands kept moving about. "This is such a beautiful spot," Mom said, taking a seat on the picnic blanket while Iris pulled a cloth off of one of several baskets to reveal a plate of toasted marshmallow thingies on sticks. "Isn't it?" Iris said, handing one of the sticks to Silver. "It's our absolute favorite spot in the whole of Storm's Drift. We come here all the time in summer. The boys spend hours in between the river," she pointed through the trees, "the beach, and this clearing." She offered Mom a cake stick, which Mom politely declined, before covering the basket again. "I know you must be tired after moving in today, but I'm so glad you could join us. It's such a lovely evening for a picnic, and the boys have been looking forward to meeting Silver." "They're all yours?" Mom asked hesitantly, and Silver followed her gaze to the group of boys. They had just finished tackling each other to the ground in one large rowdy heap, and it was impossible to tell how many of them there were. "Oh, no, thank goodness," Iris said. "4 belong to me. Flynn is the oldest, just had his 11th birthday." She pointed to the first boy to detach himself from the pile of bodies and flailing limbs. Blue paint marked his face and hands. "Connor and Tobin are 9. She pointed out 2 boys with identical features. "And Ash is our youngest." She nodded at the boy who just rolled away from the group. He jumped up and sprinted away with a whoop, the ball, now blue again, in his hands. "Same age as Silver," Iris added. "Oh, yes, I remember you saying that." Mom ran her hand up and down Silver's back. "Remember I told you about Ash? You'll be in the same class as him." Silver nodded as she took another bite of the marshmallow wonder. This time, she bit through the chocolate layer and reached the cake in the middle. Something tingly and chocolatey and utterly delicious exploded across her tongue and danced around the inside of her mouth like teeny sparks of edible magic. Silver smacked a hand over her mouth to keep from spraying cake and sparkles everywhere as she started laughing. "It's good, right?" Iris said, her eyes crinkling at the corners as she grinned. Silver nodded, swallowing and licking her lips. "Anyway," Iris said, turning back to Mom, "those 2," she pointed at the pair of boys now scrambling up the side of a tree, "belong to my brother, and those 2," an orange-painted pair, screeching at the top of their voices as they tore off in the opposite direction, "are my sisters. They'll join us a bit later. My brother and sister and partners, I mean." "That's a lot of boys," Silver's mom said. "I know," Iris answered with a laugh. "And I know it's unusual for 4 of them to belong to one family. And before any of the Storm's Drift gossip reaches you, no, we did not forget how to do contraceptive spells. We just decided to go against fairy tradition and have a big family." "I like that," Mom said. "A big family. Must be nice." "You come from a small family?" Iris asked. Mom nodded. "I'm an only child. Rowan had a sister, but she was killed during Draven's time. Our parents all died in the same attack. And my grandparents, I never knew them. My parents weren't in contact with them anymore. And Rowan's grandparents died before he was born, so it's just us." "Oh, I'm so sorry." Iris looked devastated, but this story wasn't new to Silver, so she turned her attention back to the boys' game. She hadn't ever known any of the people Mom was talking about, so while she knew Mom got sad about them sometimes, it was difficult to feel any of her own sorrow over their absence. "You've been at quite a few guilds over the years, haven't you?" Iris asked. "Yes," Starsfjord was the first one, but we also spent a while at the London Guild and the Bloodwood Guild.
Oh, and we were at the Creepy Hollow Guild for a couple of years after the destruction.
After Lord Draven's defeat, I mean.
We helped with getting everything set up at the new guild there.
Oh, yes. Can you believe it's been 9 years since then? Almost a decade. Crazy how the time flies. I know. We didn't even have Silver then. Mom pulled Silver against her side and kissed her cheek. Feels like a lifetime ago. Hey, baby bug. Silver looked up at Mom before offering her some of the half-eaten chocolatey, mallowy mess, but Mom smiled and shook her head. You finish it, Bug. Then she turned her gaze toward the sky, still golden from the light of the setting sun, and said, So, storm's drift, huh? Yes, Iris answered with a nod. And don't let the drift part fool you. There's nothing slow about the way they come and go. We'll have sunshine 1 minute, and the next thing you know, thunderheads are rolling in and you're seconds away from being soaked. I have no doubt we'll be caught in the midst of one before the evening is over. That's why Lennox is getting the canopy enchantment up now. Takes a bit of time to do one large enough for the whole clearing, but at least this way the boys can keep playing even when the storm hits. Though I'm sure a storm wouldn't stop them, Mom said. Iris laughed. You're right. It certainly wouldn't. Silver followed the ball's progress as it flew in zigzag patterns across the clearing, switching between blue and orange every few moments. Licking the remaining chocolate from her fingers, she watched the oldest Blackburn boy leap from a tree, just touching the ball with the tips of his fingers before he hit the ground. It switched from orange back to blue, and the 4 Blackburn boys roared and pumped fists in the air. Have you been to the junior school yet? Iris asked. Yes, Mom said. We're very happy with it. I think Silver will enjoy. She ducked down as the ball, still blue, struck the edge of the picnic blanket, bounced over the collection of baskets, and came to rest just behind Silver. Connor? Iris shouted. Please be careful. Sorry, Mom. One of the twins shouted back. He ran toward them, but Silver was already up. She grabbed the ball and raised it above her head. Then she released a jolt of magic. After practicing all afternoon, she was getting quicker at pulling it from within her and setting it free, and sent the ball flying back. Her aim was off, though, and the ball sailed right over Connor and hit the boy behind him on the head. He stumbled backward, tripped over someone else's foot, and landed on his backside. Silver slapped a hand over her mouth. Oops. Wasn't that the boy Mom had said she would be in the same class as when she started school? Ash? Oh, goodness, I'm so sorry. Mom rushed to say. Silver. That was... Don't worry about it, Iris said with a laugh. Happens all the time. These boys aren't exactly gentle. With the ball in one hand, Ash ran up to Silver, his other hand rubbing the side of his head. That hurt, he said. I'm sorry, Silver answered haltingly. It was an accident. The boy lowered his hand. When he smiled, it reached all the way to his warm amber eyes. It was a good throw. Know how to play keep the ball? Silver shook her head, though she'd guessed the gist of the game by now. I could show you. Want to be on our team? My cousins are older, so I think we need one more person if we're gonna beat them. Yes, she answered immediately. Okay, come on. Ash took off across the clearing, and Silver raced after him, a grin already in place. Chapter 7. Now. My gaze lands on the Storm's Drift signpost as I walk out of the ferry paths, my thumbs hooked beneath the straps of my backpack. The weathered wooden post, wrapped in a twisting vine that glows jewel beetle green in the dim moonlight, rises from a pile of stones. The vine winds all the way up and trails over the sign, small heart-shaped leaves partially obscuring the carved letters that form the words Storm's Drift. Ash is facing away from me, arms folded over his chest, staring past the signpost. An orb of magical white light, his, I assume, floats nearby. At the sound of my footsteps, he tenses, head jerking to look over his shoulder, magic gathering in his palms. But the magic dissipates when he sees it's only me. He moves to stand at my side, saying nothing. I let the backpack slip from my shoulders and slowly lower it to the ground as I peer into the shifting mist. Moonlight barely pierces through from above the treetops. I see no glow bugs on the branches, no tiny winged creatures zipping through the air. I can just make out the oversized pega-wing flowers at the base of some of the trees, but their glimmering azure light is suppressed by the mist. And the trees themselves are a little more than shadowy shapes that, thanks to the drifting mist, seem to almost move. Don't ever come back here. Mom said that night. Don't ever let them get the key. Though I know she meant the door itself when she said here. It still feels like a form of betrayal to be standing at the edge of Storm's Drift, so close to the thing that brought about her death. I won't go back there. I silently promise her once again. Believe me now? Ash asks quietly. I fold my arms and shrug, not ready to admit that he may have been telling the truth about something. It's just mist, fog, a normal weather phenomenon. He lets out a weary sigh. Come on, Silver. It feels different, doesn't it? It's too quiet, too close. I know what he means. I can't see anything sinister, but I get the sense that something is slowly, inexorably pressing in on me. A shiver creeps its way up the back of my neck. Yeah, I say eventually. I guess there's something that feels a bit off. My heart does a clumsy little flop. Could it be that everything Ash has said tonight is true? Should I dare to trust him? I would offer to take you to my family, he says. They'd tell you the same thing about all the strange happenings here. The fog, and the creatures, and how our home is no longer safe. But they don't know what I saw, and I don't want them to get involved. In case they end up like my parents, I finish quietly. Silenced forever. He doesn't argue with me. I shake my head. It's despicable, I hiss, my jaw tight. What the council is doing? The lengths they're going to in order to get to whatever's on the other side of that door and to keep everyone else quiet about it? They're the leaders of our guild. They're supposed to be setting an example for every guardian who works there. They're supposed to be upholding the oaths they took to protect people, and instead, they're murderers. I suck in a deep breath and clamp my lips shut. I didn't mean to spit that all out, but there it is. Suddenly, I'm desperate to find the information my parents hid before they died. I'm desperate to find a way to destroy this door, not only because it's an entrance to a land of monsters, but because it's made of monsters of the people we're supposed to trust. I turn to Ash. Okay, I'll help you. I'll share what my parents discovered. But I can't go near that ferry door because I just can't. So you had better be telling the truth about which side you're on and what your motivations are, because if it's possible to destroy the door, you're going to be the one to do it. He's quiet another moment, his eyes searching my face. Then he nods. I understand. He doesn't understand, but that's okay. as long as we're in agreement. I don't currently have the information in my possession, I continue, so we'll have to go and find it. I think I'm the only one who can read it, so I'll take a look and let you know if it says anything about destroying the door. Then we can part ways. I'll get back to my life, and if it's possible, you can get on with saving Stormsdrift, with or without the help of another guild. That part's up to you. Go and find it, Ash repeats slowly. Read it. Are you saying there's a record somewhere of things they discovered? Something that's actually written down, not just the things they told you? Because that would be amazing. Yes. My parents burned our home to make sure no one could discover anything from the notes or drawings or whatever was left in their home office. I pretend not to notice the quiver in my voice as I speak of the home that went up in flames. But my mom told me that she'd recorded most of it in a journal. A journal, I almost repeat with a scoff. Having spent some time living like a human, it seems ridiculous that this valuable information wasn't stored digitally on a hard drive, plus a backup hard drive with a backup version in the cloud, encrypted or password protected or something. Most humans assume that magic, if it existed, would make everything better, easier, and in many ways it does. But in some ways, stepping back into my world feels like stepping back into the Stone Age. A journal, okay, Ash says. Yes. Apparently, it was hidden beneath the pool in my parents' bathing room, but after those guardians were killed that night, after my parents realized no one would believe their story and they'd have to run, my dad took the journal and hid it somewhere else while my mom came to get me from the Lib Day ball. I look away, stumbling over my words, as I remember the precise moment my mother found us, that night. Ash is probably picturing that moment too, and now I wish with everything in me that I hadn't mentioned it. Anyway, I forge on determinedly, not looking at him. The journal should hopefully be hidden in the same place still, waiting for us to find it. Wait, what do you mean, hopefully? You don't actually know if it's still there? You haven't checked? No. I have a feeling this is about to become a thing, so I move to step past him, but he's in front of me again just as swiftly, blocking my path. Let me get this straight. Your dad told you exactly where you could find a journal, detailing almost everything he and your mom discovered about this mysterious faerie door, something that was important enough for them to spend years trying to learn more about, and you never went looking for it? No, I answer, louder than I intended. I left everything from my old life behind. My father locked the door, my mother got rid of the key, and that was that. End of story. Whatever was on the other side would stay there forever. So why would I want to go digging into all of that again? Why would I want to unearth all that heartache, is what I really want to say. I don't know. Maybe because... His gaze softens, his tone growing gentler, as if he's aware he's treading on sensitive ground now. Maybe because it would be a memento of your parents, if nothing else. Though I can tell he isn't trying to hurt me. He says this like it's the most obvious thing in the world. Like I'm a terrible daughter for not wanting to find a journal my mother wrote in years ago. Look, I press the palm of my hand to my brow, my eyes darting unseeingly over the ground between us. Some stuff happened straight after I fled the guild, and I wasn't in a position to go looking for it, and after that was over, I just needed to move on. Stuff happened? I hear the growing concern in Ash's voice. What stuff? None of your damn business, I almost tell him. My heart is a hummingbird flutter in my chest now, as the paralyzing fear I lived with for so long creeps closer, threatening to shut my brain down. Water, the river, the Blackburn's kitchen on a Sunday afternoon. Cascading waves and warm cupcakes and Duke lifting me off the ground when he hugs me. The mental images work. I exhale, slowly. Look, do you want to find this journal or not? Yes, of course. Then let's go. I reach for my backpack and hike it up onto my shoulders. Okay then, Ash says after a pause. His eyes slide away from my face and land on the backpack. I hope you packed something warm this time. I blink, startled and unsure how to respond. Is that supposed to be a joke? He sighs. It is, yes. I was also going to make a light-hearted comment about how I always know you were good at shrinking charms, but did you really manage to fit all your worldly possessions into one bag? But I think I'll keep that one to myself. My hands tighten on the backpack straps. Why don't you get straight to the point, Ash, and ask me if the key is hiding somewhere in this backpack? You clearly don't believe me when I say it's gone. Probably, I add silently, because you can't tell I'm lying. A flicker of confusion crosses his face, only to be replaced a moment later by something hard. I'm not interested in the key, Silver. It isn't going to help me, but it would certainly help Bergenfell. And you still think I'm secretly working for her? You think I've tracked you down so I can pretend to be your ally until you trust me enough to tell me where this key is, and then I can take it to Bergenfell? I shrug. It's an option, isn't it? First of all, if you really believe that, then I don't think you ever knew me at all. Secondly, please don't tell me where it is. I don't want the wrong people prying its location from me. And thirdly, he throws his hands up. If you really believe I'm not on your side, then why agree to help me? I take a deep breath, wondering if perhaps I overreacted. Perhaps he really was trying to lighten the mood with his joke and his worldly possessions comment. I hold his gaze and say, I guess I'm hoping you're telling the truth. Just know that if you're not, I will make you pay for your lies. He watches me a moment, then turns away with a small shake of his head and walks toward the Stormsdrift signpost. Never thought I'd hear words like that from someone I once considered my closest friend. And I never thought I'd have to try and figure out whether the person I once considered my closest friend is plotting to murder me after he gets his hands on a key I've already told him is gone. I shoot back. But here we are. He stops in front of the pile of stones at the base of the signpost. I'm not even going to dignify that with a response. Great. Great. He slides his amber out of his pocket, glances at it, pauses, then puts it away. You know the guild can track that, I point out. This isn't the amber I usually use. He bends and writes with a stylus on one of the stones. I'm not that stupid. A doorway opens, and I'm about to take a step forward when the dark opening flickers oddly, a phenomenon I've never seen in my life, before blinking out of existence. Wonderful, Ash mutters. How supremely convenient. My heart thuds too quickly in my chest. Was that what you meant about the fairy paths not working sometimes? Yes, this is what I meant. So we'll need to walk a bit, then check again once we're a little further away from Stormsdrift. I'm still staring at the blank spot on the stones where the doorway is supposed to be when Ash walks past me. Wait, I say faintly. Wrong way. We're heading into Stormsdrift, not away from it. He stops. Your father hid a journal somewhere in Stormsdrift? Yes. He could have hidden it anywhere in the world, but he chose to hide it where the very same people he was trying to keep it from live and work every single day. I gave him my most withering glare. Stormsdrift is a huge area, and my dad needed a place that would mean something to him and me and to no one else, so I'd know exactly where to find it if something happened to him. I guess this was the first place that came to mind. He didn't exactly have time to think of something else. Terrific. So we'll be traveling through the Feyworld's latest and greatest monster wonderland. Should be fun. Look, if you're afraid of a few... Afraid? This has nothing to do with either of us being afraid. You don't know what kind of I can handle myself, Ash. Fully trained guardians with decades of experience have been killed by the creatures that now roam Stormsdrift. You may have kept up with your training since leaving here, but technically, you didn't even make it past 4th year. I pin him with the full force of my glare as I step closer to him. I can handle it. Or, he says, we could sit here and wait until the fairy paths start working again, and then we can go straight to wherever this super secret spot is. And if the paths never work again as long as that door is still there? No, I'm not waiting. I march past him, into the mist. So where exactly are we going then? He calls after me. The Canopy Way. You'll have to be a little bit more specific, he says as he catches up to me. The Canopy Way covers almost the entire forest. I don't have to do anything. I'm not going to explain the exact location so you can stun me and run off to find the journal on your own. At that, he only shakes his head. Not that it would do you any good, I add. My dad put some kind of enchantment on it to protect it from other people. Good. Hopefully that means it's still there. My gaze slides across the passing landscape, landing on whatever features I can make out through the mist. My senses are on high alert for any sudden movement or unexpected sound. I don't know if I should expect a guardian ambush, or if Ash might suddenly attack me, or if a monster I've never seen before may leap from the shadows. So, Ash says, What have you been up to the past few years? I shake my head, my gaze catching on a small flare of light near the ground. But it's only an eruptor mushroom, spewing tiny streams of lava from its cap. We're not doing this. Not doing what? Not catching up on each other's lives like we're old friends. We are old friends. There's an edge to his voice that might be anger. Good. I'd rather he be angry than daydreaming about reconnecting or something stupid like that. When I say nothing, he adds, So what? We're going to pass this whole journey in silence? I almost roll my eyes. It isn't going to be a whole journey. If the fairy paths start working soon, it'll take us barely a few steps to get there, then a few minutes max to retrieve the journal. Even if the paths remain non-functional and we have to climb all the way over there, it still won't take us that long. We should be done before the night is over. So, that's it? I stare ahead, my eyes following the trail of a sprite as it flits between the trees and disappears into the mist. What were you hoping for? A lengthy reunion? He releases a sharp exhale. Are you going to be angry with me for the rest of our lives? Don't I have the right to be? Of course you have the right to be angry, but not forever. I've apologized multiple times. And even though I didn't know what to believe that night, and I chose to follow Bergenfell's order to capture you, I did not try to kill you. So what else do I need to? I say as I come to a halt and face him. Stop thinking you can fix everything that went wrong just by showing up and apologizing. We're not going to be friends. We're not going to hang out. We've survived just fine without each other for the past 2+ years, and we'll go on happily living the rest of our lives without each other too. It's impossible to miss the hurt that flashes across his face, and I hate that I'm the one who put it there. I hate the guilt that rises in a wave and washes over me, leaving me cold. I'm the one who's supposed to be upset, not him. I'm the one who lost both parents and ran for my life and ended up... Stop. I shut my eyes before the blood-stained memories hit me. When I open them again, Ash's expression has hardened. So this is how it's going to be. I should be more relieved at his acceptance. I am relieved, I tell myself. That pain in my chest that's stealing my breath? That isn't my heart breaking all over again. I'm fine. Ash and I are on the same page now. This way, it'll be easier to say goodbye in a few hours, or at the most, a day or two, and move on with our separate lives. This is how it's going to be. It's almost visible then, the shutters slamming closed over his features. He faces forward. Let's get this done then. We walk in silence. Ash tests the fairy paths. We walk a little further. He tests them again. This time, when a doorway opens, it doesn't flicker and vanish. Good, he says quietly. At least we don't have to spend any more time than necessary in each other's company. He looks back at me, his gaze settling somewhere to the side of my face instead of on it. If you're done being hostile, he holds his hand out toward me. I stare at it, trying not to think of all those nights long ago when I dreamed of sliding my fingers between his. All the nights up until that night. I try not to think of all the nights since then, my cheek pressed against a pillow, wet with tears, alternately hating him and longing for him, before falling into fitful dreams of the moment that flash of magic left his hand and streaked toward me. For goodness sake, Silver, he mutters, dropping his hand to his side. We can't go through the paths together without touching. Would you like to link pinky fingers or something just to ensure there's as little physical contact between us as possible? I roll my eyes, step forward, and catch his hand in mine. There's no tingle of skin, no jolt in my chest, no skipping of my heart. Liar. I stride forward, pulling him into the paths behind me. Clear your mind, I remind him. I'm the one directing the paths. His sigh is impossible to miss, but his muttered response, something that definitely includes the word bossy, is harder to catch. I decide to ignore him. Despite the complete darkness surrounding us, I close my eyes to help me focus. Stepping out of the paths in the wrong place is potentially hazardous when aiming for a spot so high above the ground. The darkness gives way to muted light, wide branches and trailing vines and shafts of moonlight. I step forward, my hand still in ashes, his skin on my skin, his fingers gripping mine, his thumb sliding across the back of my... I release his hand and look around. The ground is so far down I have no hope of seeing it through the mysterious fog that swirls below. A fog that doesn't seem to reach the canopy way. Up here, on the path that snakes through the very tops of the trees, where glow bugs dot the leaves and beetles like tiny jewels scuttle across the branches, it's easier to believe that nothing in Storm's Drift has changed. We're close, I say to Ash, as my eyes land on a familiar heart-shaped knot formed between two branches. I gesture to the right with my head. That way. We start walking. Though no official markings indicate the canopy way, the path is obvious from the well-worn branches and the parts where the arms of two neighboring trees have been magically intertwined. The treetop route isn't the only one of its kind, though it's the only one I've ever traveled. Fairies have always enjoyed wandering the canopy world, when they're not traveling almost instantly from point A to point B via the fairy paths. Long ago, in what feels like another lifetime, I came up here at least once a month with my father. Just before we reach a walkway of braided branches, I step off the canopy way and climb carefully around a large trunk. Reaching the other side, I slide down the smooth, concave surface of another branch and land in the wide, flat space, where four enormous branches meet. In this moment, the nostalgia that hits me is so overwhelming, it almost steals my breath away. I put a hand out against one of the branches and stare past it into the night. We're almost at the northern edge of the Storm's Drift forest, and this particular spot provides a spectacular view of the Ellenine River, winding past before plunging down Thunder Falls and continuing its journey toward the sea. I thought the scene might be obscured by fog, but the dense moisture has thinned out here at the edge of the forest, little more than a light mist mingling with the spray of the falls. "Okay," I say to Ash, turning my back on the view. "The journal should be hiding somewhere around here." "So this place meant something to you and your dad?" Ash asks, looking around. "Yes," I answer shortly. Then, deciding I might be taking this hostile thing a step too far, I breathe deeply and add, "He used to bring me here to do my homework on those afternoons when my mom was working and he was off. He always said it would clear my senses and help me think better. Instead of forcing the pain away like I usually do, I allow it to take shape in my chest, allow the tears to prick behind my eyes, and the ache to tighten my throat. It's kind of impossible not to face the pain here in this place where the memory of Dad is so near it's almost as if he's present. I take another breath, and the pain eases a little, spreading through me instead of overwhelming me. Ash peers out between two of the enormous branches. "He didn't think your brain might be paralyzed with fear due to the very real possibility of slipping and falling into that raging river down there?" I almost smile. "Nah, he always put up a shield while we were sitting here." I crouch down, the backpack straps pulling taut around my shoulders as I stretch forward and nudge aside a few fern fronds. We didn't come here that often. Most afternoons I cut myself short before I can wander too far down memory lane. I'm the one who said we wouldn't be doing this, and Ash already knows what I was about to say. Most afternoons, both my parents were working, and if I didn't have extra training or an assignment, I was hanging out at his place. Anyway, yeah, we didn't come here that often, but I knew exactly what place he was referring to when he told me he hid the journal at our study spot. Silver?" I look up, something in Ash's tone catching my attention. "Yeah?" "That seems like an obvious spot." He points at something behind me. I straighten, turn, and see the hole that's formed where a gnarled knot once existed. Huh. Interesting. I'm pretty sure that wasn't a hole before. "Then I'm going to take a not-so-wild guess and say the journal's hiding in there. Probably a safe bet." I step closer, trying not to think of what else might be hiding in that hole. Well, I guess I'm now the girl who sticks her hand into mysterious dark holes in magical forests. Ash's laugh is so quiet, it's more of an exhalation of breath than anything else. "You were always that girl, Silver." And I suppose he's right. So I do what I would have done when we were children and banish all concern from my mind before reaching into the dark space. There's a moment of uncertainty as my fingers search blindly and feel nothing but rough bark, but then they nudge something smooth. My heart lurches into my throat. I rise on tiptoe, stretch a little further, and wrap my fingers around the object that most definitely feels book-shaped. My heart is pounding so hard that I feel a little lightheaded as I withdraw the journal. I hold it carefully, almost reverently. Brown leather cover, leather strap, metal clasp. Plain and yet perfect. Whatever magic Dad placed on it has worked well. There isn't even a speck of dust, let alone damp pages or mold. Well, that was easy, I murmur. I'm vaguely aware that now would be a good time to say I told you this wouldn't take long, but I'm too focused on the treasured item in my hand. Then something snakes around my ankle and tightens. My heart jolts, and I swing my arm up and away from my body to keep the journal out of reach of whatever's attacking me, What the? My eyes land on a vine encircling my ankle. Do you think that's part of the... Heat burns through my hand. My gaze darts up in time to see a flash of magic burst from the journal and strike the center of Ash's chest. The force of it throws him backward toward one of the openings between the branches. His eyes go wide for a single instant before sliding shut. His body slackens. He starts to fall. And as I throw my other hand out, his name a gasp on my tongue, he tumbles off and disappears into the night. Chapter 8. Then. Silver gripped the vine tightly with both hands, ran to the edge of the rock, and leaped off it with a shriek. Exhilaration flooded her 13-year-old body as she swept through the air. The vine reached its furthest point, and in that frozen moment before it began swinging back, she let go and dropped toward the river with a whoop. She plunged into the water, bubbles and tiny turquoise glowfish rushing up around her. With strong strokes, she pulled herself toward the surface, emerging with a grin still on her lips. She turned her gaze toward the rock, where Ash was guiding the vine back with magic, and the other 3 Blackburn brothers were arguing about how far Silver had made it across the river. They were near duplicates of each other. Well, Connor and Tobin were duplicates, with honey-colored streaks highlighting their dark hair and year-round, sun-kissed skin that Silver couldn't help envying. No matter how many hours she spent in the sun every summer, she remained as pale as ever. Or red if she didn't apply enough sunblock potion. "No way," Connor was saying. "She definitely wasn't in line with the 3rd marker." "Exactly, she landed further than that," Tobin said. "No way." "Yes way," Silver called out as she treaded water. They ignored her, looking instead to Flynn. 18, recently graduated, and by far the most responsible Blackburn boy. His brothers generally looked to him for the final word. "Oh yeah, she's definitely beyond the 3rd marker," he said. "No doubt about it." "Yes!" Silver shouted, shaking a victorious fist in the air. She pointed at Ash and yelled, "Beat that!" "In my sleep," he yelled back. Then he raced to the edge of the rock and leaped off with a jubilant cry. Silver squealed and swam out of the way as Ash sailed through the air. He hit the water with a tremendous splash, emerging moments later and wiping a hand over his wet face. "Pretty sure I beat you," he said with a grin. She stuck her tongue out at him. "You wish, but Connor's about to beat both of us, so don't get too excited." "Out of my way, skinny brats!" Connor shouted before flinging himself off the rock. With the aid of a bit of magic, Silver and Ash swam swiftly back toward the riverbank. It wasn't quite sunset yet, and they could at least get a few more jumps in before they headed to the beach for the bonfire. "Beat you both!" Connor shouted from behind them as they climbed the bank. "You used magic!" Ash shouted back. "Cheater!" "No, he didn't," Flynn called from somewhere above them. Together, Silver and Ash climbed around trees and over rocks, listening to the whoops and cries as Tobin and Flynn jumped into the river, until Silver scrambled ahead and pulled herself up the final distance onto the large rock they'd been jumping from for years. She skipped to the end and stood on the very edge, her arms spread out at her sides. "You know those stories humans tell about us?" she said to Ash. "Magical creatures with wings? I sometimes feel like those should be true. We should be able to fly." "Do you also want to be really tiny?" Ash asked. "Because they say that about us too." "I think they get us mixed up with sprites." "They get everything mixed up." She laughed. "They do." She grabbed the vine Flynn's magic had sent swinging back to her, and then she jumped again. Eventually, after plenty of arguments, acrobatic leaps into the water,
and much laughter, Flynn, Connor, and Tobin went ahead to start the bonfire. Ash and Silver stayed for another few jumps, but the sun's descent couldn't be halted, and they would miss the colors if they didn't leave soon. The sun disappeared on the other side of Storm's Drift, not over the ocean, but sunsets at this time of year were so spectacular that, provided there was no storm, the colors spread across the entire sky, lighting up the high clouds with brilliant orange and pink. They floated on their backs, watching the trees slide by as the gentle current carried them toward the beach. This was the epitome of a lazy summer afternoon, and though Silver was excited for the next chapter of her life, guild training, to begin, she was in no hurry for perfect afternoons like this to be over. The trees thinned out and disappeared, and before the river could take them all the way out to sea, they stood and waded onto the beach. The bonfire was already going, flames dancing and smoke rising. "Race you there?" Ash said. "Ha! So you can watch me win again?" "No, so you can watch me kick your ass. You know I'm faster than you now." "Oh, whatever. There's no way you're faster than me." "I've been practicing. In secret." "Oh, yeah?" Silver danced a few paces ahead, spinning back to face him as her lips turned up in a wicked grin. "Well then, come and get me." She dashed across the beach, struggling to gain traction on the loose sand, but somehow managing to stay just inches ahead of Ash. She slid to a halt beside the bonfire and crashed into Connor, her legs aching, her chest burning. "Beat your ass again," she gasped as she and Connor toppled over. "Thanks, lunatic," Connor grumbled, crawling across the sand and retrieving his stylus from where it had landed. "Do you want the fire to die? I was just getting it perfect." Silver stood and brushed the sand off her arms and legs as best she could. "Sorry, but your fire will be fine. Actually, it requires careful attention," Tobin said, "and a slow but steady stream of magic to keep the—" "It's just a fire, Tobin," Ash said breathlessly, hands on his knees as he bent to recover from the sprint. "It isn't just a fire," Connor argued. "You think something this spectacular happens in no time at all if there's no magic involved?" "Hey, are your parents still coming?" Silver asked no one in particular. "Because if not, I'm calling dibs on the extra s'mores." "They'll be on their way soon," Flynn told her. "Dad said, don't you dare touch his s'mores." Silver laughed as she dug through the bag she'd left there earlier and pulled out a towel. "And you said Holly's coming too, right?" she asked, referring to the girl Flynn had started dating a few months earlier. "Ooh." Connor made some disgusting kissing noises, then jumped aside as Flynn threw a handful of sand at him. "Shut it," Flynn told him. "If you embarrass her when she gets here, I will hurt you. That goes for all of you." "We would never," Silver assured him. "Holly's cool." She made a half-hearted effort at drying her hair, then pulled her shorts and t-shirt back on over her bathing suit. A cool breeze drifted across her arms, and she dug a little further inside the bag. "Ugh, I forgot a sweater." "Surprise, surprise," Ash said, then dodged out of the way as Silver flicked her towel at him. "The fire will warm you up soon," Flynn said. "Or I guess we could heat the air in the meantime," Tobin said. "If you're desperate." "Nah, it's fine." Silver pushed her towel back into the bag and closed it. "I'll survive." "Here." Ash finished pulling a dry t-shirt over his head and threw a bunched-up hoodie at her. "Thanks," she said, catching it easily. As she pulled it over her head, she leaned closer to him and whispered, "You got the syrup spell ready?" "Yeah," he murmured. "Want to do it now?" "Yes, I'll distract them." She pushed the hoodie sleeves up as she stepped around Connor. He and Tobin were once again focusing intently on the bonfire. Flynn was crouched down on the other side, unpacking all the food they'd brought. Without another thought, Silver swiped the stylus from Connor's hand and danced out of reach. "Hey, give that back! Can you just let somebody else do it for once?" Silver said, pointing the stylus at the fire. "You're such a control freak. That's because it's my fire. It's not your guys. Please." Flynn interrupted. "Do we have to do this every time?" "Yes, we have to do this every time," Silver said. "Because Connor insists on being such a— because Silver doesn't respect the time-honored tradition of— Would you both just stop?" Tobin said. "I'm trying to concentrate here." "And now," Ash cried out. Silver scrambled backward, her eyes on Ash as he lowered his hands in an abrupt downward sweeping motion. A moment of confusion passed, and then the near-invisible layer of sticky syrup he'd been quietly constructing above everyone's heads cascaded over his 3 brothers and the fire. Shocked silence filled the space between them as Silver stared in frozen glee. The brothers blinked. The sticky bonfire wood hissed and sizzled. Then, "Oh, you are so gonna pay for that, you little turds!" Connor launched himself sideways, droplets of syrup flying everywhere, and Silver squealed as she took off the beach with Ash, their bare feet kicking up sand behind them. They aimed for the trees, then raced between them until they reached the clearing. Silver threw a glance over her shoulder, but didn't see anyone behind Ash. "Are they still coming after us?" she asked breathlessly as she slowed. Ash turned to face the beach, also slowing until he came to a stop. "No, I think maybe they went down to the water to wash off the syrup." "Can you see them?" No, good point. They're probably hiding in the trees, waiting to get us back." "Probably." "So worth it, though?" She laughed. "Did you see their faces?" "Silver?" Silver spun around at the sound of the new voice. "Zilf," she said, startled to see one of her classmates emerging from the trees on the other side of the clearing. His 2 friends, Senna and Rolf, stepped out beside him. Well, they were no longer her classmates, she reminded herself. They were all done with junior school now. "Wow," Zilf said, his features twisting in disgust. "It is you." All trace of laughter was gone. Silver's insides clenched. "Of course it's me. Who else has silver hair around here?" Zilf muttered something she couldn't quite make out. Silver folded her arms and lifted her chin as Ash moved to stand at her side. "Is there something you'd like to say to me?" She knew what Zilf was mad about, but she also knew it had nothing to do with her. 2 weeks earlier, her father had arrested Zilf's older brother when he'd been found at the scene of a murder. The victim was a counselor from another guild, and, from what Silver had overheard, Zilf's brother swore he'd been in the wrong place at the wrong time. A truth potion had determined he most likely wasn't the murderer, but it had also turned out he knew more than he initially admitted. He'd seen something. Silver didn't know what exactly, and had been trying to keep it from the guild. It would have been awkward for Silver if she and Zilf were still attending school together, but summer vacation had begun by then, and while Silver and Ash were starting at the guild in the fall, Zilf had chosen to attend an art college outside of Stormsdrift. Silver had hoped she wouldn't run into him again, but now here he was, glaring at her as if she'd been the one to commit a crime. "Yeah," he answered, his chin jutting forward. "Are you proud of having a father who's such a useless guardian?" Anger flared in Silver's chest, but she managed to keep her magic from flashing across the space between them. "Excuse me?" "My brother would never be involved in an assassination, as the stupid guild is calling it. Your lazy-ass father couldn't be bothered to find the right person." Blood pounded in Silver's ears.
but Ash answered before she could. "Why don't you come over here and say that?" "Sure." Zilph took a step forward. His friends followed. "I'll come right up and spit it in her obnoxious pail." "I don't think you want to do that." Another voice. "Connor." He moved into the space on Silver's left. From the corner of her eye, she saw Tobin and Flynn appear beside him. Zilph shook his head and let out a derisive snort as his eyes landed on Silver again. "Got your bodyguards with you, as always. You wouldn't be so brave if you were on your—" "Shut the hell up, Zilph," Connor snapped. "You wouldn't know bravery if it bit your scrawny ass." "And you would?" Zilph's friend Senna challenged. "You Blackburns are just as bad as the Wrens. Think you're so damn superior. When really, you're just—" "Don't you dare finish that sentence," Silver hissed. The Blackburns were like family to her, and she wouldn't stand to hear anyone speak ill of them. "Superior?" Flynn repeated, an icy edge to his tone. "Is that the word for people who risk their lives every day to keep others safe?" "Yeah, that's exactly what it is," Senna retorted. "You pretend to be so noble and everything, when all you really want to do is rub it in everyone's faces. Look at us, we're so much better than you." "Yes, I'm sure that's what a guardian thinks," Tobin said quietly, "when he lies dying in the cold beside the fae monster he tried to slay in the hopes of protecting a town of innocent humans." A tense pause followed Tobin's words, and Silver thought Zilph and his stupid friends might be about to back down. But then he curled and uncurled his fists, lifted his chin once more, and said, "Look, this doesn't have anything to do with you stuck-up Blackburns. This is between Silver and me. So why don't you run along and leave us to finish the conversation we—" "Leave you and Silver?" Ash repeated. "Like we'd just walk away and let you three—" "Try it," Silver snapped. With hands clenched at her sides and magic burning at her fingertips, she marched across the clearing. "I dare you to try it. All three of you. I'll show you exactly what I'm made of." She was almost in front of Zilph when Ash reached her side, hands raised and magic swirling and sparking in his palms. But Flynn caught them both by the arm and began dragging them back. "This is not the kind of fighting that impresses the guild," he said quietly. "Don't get yourself suspended before you've even started." Silver continued glaring at Zilph, but she knew Flynn was right. Breathe, she told herself. Just breathe, damn it. Zilph let out another humorless snort. With a superior tilt of his head, he said, "Yeah, that's what I thought." Silver almost ripped free of Flynn's clutches so she could throw herself at Zilph. Fortunately, the idiot was now turning and heading back into the trees with Senna and Rolf. As Flynn let go of her arm, she inhaled deeply and rolled her shoulders. "I could have taken him," she said, "and his stupid friends." "I know, but that whiny little brat isn't worth it." "Would have been entertaining, though," Connor said, as they headed back to the beach. "Watching Silver beat up those three wimps." He threw an arm around her shoulders and gave her a sideways hug, and it suddenly occurred to her that he was no longer covered in syrup. Neither were Flynn and Tobin, for that matter. Her rage cooled slightly as it made for a vague sense of annoyance. How did the three of them clean themselves up so quickly? It really was frustrating that they knew so many more spells and enchantments than she and Ash did. "Yeah, well, get ready to be entertained next time," she grumbled, kicking at the sand as they walked. "Because if he says anything like that again about either of my parents or you guys, I'm going to make sure he regrets it." "Silver," Flynn started. "No, seriously? If someone doesn't put him in his place, he's going to keep bullying people. You should have heard what he said to Odette when she found out one of her uncles is only half fairy. He made out like it's the most disgusting thing ever, which we all know it isn't. but she was in tears after what he said. I understand how you feel, Quicksilver, but hey, Silver? It was Ash who'd interrupted. Silver looked around, then realized he was somewhere behind her. Yeah? She said, turning to face him. He grinned. Look up. She did, just as thick brown liquid dropped through the air and enveloped her in warm, goopy stickiness. She gasped and froze, torn halfway between shock and laughter. She blinked, meeting Ash's mischievous gaze through the syrup that trickled from her eyelashes. You! Then she launched herself at him. He let out a yelp and tried to dodge away, but, as she'd proven multiple times this afternoon, she was faster than he was. She tackled him to the sand, laughter bubbling from her syrup-covered lips, and tightened her arms around him in a giant hug. He tried to fight her off, but he was laughing so hard he could barely move. She rubbed her sticky head all over his chest and neck, and soon enough there was sand stuck to both their faces and in their hair, covering their clothes and crunching inside their mouths. They lay there for a long time, recovering from their laughter and spitting out sand and watching the pink-orange-gold clouds shift across the sky. And eventually, after all the color had faded, they half stumbled, half chased each other into the waves and cleaned off by way of a water fight. Chapter 9. Now. Ash is gone. I act on instinct. My hand sweeps down, magic slicing through the vine, tugging weakly at my ankle. I shove the journal inside my jacket, tug the zip up, and dive straight off the edge of the branch and into the night. He's a dark shape below me, and we're falling, water rushing up to meet us, and he's doing nothing to slow his fall, which means he's either been stunned unconscious or he's not dead. He can't be dead. I throw magic out ahead of us, but the words of the spell are ripped from my tongue and stolen by the night. Useless. My fingers scramble across the stacked leather braids on my right wrist. I know the pattern of stones and pearls without having to look. I know the charm I'm aiming for. 1, 2, across, and then up one more. I squeeze it between my fingers, my heart slamming in my throat, the river right there. Magic streaks away from me. A glittering web ripples into existence and catches us. We slow, but don't stop. The web stretching and stretching, and snap. We hit the water. Streams of bubbles and sparkling glowfish and currents too strong for me to fight against. I don't know which way is up or down. I pull desperately at the water, aware of my backpack adding weight and resistance. As my lungs begin to scream, my head finally breaks the surface, and I gulp in a deep breath of fresh air. The swift current carries me along as I twist my head around, grateful for the turquoise glowfish illuminating the water as I search for Ash. But I can barely make out anything from above the water. I take a deep breath and drop beneath the surface. No longer disoriented from the fall and the rush of bubbles, I release magic behind me and slide easily through the water, my eyes peeled for Ash. Deja vu hits me then, somehow reaching through my panic. For one breathless moment, it's summer again, and Ash and I have just leaped off our favorite rock and plunged beneath the water's surface. We're racing one another to the beach, seeing who can swim the fastest. There! I blink away the memory as my eyes make out a dark shape up ahead, a distinctly Ash-shaped shape. I release another pulse of magic and shoot toward him. Fear squashes all rational thought as I get close enough to see his lifeless limbs and closed eyelids. I hook my hands beneath his arms as magic gives me an extra boost upward. Our heads break the surface. I suck in air and silently beg him to do the same. I'm trying to hang on to him, trying to keep my head above the water, trying to draw in enough magic to fight the current and propel us to shore, when I suddenly realize several things at once. The water is far choppier here, the current is dragging us along even faster than before, and that fist-shaped rock protruding from the water is alarmingly familiar. Crap, I gasp, because I know from experience, one terrifying and highly unpleasant experience, that rock is the last thing you can grab hold of before vanishing down the Thunder Falls. And we've just been swept right past it. I struggle to pull Ash against me, one arm squeezing around his chest as I release the smallest jolt of magic. Wake up, damn it! I risk a slightly stronger pulse of magic. Wake! A scream swallows my words as we're swept clear over the edge of the falls and plunge toward the thunderous, frothy spray below. Ash slips from my one-armed grasp. I can barely see or breathe or hear, and even though I'm a magical being, I'm utterly useless in this moment. There's plenty that's deadly to a faerie. My own words flash through my head, an instant before my body strikes the river, and I'm submerged in its bubbling, churning depths. Up is down. I'm spinning around, and there's a dark, jagged shape speeding toward me. My heart slams in my chest as I miss the rocks by mere inches, a current dragging me over them. My arms pull, my legs kick, my hands release magic behind me, and finally, air. I suck in a great gasp of it, my arms and legs still working to keep me above the turbulent surface. I look around, fighting the cold, bone-deep fear that Ash is still trapped somewhere beneath the seething water, gone forever. I dive down, my eyes searching the blue-green depths. But despite the illumination the fish provide, I can't see much down here, where the water is so choppy. I come up for air, swiping the water out of my eyes and trying to remember the spell we learned years ago to create bubble-like structures over our heads so we could silver. My hands beat the water, spinning me around in the direction of the gasp. I see him, alive, slicing through the river toward me, and I'm doused instantly in body-weakening relief. He loops an arm around me before I can protest. Not that I want to. I suddenly feel as though I barely have the strength left to keep myself afloat, and propels us to shore. I crawl up the bank, where I allow myself a moment to collapse onto the sand and pebbles. I breathe. In, out. In, out. Then, I push myself up onto my knees and look over at Ash. "Hey," he says, dragging in another breath. "You're okay?" "You idiot!" I shove his shoulder roughly. "Why the hell would you touch the journal?" He blinks at me as his heavy breathing begins to slow. "You literally shoved it against my chest. I was holding it slightly away from my body, a little more than slightly." I press my lips together and look anywhere except at his face because it's impossible to hide from the fact that this was very definitely my fault. "I'm sorry," I manage to mutter. Then I take a breath and quietly repeat, "I'm sorry, and I'm sorry about that, too." I point at his chest, where his t-shirt now displays a roughly circular singed hole. He frowns as he looks at it. "That was you?" Yeah. Raw magic, just a little bit," I add quickly, well aware that throwing pure, unformed magic at someone generally isn't a friendly move. "I was trying to wake you before we reached the falls, trying to shock the stunner magic out of you." "Right, I guess it worked. I woke up just before we hit the bottom of the waterfall. Bit of a shock to see that when I opened my eyes." He searches the pockets of his pants, then groans and says, "My amber's gone." I check my jacket pockets and let out a curse. "So is mine, and my stylus." "You don't carry a spare?" "Of course I carry a spare. Multiple spares." I tug down the front zip of my jacket. The journal's still there, as well as the various small weapons discreetly secured by straps and zips, and 2 more spare styluses tucked into a tiny pocket. It was only the items that were shoved into the open outer pocket that are now taking a trip down the Allanine River. Still kneeling, I place the journal carefully on the ground and shrug free of the backpack straps. I dump the soaking wet bag on the ground in front of me. Crap it. I mutter as I open the top, already knowing what I'll see inside. Everything is drenched. Ash hunches down on the other side of the bag. You didn't have a waterproof charm on it? No, Ash, clearly I did not. I wasn't expecting some moron to go flailing down a river in need of immediate assistance. A moron who was only in the river in the first place because of me. There was no flailing, he replies, his voice containing just a hint of defensiveness. I exhale sharply before quietly muttering, yeah, I guess there wasn't. It was the complete lack of flailing that made it so damn scary, but I'm not about to admit out loud just how terrified I was. Silver. Come on, he says, tone gentler now. This river is practically our second home. You knew we'd be fine, right? I didn't, though. He could have drowned, and it would have been my fault. I would have hated myself for the rest of time, for bringing about the death of someone who may or may not have tried to kill me once upon a time. A guy I still don't know if I can trust. I hold on to this thought as I continue digging through my wet belongings, stubbornly avoiding his gaze. We survived the falls before, he adds. Of course we'd survive them again. My hands go still. My eyes rise to meet his. Across my vision plays the memory of us accidentally hurtling over the edge of the Thunder Falls many years ago. I was sure we were plunging to our deaths, but in the end, we were fine. We never told anyone, though. We knew our parents would be furious that our reckless antics had brought us so close to death. I realize I'm still staring at Ash. He returns the gaze from beneath long lashes, glistening with droplets of water, eyes almost shimmering in the moonlight. My breath quickens as my heart stumbles over itself. I clear my throat and tug the zip of the backpack closed. We're not doing this, I remind him as I pick up the journal and stand. He remains crouched down for a moment longer, then rises. Right, I forgot. We're pretending we have no shared history. And since you're the one who put us in this sopping wet situation, Miss, let me smack you in the chest with an enchanted book, you only have yourself to thank for the state of your belongings. Well, annoying as that is, it's the truth. So I can't exactly argue with him. Now that we've almost drowned for this journal, Ash continues, care to take a look inside and let me know if it says anything useful about getting rid of the door? A hot, cold flash of anticipation goes through me at the mention of the journal. I look down at it, brush my thumb over the leather, and then up over the metal clasp. I press, and it releases with a quiet click. My heart rate jumps another notch. I take a step backward, putting some distance between Ash and me. I think Dad said something about me being the only one who could read it, aside from him and Mom. But if I'm wrong about that, I'd rather not have Ash peering over as I open it for the first time. I know the most important secret isn't in here, so neither he nor Bergenfell can use it. But there's no harm in being extra careful. I hold my breath and slowly open the cover, waiting for the pain I know will pierce my chest at the sight of Mom's handwriting. But it doesn't come. The page is blank. Next page, I think. Turning the wet paper carefully. She left the first page blank. But the following 2 pages containing nothing either. I release the breath, telling myself not to panic as I wait, because this is surely part of the protective magic Dad placed on the journal. If I just give it some time, the words will reveal themselves to me. Except nothing happens. I turn to the next soggy page, and then the next. I turn to the back and separate another few pages, but nothing changes. It's empty. blank. I lower it so Ash can see. Is it blank for you too? He steps closer and nods.
You said you're the only one who can read it, so perhaps you have to, I don't know, identify yourself somehow, so the journal knows it's you.
Surely the journal already knows it's me, I argue, ignoring how stupid it sounds for a journal to know anything at all. If it didn't, I wouldn't be able to touch it without being shoved away by magic like you were. I turn the journal over, examining the back and spine, and then all 3 sides of the page edges, looking for some sign or marking, but there's nothing. Maybe the charm malfunctioned? Or do you think, can a charm expire? Guilt grips my chest and squeezes. Did I wait too long to come and find the journal? Is it my fault we'll never know what secrets lay between these pages? I don't know. Maybe. Perhaps I'm supposed to do something or say something to reveal the words. I turn the journal over thoughtfully. I don't remember my dad telling me that, but like I said before, everything was a rush that night and my head was still spinning from, oops, scratch that, from, everything. So it's more than possible that I missed something he said. Ash doesn't answer, and I'm worried his brain might be stuck on the awkward moment I almost brought up. For the second time tonight, because that's how much of an idiot I am. Eventually, I look up and find him watching me with an expectant expression. What?
I'm just giving you a moment. You know, to run things through in your head. Maybe remember something you didn't remember before?
I can't make a memory simply pop into my head, especially if the memory might not even be there to start with.
He holds both hands up. Okay, fine. Sorry.
I frown at the journal again as I turn to another random blank page. Maybe it's not showing me anything because the pages were wet. Maybe I need to dry it.
Worth a try?
I crouch down and stand the journal upright, fanning the pages open as best I can, then take an energy-mustering breath before gently heating the air with both hands. My fingers shake slightly, and I hope Ash doesn't notice. It's stupid, but I don't want him knowing how tired I am.
If this doesn't work, he says, raking a hand through his wet hair, then do you think there might be someone your parents confided in about all this? Someone we can go and talk to?
I don't know. I stare at the journal, my mind working. Do you think maybe your parents know anything about this?
No. I wondered the same thing. I mean, they were really close to your parents, but I told them everything you told me about the door and the key and, well, everything that happened that night, and they had no idea what I was talking about. They searched the crypt at some point, unofficially, and didn't find anything. They were aware the counselors had asked everyone to keep an eye out for this key years ago, but they had no idea your parents had actually found it.
Well then, I wonder if...
If?
Ash prompts as the gears in my brain continue turning. I look up at him. There's someone we used to visit occasionally. An old friend of my parents. He was my dad's mentor when my dad was a trainee, and they remained close after my parents graduated. He retired a while ago, so I was thinking that perhaps, if my parents wanted to confide in someone no longer affiliated with any guild, they might have spoken to him. Ash is quiet for a moment, then asks,
Austin Fairwind?
Surprise jolts through me. You remember him?
Yeah, well, you mentioned him a bunch of times. And your parents spoke about him, too. I think I actually met him once when he was visiting you guys.
Oh. I frown as wisps of a memory take shape in my mind. Austin sitting in our living room, Mom laughing, Dad pouring drinks, Ash and me successfully sneaking past them into the kitchen to steal some of the mini raspberry cakes Mom had baked that morning. Yeah, I think you did, I say quietly. Have you visited him since, your parents died? I shake my head, feeling intensely weary all of a sudden, as if that memory sucked the last of my strength from me. I meant what I said earlier. I left this life behind and started a new one. So he thinks you died too? Yes. I did actually consider going to him for help, but then I trail off, my brain scrambling to come up with a believable reason for why I wouldn't have run straight to one of my parents' oldest friends after everything that happened that night. I shouldn't have admitted I thought of Austin at all. Now I have to try to explain, you thought Bergenfell might know he was still close to your parents, and that she would go straight to him if she was still looking for you? Yeah. I grabbed the lifeline Ash has unintentionally thrown me, telling myself it isn't really a lie. That thought probably did occur to me at the time. Hopefully she won't think of him again now. I mean, if I haven't gone to him for help in over 2 years, why would I go to him now? Yeah, still, we should be careful. I almost roll my eyes at that. Really? I was thinking we dress up in ruffled skirts and sparkly makeup and dance burlesque style outside his front door. Well, Ash says, that does sound more like the old you. I pin him with a glare. But clearly, you've changed. Like I had a choice. I mutter. I lower my shaking hands and feel a few of the journal's pages, almost dry. I know we're in a rush to find answers, but I don't want to damage the paper by heating it too much. Ash nods as I stand. Agreed. Rather let it air dry. In the meantime, we could go to Austin, if you remember where he lives. I don't know. You don't know if you remember? I don't know if we should go to him. I mean, maybe you should go to him. That would be simpler. He lives in, what's it called? Fire Cove? It's on that volcano island. The one with the name that sounds like dragon. Ash's frown deepens. You don't want him to know you're actually alive? I don't know, okay? I wasn't prepared for any of this. I close my eyes and press my fists against them, trying to still my turbulent thoughts. I don't even know what I'm trying to say. Everything feels like it's getting away from us, like I'm losing control, and that is not a state I want to be in. I open my eyes, and my gaze lands on the journal still standing on the ground. Its pages remain blank. If I'm hoping for this to be over as soon as possible, if I want to leave Ash and Storm's Drift and everything else behind and start a new life once again, then I'm probably going to have more luck talking to Austin than waiting for a journal that may never reveal anything. But the fairy paths have probably decided to be non-functional again, and that'll mean walking all the way back to the edge of Storm's Drift to find a place where the paths are accessible. And just the thought of that is enough to make me wilt. After all the fighting tonight, almost falling to our deaths, battling against the river currents, using far more magic than I'm used to on an ordinary night, and the emotional upheaval of having my life once again tugged out from beneath me, not to mention almost losing Ash, I don't think I can handle much more physical activity. All I want to do is curl up in a ball at the base of the nearest tree and ignore the real world. Preferably after I use whatever remaining energy I possess to dry myself off. But what was that? Ash murmurs, turning to look behind him. I hold my breath, listening. A faint hiss and the sound of something slithering over dead leaves reaches my ears. My skin prickles as goosebumps raise the hairs on my arms. I turn slowly, my gaze jumping from shadow to shadow. See anything? I ask. No, he answers quietly. We should get moving. It's the last thing I want to do, but sitting down to rest against a tree doesn't seem like the best idea. I guess our next step is to go and find... My words die on my tongue. My fingers go cold and my palms start to sweat, because further up the bank, barely a stone's throw away, a wolf-like creature prowls from the shadows. Chapter 10. The wolf spreads its shimmering, scaled wings, lifts its head toward the sky, and howls. Every hair on my body stands on end. Another 2 emerge from the darkness, then 3 more. The single reassuring thought at the front of my mind is that I recognize these beasts. Wolfentines, I think they're called. And if I recognize them, that means they didn't come through the fairy door. They pad toward us, their long snake-like tails slithering along the ground. My hands are up, shield magic rippling away from me as I turn slowly, instinctively, so that my back is to Ash's. We have the river on one side and the Wolfentines in a roughly semicircular formation on the other. I suppose we could escape via the river, though the idea makes me droop with exhaustion. Just wait, Ash says quietly, as one of the creatures sniffs my shield. No sudden movements. I know. I murmur, though it's been so long that I've almost forgotten what we were taught. Don't attack first. Don't make the first move. Our world is full of dangerous creatures, but many of them don't want any trouble. They're curious more than anything else. But my heart continues to thump wildly. I put it down to the fact that I've spent too much time in the human world where creatures that could eat a person don't generally wander out of the shadows in the middle of town. And if they do, no one knows about it because guardians take care of the problem. I watch the Wolfentines pace slowly on the other side of our shield magic, some pawing at the ground, some sniffing the air. One cocks its head, watching me with unblinking yellow eyes. I stare back, sending a little more magic into my shield. A headache begins to pound behind my eyes. Are you so weak? Little... Stop. I physically flinch at the mental rebuke that whispers without warning in my head. You okay? Ash asks. I focus on my magic, on the tingle at my fingertips, and the smell of wet sand and the muted roar of the falls a little further upriver. I'm fine. Just a little longer. Looks like they're growing bored. I think they'll leave soon. Then we can check the paths. Ash is right. The Wolfentines don't stick around much longer. After another howl that sends a shiver skittering up the back of my neck, they wander away along the bank, then disappear into the trees further downstream. The moment they're out of sight, I release my shield magic while Ash hunches down and writes on the ground. He curses beneath his breath when nothing happens. Not working. I bite back a groan. Of course the paths aren't working. This is turning into a whole journey just as he predicted. Not that I'm about to point that out. I don't want to hear I told you so. I exhale and raise my fingers to pinch the bridge of my nose. The headache is growing worse. Okay, let's... Silver? Ash says. Don't hate me for suggesting this. But, oh dear. But I think we need to find somewhere safe to rest for the night. I promise, he adds quickly, holding his hands up in a show of surrender. I'm not trying to annoy you by dragging this out any longer than necessary. Trust me, monsters are roaming Stormsdrift, and people I care about are in danger. The sooner I can get rid of that door, the better. But I know you're tired after that whole ordeal. He gestures vaguely at the river, and wandering through Stormsdrift with anything less than lightning-fast reflexes is basically a death wish these days. I notice he doesn't admit that he might be tired, but I decide not to point this out. I release a long, slow breath. You're right. His eyebrows jerk upward. I am? I roll my eyes. I'm stubborn, but I'm not stupid. The question, though, is where should we rest? Back in the day, we could have taken our chances sleeping beneath the stars, but that's clearly out of the question now. I'm not sure where exactly. I was expecting you to argue with me for a lot longer, which was supposed to give me time to come up with something. He shakes his head and looks around. We can't go anywhere public where people will recognize us. Bergenfell will hear about it within minutes. We can't go to any of my family members because it isn't safe to involve them until I can get to another guild and explain everything. We obviously can't go to my place because Bergenfell will definitely have someone watching it. And to complicate matters, we're far away from pretty much everything, and the darn fairy paths aren't. You have your own place? For some reason, this concept is as weird as everything else that's now going on in Stormstrift. Ash gives me a bemused look. You have your own place? Is it inconceivable that I'd have my own too? No. Sorry. I suppose I just pictured you at your parents' house because that's the only place I've ever known you to live. And it's only been a few months since you graduated, so I don't know. Never mind. Forget I said anything about it. He opens his mouth, then appears to think better of whatever he was about to say. Okay. Well, he presses his fingers to his temples and rubs. I'm just trying to picture exactly where we... Oh. He lowers his hands and looks over his shoulder. The gauntlet. It's back there, just over that hill. That's still outdoors, nitwit, I remind him, picturing the enormous obstacle course belonging to our guild, with its ropes, planks, poles, nets, ditches, and walls of varying heights and angles. It was one of the more challenging parts of our training. The gauntlet is a fitting name for it. The changing house is indoors, Ash says, and only accessible by guardians and trainees. We'll be safe there. Safe? Inside a place that belongs to the guild? I'd rather take my chances out here with nameless monsters. No one's going to know we're there. The changing house isn't monitored inside, obviously, and it's the middle of the night. We can dry off without having to use our own magic, and we can sleep without worrying we'll end up eaten by something before sunrise. Were you always this dramatic? I think the word you're looking for is realistic. I cross my arms. Do the mentors still keep snacks there? Yes. Okay. I'm in. A minute later, with the journal safely inside my backpack, we begin climbing the hill. This fairy path's problem is a pain in the freaking ass, I grumble. Yeah. What happens if they're not working and you're outside of Stormstrift? How do you even know? Do you just get stuck inside the paths? No. You end up falling out of the paths somewhere outside of Stormstrift. The closest spot the paths are working, I suppose. And then you walk. Must take a while to get home sometimes. Yes. It's strange after spending a lifetime traveling from one place to another in a matter of seconds. The idea of travel time takes a bit of getting used to. We never had to take it into account before. I guess the Canopy Way is used a lot more now than it used to be. Yes. Ash pats his pocket, then lets out a breath of frustration. What? I keep forgetting my amber is gone. I was going to check for messages. Another few moments pass before I say, Your family must be really worried about you right now. You simply disappeared 2 nights ago. I know I'm going against my own rules here, bringing up the other people in his life, but it feels too insensitive not to say it. And I'm finding it harder and harder to fight the side of me that's desperate to know more about the people I once adored with my whole heart. Yes, he answers. They are worried. He doesn't add anything else. And I know it's my fault. My stupid, desperate need to keep our lives as separate as possible so we can part ways without it breaking my heart again. But when I say nothing, Ash seems to decide to continue. I used the throwaway amber, the one I've now lost, to tell my dad not to worry about me. I sent that message 2 nights ago, a few hours after I left Stormstrift. I haven't answered any of his questions since then. I want him to be able to answer honestly that he doesn't know anything if someone from the guild questions him.
So, do you know if Bergenfels told him anything about what happened the other night? When you overheard her and Poppywood, and then they tried to kill you?
Well, the last message I received from him asked if it's true that I attacked and stunned another guardian.
My jaw tightens. Wonderful.
Yeah. So I guess that's the story that's currently going around.
My exhale is sharp. After we're done with this, when we figured out what my parents knew, you can go to another guild. You can get this mess cleared up. Ash looks at me, an expression I can't decipher on his face. What? I ask.
Just seems like you forgot for a moment that you think everything I'm telling you is a lie.
I look away with a shake of my head, my gaze sliding across the shadows. I don't tell him he's right, that I did forget for a moment, because it's so easy here in this forest that used to be my home to slip back into thinking that he's the Ash I knew before everything turned upside down. We continue our steady climb through the trees in silence. Step after step after step, the thin mist swirling around our feet, and clusters of silver oyster mushrooms, pulsing faintly with light as we pass them. We stop to free a sprite entangled in a giant spider's web, but even that we do in silence. We're almost near the top of the hill, so close to the promise of safety and sleep, when Ash breaks the quiet.
Earlier, with your friends, what was all that about a cult?
Oh. I suppose it wouldn't kill me to explain that bit. I told them when I first met them that I'd escaped an extreme religious cult. I needed a good reason to explain why a teenage girl barely had a clue how to use a computer or the internet or a phone or basically any technology in that world.
You weren't worried they would try to notify the authorities? The police or something?
They wanted to, but I told them I was too scared. I was finally free and didn't want to draw attention to myself. I said the leader was smart and had contacts in law enforcement and would find me. I just wanted to forget it all and move on.
And they believed you?
Yes, they seemed to. Ash nods. I'm grateful he doesn't make some snarky comment about building friendship on top of a lie. It's something I've always felt guilty about. But what else was I supposed to do? Tell Teddy and Duke the truth about the magical world I'd run away from? They would have thought I was nuts. We reach the top of the hill. The ground dips down a little on the other side, then levels out, revealing the gauntlet laid out among the trees. Complex structures of crisscrossing wooden poles, a giant net, a series of wooden rings suspended high above a mud pit, ladders strung horizontally between trees, and ropes swaying eerily in the darkness. We make our way between a balance beam and a wall of wooden planks. I remember slipping off that balance beam at the beginning of first year and breaking my wrist. A few months later, I could somersault off it with ease.
There, Ash says, nodding toward the building that's barely visible between the trees on the other side of the gauntlet, as if I've forgotten where the changing house is. Its uneven edges become clearer as we walk closer. A simple stone structure with dark windows and no door. It appears unassuming from the outside. I know better, however. It may not be hidden by a glamour, but there is undoubtedly glamour magic placed upon it. We stop in front of the building and Ash pushes one sleeve back. He holds his marked wrist against the stone wall and waits. A moment passes in which I wonder if it always took this long. But then the magic begins. A dazzling gold line runs up, across, and down, forming the outline of a door. Textured wood appears where, a moment ago, there was only dull stone, and elegant metal leaves spread across the top of the door and down one side. Finally, a metal handle pushes through the wood, curves into an embellished floral design, and solidifies. Ash reaches for the handle and opens the door. Warm light spills out, bathing the area in gold. Ash moves back to let me walk in ahead of him, and I'm too distracted by the odd sensation of my current life once again overlapping with my old one to be annoyed by this. I step inside and look around. Though little has changed, I see it all with new eyes. Considering the sole purpose of this building is to provide a space for trainees to shower and change their clothing, it's unnecessarily extravagant. The main room is long, the floor covered in a plush carpet, complete with self-cleaning spells to rid itself of the mud we used to traipse in here. Comfortable chairs, enormous couches, gold-embellished cushions fill the space. A fire designed to heat the room to the perfect temperature, no matter the season or time of day, crackles happily on one side. I can't help the derisive huff of breath that escapes my lips. Nothing but the best for the young guardians in training who will grow up to be heroes and save the world. Of course, they need a place like this to gather with their mentors, enjoy revitalizing drinks and snacks, and relax in a pool of bubbles to wash away the mud and grime of the gauntlet. But despite my cynicism, I can't ignore the guilt that sits in the pit of my stomach, reminding me that once upon a time, I was one of those entitled trainees. I loved it here. I loved everything about the guild. I push the uncomfortable thought aside as my eyes travel over the gauntlet leaderboard on the wall above the fireplace, enchanted to display the top 10 all-time record holders for fastest completion of the course. I notice the names Lennox Blackburn and Flynn Blackburn are still there, along with a new name that wasn't there before. Asher Blackburn. Of course. I force my gaze away from the leaderboard and look to the right, where the wall is lined with doors leading to individual bathing rooms. A staircase winds up to the second level, and more bathing rooms. A staircase winds up to the second level, and more bathing rooms. The pull toward hot water and scented bubbles is almost magnetic, but I need food first. I look to the far side of the room and the kitchen door. Without a word to Ash, I head for it. The gold numbers that shimmer on the wall beside it tell me it's earlier than I thought. Just past 8 in the evening. Wasn't it already after 9 when I got to the Gilded Canary? And that feels like a lifetime ago. But it makes sense now that I think about it. This part of the Fae realm isn't in the same zone of time as the part of the human world I've been living in. This is good, I think, as I reach the door and push it open. More hours to sleep. More hours before trainees and mentors show up here. In the kitchen, I find a bowl of fruit on the table. I help myself to an apple and a handful of strawberries, then check the cupboards and find a collection of glass bottles containing that disgusting green tonic the mentors used to give us after a particularly tough round of the gauntlet. I grimace and almost close the cupboard door. Seriously, I think the stuff Teddy smears on his face every self-care Sunday tastes better than what's in those bottles. But then, give in with a sigh and take one. I know it'll make me feel better. I tuck the bottle beneath my arm and open another cupboard. And that's where I find the real prize. Chocolate. I leave the kitchen with my makeshift meal and find Ash standing in front of the fireplace, staring at one of the couches. I'm just going to use one of the bathing rooms, I tell him. He looks up. Right. Yes, I should probably do that too. Then, With a small twist to his lips, he adds, "I see you still have no problem stealing the mentor's snacks."
I stick my tongue out at him. Wow. Hello, 10-year-old Silver. Then disappear quickly into the nearest bathing room. The floor is tiled with slate, but that's where any similarity to bathrooms in the human world ends. A pool deep enough for me to comfortably submerge myself in sits in the center of the room at floor level. Small pebbles and moss surround it, and water cascades over a rock formation on one side. This is completely normal for the world I grew up in, but having spent a few years living like a human, it's a little strange now to see no bath or shower. I also have to work hard to remind myself that the pool is self-cleaning, just like the carpet out there. Don't think about the other people who have bathed in here, I tell myself. I take a bite of the apple, lower my backpack to the floor, and balance the rest of my food collection on top of it. A basket containing tiny bottles of bubble enchantments sits on top of the rocks, and I examine the labels as I continue crunching on the apple. My gaze catches on the bottle with the shimmery purple-pink label. That's the one, I decide with a small smile as I reach for it. I need something light-hearted in my life right now. I pour a few drops into the water at the base of the miniature waterfall. Bubbles begin to form almost immediately. They take the shape of winged unicorns and gallop across the water's surface before rising into the air, flapping a few times, and then popping. After removing my damp, dirty clothing, I slip into the water. I don't want to admit to myself that I missed this. Submerging myself in a pool of steaming hot water. But I did. It's not as though I used to use this changing house often. I only bathed here a handful of times, when I got particularly dirty going through the gauntlet. But we had a bathing room like this at home, and I definitely took it for granted. I hold my hand out, palm up, and one of the unicorn bubbles jumps onto it. I lift it closer to my face, admiring the translucent rainbow shimmer surface. What if this was still my life? What if there was no mysterious fairy door, and Mom and Dad had never died, and we still lived here in Storm's Drift, and I was sitting in my own pool of bubbles? The unicorn pops and vanishes. Yeah, I think as I shut my eyes, bend my knees, and slide below the water. There goes that daydream. In the dark silence below the surface, images flicker lightning fast across my mind. Mom's hand gripping mine, the panicked rush of our last few moments at home, fire consuming everything, a guardian sword slashing down. I straighten, my feet connecting with the bottom of the pool and my head breaking the surface. I take the unbearable ache that's constricting my chest and twist it into something else. Determination. I will not let what happened to me happen to anyone else in Storm's Drift. That damn door needs to go, and so do the counselors. After eating the remainder of my scrounged-up dinner while floating in the water, and then drying some clean clothes and my jacket with the same spell I used to dry my hair, I get dressed. I shove my dirty, damp clothes into the backpack. Future Silver will not thank me for this, but I don't care right now. And look around to find that the towel I dropped on the floor has disappeared. A new towel, already folded, has appeared on the rocks beside the basket of bubble enchantments. Right. I forgot that happened here. When I leave the bathing room, jacket and sneakers in my hands and my backpack on one shoulder, Ash is pulling a couch to the far side of the room, near the staircase. The other one is still on his side, near the kitchen door, with his sweater draped over one of the arms. My gaze bounces back to him. Yep. He is now in a t-shirt, which gives me an excellent view of his bare arms
and the muscles cording beneath his skin as he finishes moving the couch. When did his forearms become so defined? And why the heck am I even noticing? I avert my gaze and see a gray blanket folded on the couch beside Ash's sweater. There's one on the couch he's just moved as well. Of course, the changing house has a supply of blankets. Why wouldn't it? That seems totally necessary. Is that one mine? I ask awkwardly, pointing to the couch he's just finished moving. The sweater suggests he's claimed the one I'm standing beside. Yeah, if you don't mind. The other one's longer and I'm taller, so. He trails off. Yeah, of course. I considered moving them into 2 separate bathing rooms, he adds, so we don't have to breathe the same air tonight, but there isn't enough space beside the pools. I refrain from rolling my eyes at the breathe the same air comment, which I'm pretty sure is supposed to be a joke. This is fine. Thanks. He strides back toward his couch, and I head for mine. This is not weird. This is not weird at all. I drop my backpack, shoes and jacket on the floor, and slowly lower myself to the edge of the couch, looking back across the room at Ash. He doesn't have a bag, which I suppose makes sense considering he left Stormstrift in a hurry and hasn't been home since. Has he been wearing the same clothes for 3 days? Probably. But knowing him, he would have used a quick laundry spell or 2 while he was in the bathing room. I should ask him if he can remind me how to do those. I haven't cleaned my clothes with magic in... okay, I've never cleaned my clothes with magic. Mom used to take care of that. Ash sits on his couch and moves all the extra decorative pillows onto the floor. I know I should stop staring at him, but I can't. I absently twist the gilded canary ring around and around my finger as my gaze travels down his bare arms once again, landing on the dark and twined markings on the inside of his wrists. An ache shudders through me, stealing my breath. I'm surprised by the intensity of it, the sudden, desperate longing curling in my stomach. I'm supposed to hate the guild and everyone who works there. I do hate them. And yet, that was supposed to be my life. I was supposed to have markings just like the ones imprinted on Ash's skin. I was supposed to graduate alongside him. I force myself to look away, remembering that it was all for the best that I never had the chance to graduate. Better that I found out what those two-faced guardians are really like before becoming one of them, instead of afterwards. I reach for the blanket and unfold it, but I don't lie down yet. I won't until Ash does. Just in case... In case... what? He tries to hurt me? Kill me? The thought is so ridiculous I almost laugh. Here in this place, where the memories of the life I used to have are so close to the surface, I can't think of Ash as anything but the boy I grew up with. I knew him better than I knew anyone else, and he would never in a million years do anything to hurt me. And I miss him. I miss him. I miss him so much. And now, he's right here. And all I want is to be able to trust him again. Silver? I blink and look across the room at him. Are you okay? You were just staring at the floor. I blink again. The Ash I miss isn't the one in this room with me. This Ash is quieter, older, stronger, deadlier. I mustn't forget that. It's too soon for me to know if I can trust him. Yeah, sorry. I'm just tired. He doesn't lie down yet. He just sits there, watching me. He opens his mouth, shuts it, exhales, opens it again. He doesn't quite look at me when he asks, Are we ever going to talk about what happened between us? That night before everything went, I turned swiftly away before he can finish, immediately defensive, immediately something. Angry, hurt, embarrassed, heartbroken, something. They're all twisted together, and I'm so darn tired. And how dare he bring this up now?
That night before you turned on me, along with everyone else I had planned to dedicate my entire life to working alongside?
I lie down, facing away from him, and pull the blanket over me. No, Ash, I don't think we need to talk about that. For an uncomfortably long moment, I hear nothing. Ash doesn't move. He doesn't speak. Then, I hear the quiet creak of the couch, and I imagine him lying down. The light suddenly vanishes, and we're plunged into semi-darkness. Only the gold numbers on the wall provide any illumination now. I relax the tiniest bit. Time passes. I try to figure out whether he's asleep. His breathing is steady, a little slower now than when we first lay down, so maybe. This is so freaking awkward. I should have just shrunk my couch a little, pushed it into one of the bathing rooms, and shut the door so I could have a peaceful night of sleep. I'm sure I have enough magic left for that. Now that I think about, I could probably still— No, don't be so silly, I tell myself. Go to sleep. Just go to sleep. Go to Silver, Ash says, startling me from my stupid thoughts. Have you honestly spent the past 2 years thinking I tried to kill you? I press my lips together and shut my eyes. My brain has gone back and forth 1,000 times over the years, torn between the certainty that I must have been mistaken, that Ash wasn't trying to kill me, and acceptance of the cold, heartbreaking truth that he chose the guild over me. I let out a breath. Mostly, I say quietly. I've tried not to think of you at all. He doesn't answer, and I hate myself for lying to him. I turn onto my other side, hoping sleep will steal me away from this world. And eventually, it does. Chapter 11. Then. A thrill raced through Silver's body as she stood outside the grand entrance to the Storm's Drift Guild for the first time. Gleaming white stone, columns, arched windows, an elaborately carved wooden door so large she could have sat on Dad's shoulders and not reached the top of it. This building had stood here for centuries, the forest slowly growing around it. Mom and Dad had told her that most of the newer guilds were hidden by complex glamours, and only guardians knew exactly where to find the entrances. Which was kind of a cool idea, Silver thought, but also a little bit sad. How could you appreciate just how impressive a guild was if you couldn't see it? She climbed the steps, her eyes drinking in every detail of the impressive door as Mom and Dad held their wrists up so a guard could scan their markings. Dad signed Silver in as a new trainee who hadn't yet received her access pendant. Silver had to press her lips together to contain her squeal of excitement at the reminder that she was now an actual trainee. And then they were crossing the threshold into the guild's magnificent entrance hall. Though Mom and Dad had worked here for years, Silver had never been inside. There had never been a need for this. If both her parents happened to be working late, she would hang out at the Blackburns' house, where either Iris or Lennox were generally at home. If they were both working late as well, then Flynn was on duty, trusted to look after his younger brothers and Silver. She stood just inside the entrance, a grin on her lips, as her eyes traveled the large circular space. Arched doorways led off the sides of the room. A majestic staircase wound up to another level, and on the far side of the entrance hall, a wide doorway opened out to a courtyard. Her gaze continued upward until it settled on the stained glass domed ceiling, where protective enchantments mingled like wisps of multicolored cloud. Her entire body hummed with the thrill of being here. It was finally happening. She was inside the guild. She was a real trainee. No more dancing around the forest clearing with wooden swords while the older Blackburn brothers laughed at her and Ash. No more landing on her backside when she tried to mimic their spins and somersaults. She was going to learn to fight for real. Silver! She pulled her gaze from the dome of magic and looked across the entrance hall. Ash waved to her as he walked in from the courtyard, the grin on his face even wider than hers. Excitement flared inside her again, and this time her squeal couldn't be entirely contained. She bounced up and down on her toes, waving madly back at him. She was about to take off with little more than a "Bye, Mom, bye, Dad," when Dad pulled her into a quick hug against his side. "Good luck, baby bug," he whispered into her ear. "Have fun," Mom added as she raced away. She dodged neatly around the guardians and trainees crossing the entrance hall and almost collided with Ash. Gripping his arm, she bounced up and down and said, "I can't believe we're really here." He laughed. "You are so not playing it cool right now." "Shut up! I don't care! Odette!" She waved at the girl who was hurrying toward them. Dark curls bounced on Odette's shoulders, and a nervous smile pulled her lips tight. She had attended the small junior school in Stormsdrift with Silver and Ash, and she was the only one of their classmates who'd applied to join the guild. Everyone else had chosen to attend different institutions elsewhere in the Fae realm. "I'm so glad I found you guys," she said, her large fuchsia-colored eyes, bright against her dark skin, darted around. "The only other person I know is— oh, there he is." Her features relaxed a bit as her gaze landed on someone behind Silver. "This is my cousin, Remy," she told Silver and Ash, as a boy with midnight blue highlighting his dark hair joined their group. "Oh yeah, you said he'd be joining us here," Ash said. "Welcome." "Thank you," Remy said. He let out an anxious chuckle. "I was told to go to a courtyard, and I somehow lost myself in a room full of portraits instead." His words were accented, but Silver couldn't remember which part of the world Odette said he came from. "I swear one of the Silly King was watching me for real," Remy added. "Oh, I know that one," Ash said with a nod. "It's definitely creepy." "Do you think someone enchanted it so the king can watch what's happening here?" Odette whispered, as if King Idrind of the Seelie Court might be standing right there in the guild's entrance hall. "I'm sure he has better things to do this time," Silver said. "Although," her expression turned thoughtful, "the royal family are a little bit nuts, so maybe he did send an enchanted portrait of himself to every guild." Odette's eyes widened. "You can't say things like that, especially inside a guild. We have to follow the Seelie Court laws." "Relax," Silver said with a roll of her eyes. "I'm not about to commit treason or something. I'm just saying there's definitely some crazy blood in that family. I mean, that's where Lord Draven came from, and look at what he tried to do." "And remember what happened when we were kids?" Ash said. "With his mother in the Vale?" "Definitely crazy," Silver said, nodding along. "Can you imagine what life would be like if she'd succeeded? If she'd torn through the veil properly and revealed our whole world to humans?" "I actually have a friend whose mom is on the god rotation there," Remy said. "Next to the gap in the veil, I mean. Since no one knows how to fix it, she says it's the most boring job ever." "Look, I'm not saying I disagree with you," Odette said, her voice still low. "I'm just saying that it's safer to keep our opinions about certain people's mental stability to our first years. Gather in the courtyard, please," All thoughts of the Seeley royal family were forgotten then, as Silver, Ash, Remy, and Odette hurried out to the courtyard with the rest of the new trainees. A fountain took up the courtyard's center. A stone figure stood in the water, holding aloft a bow with an arrow pointed at the sky. Water shot straight up from the arrowhead and rained down into the fountain. Around the outer edge of the courtyard stood statues of various fae creatures in between huge stone urns containing rose bushes. 9 chairs had been placed along one side of the courtyard, and Silver took a seat next to Ash. The hushed whispers and quiet giggles came to an end as the steady click of high heels across the stone made everyone sit up a little straighter. A woman strode toward them, a line of guardians walking behind her. She was perfectly put together. Not a hair on her head out of place. Her 2 colors were so close, both different shades of red, that she could have passed for human, if not for her red eyes. But Silver knew who she was, the counselor in charge of the Stormstrift Guild. "Good morning," she said, her lips pulling up in a warm smile as she came to a stop in front of the 9 first-year trainees. She laced her fingers together in front of her black pencil skirt. "My name is Ursula Bergenfell. I am one of the counselors at this guild. You won't see much of me during your day-to-day training. The council is in charge of the overall running of this particular guild, but I wanted to extend a warm welcome to all of you anyway. You have chosen an honorable path, and while this guild may be one of the smallest, it is also the oldest, which means you have just become part of a great legacy." Silver's eyes scanned the guardians standing behind Counselor Bergenfell as she went on about great risk and enormous reward and huge responsibility. She explained the roles of seers, the fairies who were trained to see visions of magical attacks and crimes that hadn't yet come to pass. These were the visions that most guardian assignments were based on. Then she covered the type of training they would undergo during their 5 years as trainees, a mix of theory, physical training, and practical assignments out in the field. Those assignments would progress over the years, from group to paired to individual, with mentor supervision, until finally, they would be expected to handle assignments on their own. With 2 parents who worked at the guild, and having hung out with the older Blackburn boys since she was little, Silver already knew all of this. So she listened with only half her brain, while the other half performed cartwheels of glee. "I can't believe I'm really here," she kept thinking. "And now," Counselor Bergenfell said, grabbing Silver's full attention again, "it's time for you to meet your mentors." She looked over her right shoulder, and then her left, smiling at the guardians lined up behind her. "They will give you your pendants, which identify you as trainees of this guild. The pendants have numerous protective enchantments woven into them, and more importantly, they contain the magic that gives you access to your guardian weapons. This magic will be transferred to you when you first put the pendant on, and will remain functional unless the pendant is broken in some way. When you graduate one day, this magic will become part of the markings that are permanently etched onto your wrists." Silver's excitement level was so high at this point that she was ready to jump from her seat and pump her fists in the air. She settled for jiggling her left leg up and down in a movement she hoped was too small for anyone to notice. "But before that," Counselor Bergenfell paused, her lips stretched into another smile, "a demonstration from some of our older trainees." She swept her arm out wide as she and the other guardians behind her stood aside. "Enjoy." 6 trainees marched around the side of the fountain and formed a perfectly straight line. Ash's brother Connor was one of them, and Silver tried to catch his eye. But he stared determinedly above the heads of the new trainees, a superior tilt to his chin.
Then, with a single cry, the 6 trainees extended their right hands and each gripped a sword from the air. Silver clasped her hands tightly together as her breath caught and her lips pulled into an awestruck grin. The trainees stepped forward and swung their swords in perfect unison. The neat slice of blades through the air sent a thrill racing through Silver's body. Then the blades vanished, and in a single movement, each trainee held a bow pointed toward the sky, arrows already nocked. They released an arrow one after the other. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then swept their arms down, releasing the bows. And then there were throwing stars and curved blades, and tiny knives, and acrobatic leaps and flips across the courtyard, and it was all so dramatic and impressive that Silver barely spared a thought for where these thrown weapons were actually landing. Presumably, there were targets hidden among the flowers and statues, but she was too caught up in the performance to look for them. The demonstration ended with the 6 trainees doing backflips off the edge of the fountain, each landing in a perfect crouch. The courtyard erupted into applause from both the new trainees and the assembled guardians. Silver clapped as hard as anyone else. She was ready to leap from her seat and begin her own training that very second. Without a doubt, this was going to be the best 5 years of her life. Chapter 12. Now. I wake to the sound of scratching. It's insistent, this scrape, 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 that pulls me from my dreams. Insistently annoying, when all I want to do is burrow further into sleep. Scrape, scritch, scritch, scrape. I force my heavy eyelids open. And for one disorienting moment, I have absolutely no idea where I am. Then everything crashes into my brain at once. I sit up quickly, my hand reaching instinctively into the air, my fingers expecting to connect with something, before I remember a split second later that of course I have no magical weapons to reach for. Stupid dreams, confusing my brain, melding the past with the present. My thumb swipes an X across the moonstone on my wrist, and the crescent moon knife is in my grip within seconds. Scrape, scrape, scrape. A warm glow illuminates the room, and I twist around to see that Ash is sitting up with a guardian dagger in his hand. "What's that noise?" he whispers. "No idea. I just woke up." Scrape. Scrape. Within seconds, we're both on our feet. "Sounds like it's coming from the front door," Ash says. "You said we'd be safe in here." I hiss at him as I snatch my jacket up from the floor and pull it on. Sneakers next, then backpack, then the knife is in my hand again. It's probably nothing. Probably just some regular fae creature wandering around out there. Yeah, well, I'm not taking any chances. A quick glance at the numbers on my wall tells me it's an hour before sunrise. We were due to wake up soon anyway, may as well get the heck out of here now. Yeah, probably a good time to leave, Ash says, tugging his boots on. Scrape. The sound is like a sharp fingernail being dragged slowly along a wall. And then I hear it. A whisper. Isella. My mouth goes dry. A shiver creeps into my hair and sweat breaks out across my palms. What the hell? I whisper. I look over my shoulder at Ash. Is that what you heard in the crypt? From the other side of the fairy door? Ash's eyes are narrow as he stares at the door. Possibly. What the hell, Ash? What the actual freaking hell? His gaze slides to mine. How does it know you? How does it know you're here? You're asking me that?
I should be asking you. You're the one who heard my name being spoken from the other side of a magical door and then saw some creature climbing through it. I pin my eyes on the door again. It shouldn't be able to get inside. It can't even see the door from the outside. Correct. There's protection on this building. Not nearly as much as the guild itself, but at least there's a long black claw slides beneath the bottom edge of the door. My heart misses a beat. I clench my curved double blade tightly and resist the urge to scramble backward. That's not what I was trained to do. I was trained to face threats, not run from them. Well, I say, the shudder in my voice betraying my shock. It looks like this thing has magic that trumps whatever protection this place supposedly has. The claw disappears. I hear my shallow breath, my heart pounding, Ash inching closer. And then, a black mist-like heavy shadow begins seeping under the door. That's it, Ash says, suddenly at my side. Same as the thing I saw in the crypt. Go that way. He points to the left side of the door as he lunges right, but I'm already moving, remembering what he told me about Bergenfell and Poppywood. They stood on either side of the faerie door, ready to kill whatever had come through. The mist begins to take shape, rising rapidly from the floor, and I raise my crescent knife with both hands. A longer blade, like the sword in Ash's hands, would probably be better, but at least I know the curved edge is as deadly as... A sound like the sizzle crack of lightning splits the air. The reverberating boom of thunder rockets through my body. I'm flying clear across the room before I know it. Ash and I land in a heap on the couch he slept on, which skids across the floor and crashes against the wall. Within moments, we're back on our feet, weapons brandished. And there it stands, bare and leathery. A creature tall enough to brush the ceiling with its head. A head that seems a little bit wolf, a little bit dragon, but somehow neither. Bared teeth, a snout that sniffs at the air. Bright white sparks of magic jumping around its clawed fingers. No, not magic, I realize as I stare at those curved black claws. More like jagged little forks of lightning, snapping and crackling. Zella, it says in a low tone that sounds like the rustle of dry leaves across a forest floor. My skin prickles. Suddenly, it slashes at the air with both hands. I throw up a hasty shield of magic. We can take it down, I tell Ash. The creature drops to all fours and hunches over. It shudders, then becomes dark, heavy mist again, pooling just above the floor. It'll be easy. I'll hold the shield while you drop power, stunner magic, and when I drop the shield, the black mist passes right through my shield, leaving the rippling layer of magic intact. We both curse out loud at the same time. It can go through shields? I demand. Clearly, Ash snaps. Then, his hand is around my wrist. We need to run. I don't hesitate. If Asher Blackburn, who's never backed down from a challenge in his life, would rather run than fight this thing, that tells me all I need to know. I hurl myself around the side of the couch along with Ash. There's another way out, a door on the other side of the kitchen. Trainees don't use it, but mentors come and go. Something yanks me backward. I let out a yelp. Surprise and fear collide in a hot, dizzying haze. I see things in split-second blinks. Ash's eyes as his head snaps back around, his hand reaching for mine, talons slicing down my right arm. Then, a weight is suddenly gone from my back, and I'm falling against Ash as he drags me out of the creature's clutches and into the kitchen. A second later, two things happen. My brain registers the pain of the gouges running down my arm, and I realize why I suddenly feel lighter. My backpack is gone. The journal, I gasp, pulling Ash to a halt. Leave it. But how? It's not worth your life, he shouts as his magic hurls the table out of the way. He launches for the door on the other side of the room, almost yanking my arm from its socket. His hand is up, wrist pressed against the door. And then, the door is gone. We race into the pre-dawn darkness. Icy droplets slam into us immediately. Of course, because this is Stormsdrift, so why wouldn't it be raining? My magic reserves have been replenished after a good few hours of sleep, so it's easy to push at the air and raise a layer of magic around my head. I'm drenched already, so there's no use trying to prevent that, but I'd like to at least keep the rivulets of water out of my eyes so I can see properly. A glance over my shoulder reveals the creature leaping out of the changing house after us. Crap! I skid across the muddy ground as flashes of lightning illuminate our surroundings, and the balance beam that's suddenly right in front of us. We vault over it without slowing. And then there's the mud pit and the rows of wooden rings hanging above it, and another backward glance shows the creature right there, claws raking the air, teeth snapping. I launch forward and grab hold of one of the rings. Pain, pain, pain in my arm. My fingers slip on the wet surface of the ring, but I manage not to lose my grip. Momentum carries me far enough to reach out with one arm and grab another ring, while below me, a snarling screech suggests the creature has just landed in the mud pit. I swing from ring to ring, teeth gritted against the pain. Beside me, Ash is traversing the mud pit in the same way, beating me, darn it, because of course he's the very best at almost everything in the gauntlet. A bubble of hysterical laughter threatens to burst from me. Who would have guessed when I stepped into that fighting ring last night that in less than 24 hours, I'd be back in Stormsdrift, halfway across the gauntlet, trying to beat my ex-best friend while some creepy creature that knows my name chases after us. We land on solid ground on the other side, my feet hitting the earth moments after Ash's. We race forward. Check the paths! I shout to him, above the pattering rain and rumbling thunder. I'll hold that thing off. You can't. Just do it. My mind is already turning to the charms on my wrist, thinking of the one that could buy us an extra few moments. There. I point to the wall of wooden planks up ahead. Right on that. The words had barely left my tongue when an angry roar reaches my ears. Then, that same sizzle-crack sound, followed instantly by a bolt of lightning streaking past me and burning a hole right through the wooden wall. I gasp in fright, lurching sideways instinctively. Ahead of me, Ash veers sideways and brings himself to a sudden halt against the wall beside the smoldering hole. I don't stop yet. My fingers slide across the pearls. I find the correct stone. Twist, press. Then I spin around, drop down, and slam my palm against the ground. For a single moment, the world seems to move in slow motion. I see the creature soaring through the air toward me, rain dripping from bared canines, mud flying from its body. Then my magic bursts away from me, amplified at least a dozen times, and the shockwave hurls the monster back toward the pit. I suck in a gasp of breath. Then, something tightens around my arm, my left arm, no pain, and drags me backward. Paths are working. Ash's voice. Then, darkness envelops us. For a moment, I hear nothing but our labored breathing, and then we stagger out of the paths into a different part of the forest. The rain is little more than a drizzle here. Within moments, it stops completely. Cool mist swirls around us. Quiet forest sounds, the occasional chirp, and the drip-drip of raindrops from leaves soothe the pounding rush of my pulse. "What was that?" Ash asks, still breathing heavily. He shouldn't have been able to draw that much power so quickly. I lift my wrist. The pain in my upper arm seems, oddly enough, to have dulled a little, and point vaguely to the layered bracelet and its numerous pearls and stones. Amplifier spell. Hidden in a stone, never used it before. So I wasn't entirely sure how it would work, but it seems like it amplified my own magic as I'd hoped. He nods and takes another deep breath. Then, eyes trained on me, he moves closer. "Silver, why does a monstrous creature with magic that appears to be stronger than a guardian's shield know your name? Why does it appear to be hunting you?"
I lower my arm and give him an incredulous look. "I told you already. I don't know. Maybe... I trail off, still breathing heavily, as something occurs to me for the first time. Something that should have been obvious the moment Ash said he heard my name from the other side of the door. "Maybe they went through," I say quietly. "My parents? Maybe they went through to the other side of the door. Why would they do that if they were there to destroy it? I don't know. Maybe they weren't there to destroy it, or maybe they went through before that night. I don't know. Ash, they didn't tell me enough. But how else would some creature on the other side know my name?"
"I suppose that could be what happened," he says slowly. "Or perhaps it's some kind of tracking creature, and after it got through to this side, Bergenfell sent it after you."
"Maybe. Either way, I'd prefer it if you stopped demanding answers from me like I'm supposed to have them all." His gaze narrows.
"Don't pretend you're not keeping things from me."
"Of course I'm keeping things from you. We've already been over the part where I don't know if I can trust you." Suddenly, he's right in front of me. His hands are framing my face. And though I could pull free if I wanted to, I can barely breathe, let alone move, because he's so close, and I can't fight the part of me that's wanted him this near for so long.
"Tell me I've been lying to you,"
he says fiercely, eyes burning into mine.
"Look at me, Silver, and tell me you can't trust me."
I finally manage to gulp in a breath. I blink and shove him away. I know what my answer is, but I'm afraid that I'm wrong. I'm terrified that I have a blind spot where he's concerned, that my judgment is off, that I'm only seeing what my silly heart wants to see. I'm seeing my surroundings. My gaze slides past Ash. The mist around us has slowly cleared, and by the blue-green light of the Everstar leaves, I suddenly realize exactly where we are. The clearing in the forest. Golden pinpricks of light. Glowbugs. Appear as the mist recedes. The river is on my left, and right of it, through the trees, I can see the beach. The ocean. It's still dark out there. Not quite time for the sun to rise. But luminescence lights the waves and crashes onto the sand like 1,000 sapphires spilling from the water. I suck in a shuddering breath as pain hits me square in the chest. This place. This place. It symbolizes everything I lost the night my parents died, and I can't. I swallow, trying to pull my gaze away from the ocean, away from the beach, away from the memories bombarding me. But I can't.
"Silver?"
I hear Ash's voice, the concern in his tone, but still I can't look away. I miss this. Stormsdrift and my parents and the river and the beach and Ash and his family and my friends and the life I had here. So much that I can barely breathe. But I do. I force a breath in, breath out, and then I turn my back on the beach and finally manage to speak. I can't do this. I shake my head. This was a bad idea. The journal is gone, and it's not like we could read what's inside it anyway. And to be honest, Ash, I don't think it's possible to get rid of the fairy door. I fumble with the zip of my jacket. I'm sure I must have a spare stylus inside it somewhere. I always carry far too many of them around with me. If it was possible, someone else would have done it by now. This is up to you now. You need to go to another guild and ask them for help. That's what you should have done in the first place.
My fingers finally wrap around a stylus, and I move to the nearest tree. You shouldn't have come looking for— Stop. I'm not stopping, Ash. I need to get away from all of this. From you, and— Stop, he repeats, louder now, and it's the anger in his voice that makes my hand pause against the tree. You don't get to just walk away from all this like you're the only one who's suffered. I swivel slowly to face him, my face growing hot. I don't think I'm the only one who's suffered. But, oh, really? Because that's exactly how you're behaving. I'm not. Have you asked me what I've been through over the past 2 years? No. All you have to say about the time that's passed since we last saw each other is we're not doing this. He throws my own words back at me with such bitterness that all I can do is stare at him. I get that you were angry with me, that you thought I'd betrayed you or something, so concern for me was probably not the first thing on your mind when you saw me last night. But now you know that wasn't true. I know you know I never intentionally hurt you. But it still hasn't crossed your mind to ask how I'm doing. I give him a withering glare, my jaw tightening. Have you also spent the past 2 years terrified of your past catching up to you and killing you? Have you also lost the people you love more than anything in the world? I lost you. My next breath catches in my throat. I lost you. I lost you. I never really considered it from his perspective. I spent so much time agonizing over his betrayal that I never stopped to appreciate the fact that perhaps that awful night 2 years ago left him as heartbroken as it left me. To him, I died. I died. And not only that, he continues, looking away. But then, he hesitates, his chest heaving with heavy breaths. He presses his lips together as if he's trying to hold his next words back, but they tumble from his mouth anyway. Remy is dead. My stomach drops to my toes. What? I whisper. Like actually dead. Not let's lie to everyone and say he died in an enchanted fire dead. No. This was a sometimes assignments have tragic endings kind of dead. Yes, it sucks, but you should have expected this to happen to at least one of your friends kind of dead. I can't speak. I can't move. It was one of the first strange creatures to show up after the mist started hanging around. Ash continues, still not looking at me. Remy got the assignment. He shrugs. Could have been any of us, but it was him. And he died. He shakes his head. We were all just starting to figure out how to live without you, and then he was gone too. Such damn freaking waste. My hand reaches for the tree beside me. I use it to prop myself up, to keep myself from sinking to the ground. Ash, and then we had to get through the rest of our training like we didn't have this shadow hanging over us. We all had to pretend like graduation was a celebration, as if it was just fine that you and Remy weren't with us anymore. He shakes his head. I couldn't wait to get out of here. So that's what I did. I left. And after years alone, I finally return here, ready to face this place again and try to move on. And it turns out things are even worse. Years? Years alone? I croak. I clear my throat and swallow. What are you talking about? You just graduated a few months ago. And then I discover you're still alive. Ash continues, amber eyes on me again. And it's like something in this messed up world might actually be right. But then it turns out I'm the last person you want to see. You can't wait to get away from me. You can barely stand to look at me. And then you want to walk away from all of this because it's too much for you? No, that's not the way this works. You don't get to leave without, I'm sorry, Ash, I'm sorry. About Remy, about everything. I can't even imagine, after everything else, but I can't stay here, and don't keep telling me you're sorry when it's clear that all you want to do is get the hell out of here as fast as possible. Do you even care? Of course I care. I'm just trying to survive, okay? You don't know what I've... I press the heels of my hands against my eyes. I'm straying too close to the things I can't tell him. The things he'll never understand. The things he'll never forgive. No, I don't know exactly what you've been through, he says, his voice a little quieter now. Because you won't talk to me. But I know how much you loved your parents. And I know what it felt like to lose a friend. To lose 2 friends. So I can imagine how hard it was for you. How it might still feel like all you're doing is surviving. I'm shaking my head before I can stop myself. It's not that. It's not... What? I bite the inside of my cheek. Don't say anything, I silently scream at myself. Ash is the last person who will ever understand. Silver. I squeeze my eyes shut. Red images flashing across my closed eyeballs, my heart pounding, my hands sweating. My breathing is elevated, shallow, but I can't seem to slow it down. And she's there, in the shadows, stalking toward me on glossy high heels, almost close enough now to Silver. Ash's hand on my shoulder is gentle, but I can't help flinching away. My eyelids snap open in time to see the hurt in his gaze. We used to talk about everything, he says after a moment. I can't believe Remy is gone, I say, turning away from Ash, pressing my fingers to my temples, changing the subject from one kind of pain to another. How can he be gone? The idea that there's now a Remy-shaped hole in the world stabs me in the chest and sucks my breath away. I embrace the pain, allowing tears to burn in my eyes. I know, Ash says quietly. Is Odette okay? I pace away from Ash as my body starts to overheat. All this emotion is doing weird things to me. I'm sweaty, sticky, uncomfortable. Yeah. Silver, and your brothers, what are they doing? A jittery feeling has begun to steal through my limbs. I can't keep still. I'm dizzy and breathless, and my arm won't stop throbbing. Are they well? I know I said we wouldn't be doing this, catching up on each other's lives, but the world is starting to spin, and maybe I'm not even awake. I think I'm dreaming this. The pain in my arm, and the pain in my heart, so much pain. I blink, and suddenly I'm horizontal? I feel the ground beneath me. Ash is standing over me, and then his face is right in front of mine. Cool hands on my cheeks, his beautiful eyes searching my face, and crap! Where did those other 2 people come from? I blink a little more forcefully, trying to clear the haze from my head. It helps a tiny bit, and the words Asher Blackburn and under arrest manage to reach my brain. Oh, I see. Guardians. Wonderful. It seems Ash feels the same way I do, because I'm pretty sure I hear him curse loudly and then yell, "Are you freaking kidding me?" I want to laugh. In fact, I think I am laughing. But then, I'm also falling. And then, I'm nothing. Chapter 13. Then. The smell of burned sugar filled Silver's nose as she hurried out of the fairy paths and into the clearing. On the far side, near the path that led to the beach, Ash, Remy, and Odette were gathered around a fire. "How do you burn them every time?" Odette was asking as she laughed. "How do you not burn them?" Remy countered. "You're not supposed to hold them in a flame. You're supposed to hold them near the hot coals, and that way they toast slowly. Otherwise, you're just burning the outside." Remy tossed his stick into the fire and sat back with a defeated sigh. "There should be a spell for this. The perfectly toasted marshmallow." "There is," Ash said. "But it never tastes as good as one that's toasted for real." "I'll bet it tastes better than a burned one." "Hey, you guys are here already," Silver said as she bounded over. The contents of the bowl in her arms sloshed around, and she slowed down, relieved she'd decided to put a lid on top of the bowl before leaving her kitchen. "Yeah, because we said we'd meet here like an hour ago," Ash said. "I was finishing the waffle batter," Silver exclaimed in defense. "Oh my gosh, you were serious about that?" Odette said, laughing again. "Of course. Why would I joke about waffles?" Because all we have out here is a simple fire?" "Odette." Silver sat on the ground between Ash and Remy. "This is Iris's no-fail waffle enchantment. That means it doesn't fail. Ever." "Okay, then." Odette removed her perfectly toasted marshmallow from the end of a stick and added, "I'm watching." Silver glanced at Ash, a knowing smile on her lips. His expression mirrored hers. He knew as well as she did that this recipe enchantment never failed. It was his mom's, after all. He'd witnessed it many times. Silver removed the lid from the bowl, then began muttering the words Iris had taught her months ago, while coaxing magic from her core. It seeped from her palms in wisps and sparkles, and she wove it together with neat flicks of her fingers, exactly the way Iris did it. Then she stood and carefully moved the magic so that it swirled near the edge of the fire. "Thanks," she said to Ash as he handed her the bowl. She held it over her magic and tipped some of the batter into the midst of the bright, sizzling sparks. Instead of falling into the fire, the batter spread out and began to take shape immediately, quickly forming something roughly square with perfect little square-shaped indentations. Silver watched with a growing smile. The waffle was golden brown in under a minute. "Oh yeah," she crowed, raising her hand in Ash's direction. He slapped his palm against hers in a high five. "Perfection," he said. "Okay, fine," Odette said from the other side of the fire. "I'm suitably impressed." "In that case," Silver said, "you can have the first one." "Ooh, yes, please. Did you bring plates?" "Oh," Silver laughed. "Oops. No, sorry. Here, use the lid of the bowl." She dropped the waffle onto the lid and passed it to Odette. Then she got to work making more, while Ash toasted marshmallows for toppings, and Remy collected a few oversized leaves to use as plates before stealing the last piece of Odette's waffle when she wasn't looking. "Aren't they the most beautiful things ever?" she was saying, her eyes fixed on the cloud of pink butterflies currently flitting across the clearing, glowing with their own enchanted light. "I love them." "They're just butterflies," Remy mumbled around the piece of waffle in his mouth. "They're stunning. Every time I see them, I decide they're my favorite creature." "You are so weird." When they were finally all sitting with their waffle desserts, Silver looked at Remy and said, "So, have you spoken about it yet?" Remy avoided her gaze, frowning as he feigned confusion. "Spoken about what?" "Come on." Silver squished her toasted marshmallow with her finger so that the crisp outer layer cracked and the melted sugary goodness oozed out the sides onto the waffle. "Your assessment this afternoon?" "He hasn't said a word," Odette supplied. "Kept saying he was waiting for you to get here." "Hey, didn't we say we were coming out here to play Truth or Dare tonight?" Remy asked. Silver looked a little more closely at him. "Was it bad?" she asked. "Is that why you don't want to talk about it?" "No," Remy shrugged, then sighed. "It was..." He looked up with a grin. "It was brilliant. I aced it." Odette threw a piece of waffle at him. "You idiot! Why didn't you just say that? You had me worried." "Just drawing out the suspense. Hey!" he protested loudly when Ash leaned past Silver and threw a shoe at him. Remy tossed the shoe up in the air, spun it with magic, then pulled a glittering bow from the air and shot an arrow straight through the shoe. "See? It's pretty much automatic now. No more weapon retrieval problem." Unlike the rest of them, Remy had found it surprisingly difficult to pull his guardian weapons from the air. Most trainees, apparently, learned how to do it within a week or two, if they practiced every day. Silver had struggled the first few days, but once her fingers had learned the feel of the weapons, the warm, almost comforting prickle, her mind had settled into that instinctive place where she could reach for something without really thinking about it. There would be that rush of heat and light and sparkles, and suddenly she was holding a guardian weapon, glittering like 1,000 golden stars welded together. Ash, of course, had been able to do it pretty much instantly. That was the Blackburn legacy right there. The knowledge of how to be a guardian was basically burned into his blood. When Remy had continued to struggle well into his 3rd month of training, and the extra hours he was putting in with some of the mentors made no difference, Ash had quietly offered to help. Now, 4 months after the start of their training, one of the counselors wanted to know what was going on with Remy and had scheduled an assessment. Silver had been worrying about it the entire time she was making the waffle mixture, afraid that one of her friends was about to be kicked out of the guild. But apparently, there had been no need for concern. "Dude," Ash said, "you just shot an arrow through your own shoe." Silver smacked a hand over her mouth, a snort escaping as she started laughing. What?" Remy stood and peered past Odette to where the shoe had landed on the ground, arrows still protruding from it. "Ah, man! Why'd you make me do that?" "I didn't make you do anything," Ash said through his laughter. Silver wrapped an arm around her middle and tried to draw a breath, but it was pretty much impossible to do anything aside from shudder with uncontrollable laughter. Odette leaned back on one hand and tugged the arrow free with the other. It vanished when she let go of it. "Here you go, moron." She tossed the shoe back to Remy. "Oh, hey, Silver," she added. "Did your parents catch that assassin guy last night? I forgot to ask you at breakfast this morning. Weren't you saying yesterday that they got some anonymous tip about him or something?" "He got away again," Silver said, wiping tears from the corners of her eyes, now that she'd recovered from her laughter. "My parents are super annoyed. They couldn't get close enough, and I heard them saying something about how it seemed almost like he was toying with them, like maybe he was the one who'd sent in the tip just so he could mess with them." What is wrong with people?" Odette grumbled. "I know," Silver said. The case that Zilph's brother had been arrested in connection with had grown over the past several months. Another counselor had been killed, this time from the Stormsdrift Guild, as well as someone high up in the Sealy court. Silver wasn't supposed to know any of the details, but she overheard things at home when her parents thought she was asleep or in another room. "My parents were talking about him this morning, too," Ash said. Sounds like the guild named him the Scarlet Arrow. Seriously? Remy said. That's gotta be the dumbest name I've ever heard. Yeah, well, the name might be dumb, but the details. Silver grimaced. The details are decidedly not dumb. I overheard my parents talking about the victims. They were all found with an arrow through the heart and, their heads cut off. So, lots of blood. Hence, Scarlet and Arrow. Odette's mouth fell open. Seriously? I guess that makes sense if your target's a faerie, Remy said. I mean, we're difficult to kill, so you'd have to cut the person's head off to ensure death. Okay, can we change the subject? Odette said. We deal with enough gruesome stuff during training. I'd rather not bring it up while we're eating. Yes, let's change the subject. Remy turned to her. Odette, truth or dare? Oh, come on. I didn't mean that you should start with me. Truth or dare? Remy repeated with a grin. She sighed. Truth. Did you kiss Jaren behind the potion manual shelf in the library? Ew, no! You can't lie, remember? I'm not lying. And since when is Jaren ew? Remy added. I thought we said he was hot. You and Silver said he was hot. I just nodded. Pretty sure I also just nodded, Silver said, licking melted marshmallow off her thumb. Where was I during this Jaren is hot discussion? Ash asked. It definitely wasn't a discussion, Silver said. I think you had an extra session with one of the mentors, Odette said to Ash. Okay, but I heard a rumor, Remy continued, speaking to Odette again. So you must have kissed someone in the library. Odette stared firmly into the fire. I believe my turn is over now. Oh, so you did kiss someone, Remy exclaimed. Silver's grin stretched wider. Ooh, do tell. Who was it? Odette cleared her throat and looked up. Silver. Truth or dare? Silver laughed. Fine. You can tell me later. A small smile made its way onto Odette's lips. Maybe, she muttered. Anyway, what will it be? Truth or dare? Finished with her waffle now, Silver drew her knees up and pulled the sleeves of her stripy sweater over her hands. Well, technically, it was Ash's sweater. Silver had dug it out from among the dozens of other articles of clothing littering her bedroom floor, intending to return it to him this evening. But after taking so long with the waffle mixture, it had seemed easier just to quickly pull Ash's sweater on and hurry through the paths, instead of going back upstairs to hunt through her clothes again for something of her own. Dare, she said. Surprise, surprise, Ash said. At the same moment, Remy said, obviously. Yes, obviously, Silver said with a shrug. Dare is way more fun than truth. Okay. Odette tapped her chin and pursed her lips. I dare you to send an anonymous message to that guy in 4th year telling him you like him. What guy? Ash asked. Odie, that is so boring, Remy complained. Odette glared at him. Call me that again, and I'll stab you with this marshmallow stick. You know Silver's up for anything, Ash said, leaning forward to wrap his arms around his knees. You have to dare her to do more than just a boring anonymous message. Like, he looked at Silver. I dare you to sneak into Counselor Erin's office and steal that little unicorn figurine she likes to talk to when she thinks no one's watching. Ash! Odette scolded. You can't dare her to do that. She'll get into serious— Done, Silver said, already rising to her feet. No, wait, Silver. Odette sounded genuinely concerned. You don't have to— But Odette's words were cut off as Silver marched into the fairy paths. She walked out near the guild's main entrance, skipped up the stairs, flashed her trainee pendant at the night guard, and was inside mere moments after leaving the clearing. She appreciated Odette's concern, but she wasn't about to back down from a dare, especially one issued to her by Ash. She would at least try to get that unicorn. She climbed the massive staircase all the way up to the counselor's level, giving the two mentors she passed on the way up a friendly and hopefully innocent smile. Outside the second-to-last office, along the corridor on one side of the counselor's level, she hesitated. This would be simple, she decided. If Counselor Aaron was here, then Silver would have to admit defeat and return without the unicorn. But if she wasn't, Silver would simply swipe it off the counselor's desk and hurry back to the clearing. She cleared her throat and knocked on the door. Her heart leaped then, her brain suddenly floundering to come up with a believable story for why she would need to see a counselor in the middle of the night. She should have thought of that before she knocked on the door. But there was no response. She knocked again. Still nothing. Her heart rate slowed, and she allowed herself to smile. With barely a glance over her shoulder, she twisted the handle and stepped inside. It was easy. The polished hot pink unicorn was right there on the corner of the desk. Silver grabbed it, slipped it inside the loose sleeve of Ash's sweater, and held it hidden against her palm. Then she stepped silently back into the corridor and pulled the door shut. And that was when she heard her mother's voice. Her head whipped around. Mom hadn't reached this corridor yet, but she was somewhere close by. Silver's eyes landed on the two armchairs and the oversized potted plant at the end of the corridor. She darted toward it and slipped behind one of the armchairs. It struck her suddenly that she knew very little about the guild's security aside from the guards who stood at the main door and the enchantments that swirled above the main entrance hall. She'd heard that most areas within the guild were monitored, but what did that mean exactly? Was there some sort of observation device or spell currently watching her and relaying her activities to someone in a security room? Was a guard about to come running down the corridor looking for her? Well, if that was the case, she'd find out soon enough. "Doing up here?" That was Iris's voice. "Just waiting to see Ursula," Mom said. She and Iris sounded even closer than before. "I need to talk to her about that key." "Key?" Iris asked. "You know, the one she reminds us about every few months." "Oh, that! Yes. Wait, did you discover something? Did you find it?" "No, nothing like that. I saw an old painting in that cave Rowan and I were in last night, and it looked like the description Ursula gave us. Don't know if that's useful to her, but she told us to report anything that might be related to the key." The sound of footsteps came to a halt. Silver leaned lower and peeked beneath the bottom of the armchair. Iris and Mom were standing outside the last office, the one closest to the chairs. "Have you ever come close to finding it?" Mom asked. "Nope." "To be honest," Iris said, lowering her voice a little, "I haven't exactly gone out of my way to look for it. We have lives to save, criminals to apprehend, deadly creatures to stop, and illicit magic to hunt down, but we're supposed to find extra time in the day to look out for some old key that's apparently been missing for decades? A key that could be anywhere in the world? If I happened to see it, or a picture of it, I'd recognize it, but I haven't been actively looking. The council will have to— Oh, hang on." A cheerful jingle filled the air, and Silver recognized it as the tune Iris's little round pocket mirror played when she received a call. "It's Lennox," Iris said. "I'll see you downstairs when you're done?" "Yes, I shouldn't be long," Mom said. Iris strode away, and Silver's heart lurched as Mom approached the chair she was hiding behind. Mom shouldn't be able to see her. But what if she could somehow feel that Silver was hiding right there? Mom's feet turned. The chair moved slightly. That was probably Mom reaching for the armrests to lower herself to the seat. And then the nearest office door opened. Nell? A pair of glossy, high-heeled shoes appeared just outside the open door. I got your message. You wanted to chat about something? Yes, thanks, Ursula. Mom walked away from the chair toward Counselor Bergenfell. Just a quick thing. Sure, not a problem. Counselor Bergenfell's shoes disappeared back into her office. Click, click, click. And Mom followed. The door shut, cutting off their conversation. Silver didn't pause a moment longer. She crept out from behind the chair, rose silently, and walked as quickly as possible back to the main staircase. She barely allowed herself to breathe until she was back outside, walking away from the guild's entrance. Even then, she managed to keep her jubilant smile to herself until she was back inside the fairy paths. There you are! Odette exclaimed when Silver stepped back into the clearing. What took you so long? We were just wondering how long we should wait before trying to find out if you got caught. Silver pulled her sleeve back and displayed the pink unicorn on her palm. Got it. Oh my gosh! Odette covered her mouth as she laughed. I can't believe you actually did that! Silver considered how close she'd come to being discovered, not only by her mother and Iris, but by Counselor Bergenfell. Not that Counselor Bergenfell was particularly scary. Silver thought she seemed friendly enough on the 2 or 3 occasions they'd been in the same room, but she was in charge of the entire Stormsdrift Guild, so that made her a little intimidating by default. Silver bit her lip and bounded back toward the fire, barely containing a squeal. I can't believe I did that either! And I almost got caught. What? Odette squeaked. Holy face, Silver! You could have got detention! You could have been suspended! Or worse! I guess. A whisper of fear crept in at the corners of her mind. But she hadn't been caught. So what was there to worry about? She laughed as she dropped to the ground between Ash and Remy, the tiny hint of fear quickly smothered by the exhilaration of getting away with the dare. She pulled her knees up to her chest again and placed the unicorn on the ground at her feet. Okay, your turn, she said to Ash. How am I supposed to follow that? He asked with a laugh. Silver shrugged. You choose dare, I guess. Fine. Dare. Silver pulled her sleeves down over her hands again before tucking her fists beneath her chin, pretending to be deep in thought. Okay, I've got it. I dare you to go down into the shadow crypt. Ash paused. Silver raised a brow. Scared? Firelight danced across his face. His lips curved into a smile. Never. It's just that it's locked, isn't it? And it's against the rules, Odette added. The counselor's magic can open it, right? Silver said, ignoring Odette. And this? She picked up the pink unicorn with a smug expression. Must be covered in Counselor Erin's magic. She touches this thing all the time. Don't know if it works that way, Ash said with a frown. So you are too scared to go down there. He folded his arms. You know I'm not scared of anything. So let's try it then. There's got to be some magic on this thing, even if it's just a trace. Okay. Ash stood and nodded to the unicorn. Hand it over. Excellent. Silver passed him the unicorn before jumping to her feet. Can I come too? Ash laughed again. Whose dare is this exactly? Look, we have to at least go with you to the entrance of the crypt. She looked around at Remy and Odette. Right? Otherwise, how will we know if you actually go inside? Odette shook her head. If you guys want to dare each other to break the rules, that's your business. I don't want to be hanging around waiting to get in trouble along with you. We're not going to get in trouble, Ash told her. It's not like anyone monitors what's happening at the crypt. The only reason it's locked is because they don't want kids going down there and vandalizing it and being disrespectful or whatever. I'm just going to walk inside and walk out again. Well, someone has to stay here to keep the fire alive, Remy pointed out. So I guess you can do that, Odette? What? I'm not staying here alone. Why not? Remy asked. Isn't Stormsdrift supposed to be one of the safest places in the world? No. Where'd you hear that? I think you mean one of the safest places that has a guild, Ash corrected. Since most guilds were built in dangerous parts of the world, there are plenty of places that are safer than this. Okay, fine, I'll stay here with Odette, Remy said. Cool. Silver grabbed Ash's hand. We'll be right back. Then she opened up a doorway to the paths and pulled him in after her. The Shadow Crypt was a short distance away from the guild and wasn't related to it in any way. It wasn't common for guardians, or any fairies, to bury or inter their dead. The deceased were generally placed in flower-laden canoes on the never-ending river and sent upstream to disappear beneath the Infinity Falls. This crypt housed elven bodies, and it had been here since before the Stormsdrift Guild was even built. Whatever building had once existed above it was long since gone. All that remained now was an overgrown opening in the ground that revealed a crumbling stone staircase leading down into the earth. Okay, Ash said, as he and Silver stood at the top of the steps and looked down. It had begun raining just as they'd arrived, a gentle patter of fine droplets. I guess we just walk down there, and there'll be a door or a gate or something at the bottom. Yes. Silver looked at him. Do you want me to go first? She'd always been curious about this place, and her curiosity had only grown when she'd asked Dad about it one day before joining the guild and learned that no one was supposed to go down there. Ash met her gaze and arched a brow. No way. You do not get to go down there first, so you could tell Remy and Odette that you're braver than me. Silver shrugged and gave him a wicked smile. I mean, we all know it's the truth. You wish. Then he placed one foot on the first cracked step and began his descent. Silver watched him, contemplating whether she should sneak silently behind him and jump on him at the bottom. Whatever you're thinking of doing, Ash said without looking back over his shoulder at her. Don't. Silver rolled her eyes. He knew her too well. Fine. I'm not going to do anything. I'm just walking down behind you so I can also see inside. She wiped the rain from her face, then followed him down the ancient staircase, treading carefully in case the crumbling stones suddenly gave way. It's dry, she said. I mean, the steps aren't wet. The rain can't get down here. Ash looked back up at her from the bottom of the stairs. Must be some kind of protection from the elements. Makes sense since there's a gate here, not a solid door. This place would be flooded all the time if there was nothing to stop the rain getting down here. Silver reached the bottom and took in the tiny space in front of a simple metal gate. It looked old enough to fall off its hinges with little more than a gentle pulse of magic. She was half afraid to even sneeze in case the gate crumbled beneath the force of the air moving against it. But she knew this wasn't really the case. She remembered being told at the beginning of her training, during the tour of the guild and its grounds, that the Shadow Crypt was locked with magic and no one was allowed down there. Peering through the bars, she said, I can't see a thing. Well, of course not, Ash said. There's no light in there. It's the Shadow Crypt. You need light for there to be shadows, smartass, Silver said. This is just darkness. Who's the real smartass, then? Instead of answering, Silver looked pointedly at the unicorn in Ash's hand. He moved it closer to the lock on the gate. Nothing happened. He touched the gate with it. Still, nothing. He tried moving it in slow circles against the lock. You know you have to actually try and open the gate to know if it's worked, Silver said. She pushed the gate, and it swung forward. Oh. Ash stood there, with his hand raised, unicorn still in his grip. Sorry, I was waiting for a click or something. He lowered his arm. Silver lifted hers and conjured a globe of light over her palm. The light flickered a little. She had only used the spell a few times before, but didn't go out. She let Ash take a step ahead of her, then entered behind him. The inside of the crypt was smaller than she'd always imagined. It was a single room, with 2 stone caskets on the left and another 2 on the right. Symbols she didn't recognize were carved on top of each one. The walls were bare, except for an arched pattern of stones set into the wall on the opposite side of the room. There were no other decorative elements. Well, she said to Ash, I'll admit this is a little disappointing. Yeah, I don't know exactly what I expected, but maybe more, Silver suggested. Perhaps. It's still creepy, though. What if little creatures crawl in between the bars of the gate and start building their homes in here? Maybe the magic on the gate keeps them out. I'd be more worried about the people who might be able to get past the magic, like we did, and hide in the shadows behind the caskets. She took a step past Ash, her eyes still on the archway pattern on the far wall. She couldn't say what exactly, but there was something there that kept snagging her attention, something that seemed to almost tug at her, as if a string were attached to her chest. What are you doing? Ash asked. We should go now. Just looking. Do you think there's something weird about that wall? Weird in what way? I don't know. I just can't stop looking at it. Well, that's weird. Silver felt his hand around her upper arm, warm and firm. We should definitely go now. Yeah, okay. She let him pull her back to the door. They crossed the threshold, and Ash pulled the gate closed. He waved the unicorn near the lock in a random fashion, then tested the gate with 1 or 2 firm shakes to make sure it was locked again. Come on. He started up the stairs, and Silver cast a final glance over her shoulder. By the light of the orb that still floated above her palm, the wall on the far side of the crypt seemed to almost flicker. For an instant, it seemed that the arched pattern was a real archway, leading to another room. But Silver blinked, and the other room was gone. There was only a wall. Are you coming? Ash asked. Silver paused for one more moment, waiting for the strange phenomenon to occur again. But it didn't. Yeah, I'm coming. She extinguished her light and followed Ash up the stairs. Chapter 14. Now. I wake with a sharp inhale, a nightmare still vivid in my mind. The last moments before my parents died. Our last moments together, shielding ourselves near the crypt. The pain is so real, I can almost feel it. Radiating through my chest, pressing, aching, burning. Dad shouting, magic flashing, Mom whispering fiercely to me, "Don't ever come back here." And then Bergenfell, looming over us, crimson eyes, sleek red hair sliding over her shoulder, a glittering sword, raised and swiping through the air. I push myself up with another quick breath, realizing suddenly that I'm lying on a bed I don't recognize. A four-poster with a gauzy white canopy above and intricate designs carved into each wooden post. My gaze darts across the room, my heart thundering as movement catches my attention. But it's only Ash, rising hastily from a chair in the corner.
Hey, you're fine. Everything's fine.
We're at Austin's. I blink. How did we... I pause. What are you wearing? Ash looks down at his loose stripy pants and plain orange t-shirt. The pants come to an end just above his ankles, and the orange of the t-shirt is brighter than anything I've ever seen him wear.
Oh, I borrowed some clothes from Austin to sleep in. He's, well, a bit shorter than I am.
Yeah, that's an understatement. And yet, Ash somehow still manages to look smolderingly hot in this ridiculous outfit. It isn't fair. Huh. I rub my eyes, my brain going back to my original question. How did we get here?
You told me where he lives, remember? Fire Cove, on that volcano island, Draken. It was easy to get here, and Fire Cove isn't a big town. The homes are out in the open, like in Stormstrift. However, I knocked on the door of the first home I found and asked if the guy knew Austin Fairwind.
And he just told you?
He seemed suspicious, especially when he noticed the unconscious girl in my arms. But I showed him my guardian markings, and I guess people around here know Austin used to be a guardian.
Oh, okay. Ash moves toward the foot of the bed and sits on the edge.
I'm sorry. I know you weren't sure about coming here, about letting him know you're still alive, but you were in a bad way, and I couldn't take you to a healing institute or a guild. I figured if your parents trusted him, then we can trust him too.
A bad way? I try to picture those last moments before I blacked out. It all seems horribly fuzzy. What happened? He gestures at me, and I look down to find a bandage wrapped around the upper part of my right arm.
That creature that found us inside the gauntlet changing house? It cut your arm when it almost caught you. Its talons must have been poisoned or something. You started getting a little bit delirious. Then you passed out. I was trying to figure out what had happened to you after I got away from those guardians, and that's when I discovered the wounds. They were not looking good.
I let out a grim sigh and run a hand through my hair. Wonderful. So that creature has magic that can get past a shield, and it has poison that can incapacitate a faerie. That's fun.
And rare, Ash adds. Anyway, Austin seemed to know what to do. He tried a variety of antidote spells until something started working.
I look down at my arm again, noting with some discomfort that my jacket is gone. Obviously, Austin would have had to remove it to deal with the wound. Still, its absence leaves me feeling oddly exposed, despite the fact that I'm decent enough in a tank top and pants. My brain rewinds to something else Ash said. After I got us away from those guardians. I raise my eyes and tilt my head to the side as I frown at him, hazy memories swimming in my mind. Did you almost get arrested? He lets out a quiet groan.
Highlight of my career so far.
I shake my head and manage what feels like an actual smile. Asher Blackburn, a guild fugitive. Who would have thought? I raise a brow and add, bet that's something your brothers never managed to do. Ash's expression shifts to something else. What? I ask.
Nothing.
He looks away.
Anyway, there were two of them, and I fought them both off before grabbing you and getting away through the paths. I'll bet the guild's about to hammer down my parents' door to find out whether we're hiding there, if they haven't done so already. That's the main reason I didn't take you to them. My mom did some extra courses in healing magic back in the day, so I figured she might be able to help, but yeah, not safe. Guardians must be crawling all over Stormsdrift now. That's the only way they could have found us at the clearing, by chance.
I nod. I know. About the extra healing courses.
Right. Yes.
I run my hands along my legs. Is Austin around? I should talk to him.
Oh yeah, but he's sleeping. It's the middle of the night here.
Of course, time zone differences.
Yep.
Ash rubs the back of his neck.
Sorry if it's weird that I was in here, but I couldn't sleep, and I thought you might freak out if you woke up and found yourself in an unfamiliar place with no one around to explain what happened.
I nod. Thanks.
Was I asleep for a while? About a day and a half?
Oh, wow, that's a long time.
Yeah, Austin said the cuts seemed to be taking longer to heal than regular wounds.
He gestures to my arm again.
But they should be fine by now. You could probably take the bandage off.
I loosen the bandage and let it unravel. My arm is almost perfectly healed. Only 3 pink lines mark my skin.
That's pretty, Ash says.
And I'm completely confused until he adds,
the tattoo.
I stiffen, realizing his eyes are on my left collarbone. I pull my hair over my shoulder before he can look too closely, then climb out of the bed and move toward the open window. The room spins and my head feels strange, but I manage to catch myself against the window frame without stumbling or falling. I shut my eyes as my body adjusts to the upright position.
Does it mean something?
Ash asks quietly. I press my lips together, thinking of the tattoo with its narrow stem, tiny blossoms, and little leaves, and wondering what to tell Ash. Preferably nothing, but apparently my body language isn't enough to convey that I'd rather not talk about this. When I don't immediately answer, he says,
"It looks a bit like those little white flowers your mom used to put in her hair."
I inhale sharply, steeling myself against the ache that always comes with picturing my mom and her beautiful smile and her windswept hair with tiny white blossoms caught in the tangles. She kept it braided when she was working. "I can't see past this wild bird's nest," she would complain. But otherwise, when she wasn't on duty, she left it down. "Gypsophila," I say quietly. "Baby's breath. We had it growing in our garden."
I remember.
We're quiet for several moments as I open my eyes and stare out of the window. The house is on a hill, and by the light of a full moon, I can see over the treetops and roof peaks to a beach and the sea beyond. I know this island is small, and that the majority of it is taken up by a dormant volcano. So does that mean this house is perched on the side of that volcano? Flecks of snow drift past the open window, and though I can feel the air moving against my bare skin, I can't feel the icy bite. Austin must have placed a spell on his home that allows fresh air in while leaving the cold outside.
"I assume you had it done somewhere here?"
Ash asks, presumably still talking about the tattoo.
"In the Fae realm?"
"No, human realm, actually. Though not by a human tattoo artist, which I'm guessing is what you mean. It would have disappeared otherwise."
"Right. Fairies require enchanted ink for a tattoo to be permanent."
Another moment passes, and then he asks,
"Do you have any others?"
"No," I answer, a little too quickly. And then I close my eyes and shake my head, because this is all just so stupid. Why are we talking about tattoos when we should be talking about the fairy door or the insanely dangerous monsters wandering around Stormsdrift or all the things Ash shouted at me before? And that's when I suddenly remember.
The thing that punched the air from my chest. The thing that added another hole to my heart. The thing that seemed so utterly wrong. "Remy," I whisper, turning back to face Ash. "Did I dream that part?" Ash looks down. "No, you didn't." My next breath is a shudder. Tears well in my eyes. I return to the bed and sit on the edge, lowering my face to my hands. I can't believe he's gone. I know. I mean, we all grew up knowing that it was a very real possibility. We didn't exactly choose a safe career path. But still, I don't think you can ever really prepare yourself for something like that. No, I mumble, shaking my head. We obviously all had counseling. Ash continues quietly. The guild is good about that, since they know this kind of thing might happen. So, we all kind of dealt with it, in our own way. Eventually. But obviously it still sucks, I supply. Because I'm super eloquent that way? Yeah. I'm silent for a long time, and I can't help thinking of Ash shouting, "I lost you." I almost ask him if he made peace with my death, too. But I can't bring myself to say the words. My stomach gurgles loudly then, which is more than a little embarrassing, but at least it breaks the silence. I straighten and push both hands through my hair. Is there, maybe, some food? If I've been out of it for so long, I should probably— Right. Yes, sorry. He stands quickly. You must be hungry. He moves toward the door, and I follow him, running my hands up and down my arms. I'll need to make a plan to get hold of some new clothes, seeing as all my belongings are now gone. I picture the journal, and my heart squeezes painfully. But even as I'm trying to push the hurt aside, my eyes land on a dark object sitting on the floor beside the chair Ash was in when I woke up. My backpack, I say in surprise. I meet Ash's gaze as he pauses in the doorway and looks over his shoulder at me. You went back for it? Well, the journal's in it, and we were still hoping to possibly get some answers from it. And also, well, I figured that if you weren't planning to go back to that apartment you were living in, then everything that's important to you is probably in there. So, yeah, I went back for it after Austin treated your arm and confirmed you'd be okay. And that creature? Gone. Grabbed the backpack and slipped out just before a group of third years arrived. The place was a bit of a mess. Furniture knocked over and some claw marks running down one of the walls. But I didn't have time to fix anything. Well, thank you. Ash leaves the room. But I take a moment to reach for my jacket, which is draped over the top of the backpack. The top of one sleeve has a few rips in it, which I'll have to figure out how to fix at some point. But for now, this is fine. I pull the jacket on and zip it up as I walk down the passageway, feeling more comfortable now that my tattoo is concealed. Vague memories nudge the back of my mind as I move through Austin's home. I'm pretty sure I've been here before, though it must have been many years ago. I walk into the kitchen to find Ash on the other side of the table, looking inside one of the cupboards. What do you want? He asks. Whatever's easiest. But I can help myself. You don't have to do it. He looks over his shoulder at me. Waffles? He suggests. It takes me a moment to realize he's being serious. No, don't be silly. It's the middle of the night. We don't want to wake Austin while we're hunting for bowls and mixing up. They're already made. We had them earlier for breakfast. Well, it was my breakfast, Austin's afternoon tea. Oh, well, in that case. I sit on one of the kitchen chairs, trying not to feel supremely awkward, as Ash snaps his fingers to produce a flame for the stove, tosses a few waffles into a pan to heat up, and somehow produces all my favorite toppings: golden syrup,
chopped nuts, and a jar of Mama Pixie's marshmallow creme. 1,000 memories of the two of us in a kitchen together flit through my mind. Breakfasts, late-night snacks, dinners, family gatherings with too many people walking into each other, talking over each other, Iris scolding Connor for tasting something before it's ready, my father and Lennox laughing over some stupid dad joke. It hurts so much it's almost a physical pain in my chest. I stand abruptly and hunt through the cupboards until I find 2 glasses. I fill them with water, determinedly not thinking of the Blackburn's kitchen and all the bittersweet memories it conjures, and return to the table. "Thanks," I say when Ash sets a plate down in front of me. I pull one leg up, resting my heel on the edge of the chair and wrapping my arm around my shin. Then I pause, my gaze moving between the plate and the collection of toppings, and decide it's time to address the awkwardness. "This is weird, isn't it? A day or 2 ago, I didn't want to see you ever again, and now you're serving me waffles." He remains quiet as he pulls out the chair opposite mine and sits. "Look, Silver," he says eventually, "I'm really sorry about everything I said in the clearing when you were trying to leave. I can't imagine how difficult it was for you, being in Storm's Drift again. All those memories of your parents. I understand that you wanted to get away. I was just..." He rubs a hand over his face. Happy doesn't even begin to describe what I felt when I discovered you were actually alive. And then it hurt that you couldn't wait to get away from me. But I shouldn't have said, "No, you should have. I'm the one who's sorry. I understand you're hurt." I pull the plate a little closer and tear a tiny corner off one of the waffles. When I said we're not doing this, implying that I didn't want to hear anything about you or your family or what's been happening since I left, it wasn't because I don't care. I break off another piece. It was more because I was protecting myself. Okay, I won't pretend that makes sense. I mean, not protecting myself from you. Another tiny piece of waffle joins the collection on the edge of my plate. Well, at first it was that, because I didn't think I could trust you. But then it was more that I was protecting myself from getting attached. Because I can't stay. When this is over, I mean. And the more I know about your life, the more you tell me about your family and what being a guardian is like and everything, the harder it will be to leave. I peek up at him between my lashes. Okay, I guess that makes sense. But if we do this properly, if I do this properly, I mean, because I know you don't want to be involved anymore, if I get rid of that door and stop those creatures coming into Storm's Drift, and if I manage to expose Bergenfell and Poppywood and the others for murdering your parents, if we essentially get rid of the entire council the Storm's Drift Guild currently has, then why can't you come home? It would be safe for you. Nobody would be hunting you anymore. I'm already shaking my head before he's finished. Get rid of the council? Get rid of Bergenfell? A shiver courses through my body as I picture her face. The warm, friendly smile that hides the ruthless, cruel person she turned out to be. That's never going to happen. Don't doubt me, Ash says quietly. I will expose the truth about her if it's the last thing I do. I will make sure she pays for what she did to you. I press my lips together and swallow. I reach the end of one waffle and begin pulling apart the next one. Storm's Drift is your home, Ash says quietly. I know it hurts to be there, but won't it hurt more if you stay away forever? It's where you belong. No, I don't belong there anymore. Why? Red begins to cloud the edge of my vision. Blood, sweat, bruises, the click of high-heeled shoes. But I blink the memories away before they can overwhelm me like they did in the clearing. Ash leans forward, arms resting on the table. You made it seem like, I don't know, like it's not the pain of losing your parents that's keeping you away. So if it's not that, and it's not because of a corrupt council that seems to want you dead, then what is it? I want to tell him. I want to be as open with him as I was when we were younger, but he'll never understand the things I had to do in order to survive after I ran from Stormsdrift. He'll hate the person I became. Can you just try to understand that there are some things I don't want to talk about? He's quiet for a moment before nodding. Okay, I can try. Then he looks pointedly at my plate. Are you going to eat any of that? Or are you planning to shred each waffle into increasingly tiny pieces and push them around your plate? Oh. I look down at my collection of waffle bits. No, I'm going to eat. He doesn't continue speaking, which I assume means he's waiting for me to actually do the eating part. So I pour some syrup over the waffle mess, sprinkle nuts on top, and open the jar of gooey marshmallow. You know, it's super awkward, I say to him as I scoop out some with a spoon. When someone watches you eat. He leans back with a quiet chuckle. Sorry. So I need to decide what to do next. Perhaps you can check the journal again to see if there's anything inside it that might help me? I nod as I place a piece of waffle in my mouth and start chewing. My stomach grumbles in appreciation, and I realize just how hungry I am. And then I'll talk to Austin. Ash continues. I haven't told him anything yet about why we came to him. The conversation will obviously involve your parents, so I figured you'd want to be awake for that. Then, depending on what he says, I'll decide what to do next. I assume you'll leave after we've spoken to him? I pause, with another piece of waffle halfway to my mouth. I was planning to leave all of this behind me and start over again somewhere new. Standing in that clearing in Stormsdrift, overwhelmed by memories so painful I could hardly breathe, my only goal was to run. But somewhere between passing out and sitting at this table eating waffles with Ash, that changed. Was it the news about Remy? That shockingly painful reminder that people I care about are dying because of the monsters creeping through the faerie door? Or was it the sinister, sickening thought that's slowly been taking shape at the back of my mind? The idea that this might all have been my parents' fault. I don't know why they were there that night instead of at the Liberation Day ball with the rest of us, but I know they had the key. What if they're the ones who opened the door in the first place? What if they ran before they could lock it again, and that's why Dad was so insistent, after he and Mom came to find me, that he had to go back? And what if he was interrupted before he could lock it properly, and that's what allowed the strange mist and all these creatures to start making their way through? Actually, I say to Ash, I still want to help you. If there's something I can do, that is. Oh. Surprise is obvious in his tone. That's... okay, thanks. I shrug, intending to say, you probably shouldn't be thanking me if this is all my parents' fault. But my mouth is full of waffle, so I decide to keep it closed instead. I swallow and shovel some more into my mouth. So good, I mumble. Ash rests his chin on his hand and laughs quietly. I should have known. All this time you were just hangry. I should have walked into that fighting ring with a plate of waffles in one hand, and you would have forgiven me instantly. I almost smile at that. But then, I remember the precise moment I realized who had been fighting me in Riven's enchanted arena. The horror, the fear, the certainty
that he was there to finish me off. Sorry, Ash says, sitting back and placing his hands in his lap. I shouldn't joke about things like that. I'm about to answer him when something catches my attention. A fairy path's doorway opening in midair behind Ash. I'm on my feet in an instant, my chair crashing to the floor behind me. But it's Austin who walks out of the paths, surprise registering on his face for only a second before his lips relax into a warm smile. Silver, he says. Silver Wren.
Chapter 15. Austin Fairwen looks as though he hasn't aged a day since the last time I saw him. It never used to be strange to me that there's little physical difference between fairies who are hundreds of years old and fairies who are in their 20s. But now that I've spent time in the human world, where wrinkled skin and gray hair are a sign of age, I suddenly find it difficult to comprehend that Austin is over 200 years old. His eyes are a vibrant blue, startling against his smooth, dark skin. And though he's roughly the same height as me, he carries himself with the type of confidence that makes him appear taller. The same confidence he taught my father. He crosses the kitchen and pulls me into a hug. I'm startled for a moment, but then I relax and bring my arms up around him. I thought I was hallucinating, he says, stepping back, when I opened my door and found someone holding a girl I thought was dead. I can imagine. I'm sorry. For what, dear child? I'm the one who's so very, very sorry for everything you've been through. Well, for never coming to see you, for not telling you the truth about what happened. I didn't know who to trust, so I ran away from everything and just let you believe a lie about my family. Austin shakes his head. I may have believed the lie that you died that night along with your parents, but I never believed they were guilty. They would never have killed any of their fellow guardians. Defended themselves, yes. Immobilized someone who attacked them, certainly. But not murder. I exhale. Thank you. Now come into the lounge. It's far more comfortable there. And bring that plate of yours. I'm sure you're hungry. I glance at Ash before picking up my plate and following Austin into the lounge. It's vibrantly decorated with cushions of rich colors, lamps, and colored glass vases placed around the room, and a fancy gold light fixture hanging from the center of the ceiling. A blue curtain, thin and translucent, ripples in the evening breeze, revealing a garden that slopes downward outside. Again, no glass or screen separates us from the outdoors, but the temperature inside remains comfortable. We thought you were sleeping, Ash says from behind me. I didn't realize you'd left. Oh, I haven't been able to sleep easily in years, Austin says, lowering himself into an armchair. I like to wander the hill at night. Being outdoors, it calms a busy mind. I thought the two of you would be sleeping, which is why I was trying to sneak my way back inside through the paths instead of using the front door. He nods towards the door on the other side of the room as Ash and I sit across from him. Then he waves a hand toward a wooden cabinet behind his chair, and one of its two doors swings open. Out floats a diamond-shaped decanter filled with amber liquid, followed by 3 cut-glass tumblers. Oh, I won't have any, I say. I'm not sure exactly what I'm being offered, but my stomach needs more waffles, not alcohol. I pop another piece into my mouth. Me neither, Ash says. But thank you. Austin nods, and 2 of the tumblers return themselves to the cabinet, while the stopper pops out of the decanter and amber liquid sloshes neatly into the remaining glass. It glides through the air to Austin's waiting hand as the decanter floats back to the cabinet. Then he looks at me,
lets out a quiet laugh and shakes his head. I still can't believe you're here. It's incredible. Your friend Asher didn't tell me much, aside from the fact that the guild lied about your death, which was clear from the moment I opened my door yesterday, and that they'd falsely accused your parents of murder. So, what really happened, and why are you here? Not that you aren't entirely welcome, of course, he hastens to add. I'm only wondering what's changed to have brought you to my doorstep for help instead of to someone else's. Well, I glance at Ash, and he gives me a half nod, half shrug. Super helpful. But we're here now, and Mom and Dad trusted Austin, so I suppose I should trust him too. I was hoping that my parents had confided in you about something. Oh? Austin's eyebrows inch upward. So, they found a ferry door. You know, specific destination on either side. I don't know where the other side actually is, but the side my parents found is in the Shadow Crypt, next to the Storm's Drift Guild. Hidden somehow, I guess, because I've been down there before and I didn't see it. And I know other people have been down there and not seen it either. And on the other side, there are monsters. Terrible fae creatures, deadlier than any we've ever learned about or came across in training. Anyway, my parents somehow ended up with the key that unlocks this door. I detail the rest of what happened as quickly and emotionlessly as I can manage. How a creature came through the door and killed 2 guardians in front of my parents, and even though Counselor Bergenfell saw what happened, she pretended my parents had murdered them. Mom and Dad escaped, came to fetch me from the Lib Day ball, and after we grabbed some stuff from our house, and Mom cast an enchanted fire to burn it to the ground. We returned to the Shadow Crypt so Dad could lock the door, but guardians found us outside the crypt, and this is where I have to pause, take a deep breath, and blink a few times. After clearing my throat, I simply say, you know what happened to them. Then guardians pulled me into the paths, and we ended up in the guild's greenhouse. I started a fire using some of my mother's leftover Shadowfire potion, and then I escaped. Apparently, everyone believes I died in that fire. Austin lets out a quiet exhale. That is what was reported. I don't know if anyone ever thought to doubt the story was true. So, does any of this sound familiar? The part about the door and the key? Did my parents tell you about this? Austin slowly shakes his head. I can't recall them ever mentioning it. I blink, my heart slipping down to my bare feet. I didn't realize how much I'd expected him to know something until this moment. Seriously? They didn't tell you anything? Well, perhaps in passing, but if so, I've forgotten. No, this wouldn't have been something they told you in passing. They would have made you understand the importance of whatever they were telling you and sworn you to secrecy. I'm so sorry, Silver. I wish I could help you. What kind of information are you looking for exactly? What are you hoping they may have told me? Well, mostly I'm hoping they may have told you if they knew of a way to destroy this door. It seems unlikely, because otherwise the guild would have already done that. Although, it seems like the counselors from our particular guild are trying to get through the door and they can't. So I don't really know what's going on. Austin's brow creases further. This does all sound very strange. So your parents didn't tell you anything? Other than what you've told me? I shove another piece of waffle into my mouth and mumble. No. Oh, there is a journal, though. I finish chewing and swallow, so I can pretend I have at least some manners. Perhaps you can help me to figure out how to get it to show me what's hidden on its pages, if it's even still possible to read it. I'll go and grab it. I set my plate down and hurry to the bedroom, where I dig inside my backpack until I find the journal. Back in the lounge, I cross my legs beneath me on the couch and press the journal's clasp. Dad put an enchantment on it to protect it. I tell Austin as he leans forward and peers across the small space at the journal. And I think that may have made all the words disappear when it ended up soaked after we took an unintentional trip down a river. Or maybe I'm supposed to do something else to... My breath catches in my throat as I flip the journal open and my eyes land on a drawing on the first page. A detailed sketch of my father. And then, before I have time to say a word, the sketch begins moving.
Silver, I hope I'm doing this right. Haven't tried this enchantment since, I don't know, training days.
Dad, in sketch form, rubs a hand across his brow. My heart pounds erratically as I stop breathing entirely. That's Dad's voice. Dad's voice.
Damn it. We made such a mess, he says,
his gaze pointed somewhere beyond the journal.
I hope you don't ever have to see this. We're going to tell you everything tonight, after Mom finds you and we lock that damn door. And we get as far away from this place as we possibly can. But just in case something goes wrong.
He presses his lips together, then takes a steadying breath. I try to match it, but I can't.
I'm hiding Mom's journal in case you need to find out this way instead. But you won't, because we're going to tell you everything, in person. Mom may have told you most of it already because she's probably found you by now, so... Okay, I need to go. I'm coming to find you both. I love you, Bug.
The drawing stops moving. I exhale in a rush, then inhale shakily. My face is hot and my hands are sweating, and my very soul feels like it's trembling. The sketch begins moving again.
Silver, I hope I'm doing this right.
I slam the journal closed before the message can continue repeating itself. I need a minute, I managed to say. My voice coming out oddly high-pitched. Austin, still leaning forward on the edge of his chair, says,
Of course. You can go outside, get some air. Take your time, dear.
Thank you, I mumble, turning away before I can see the tears welling in my eyes. I pass through the spell that keeps the interior of Austin's home warm, and an icy breeze kisses my face. I know I'll be shivering in under a minute, but for now, the chill soothes my burning cheeks. I wish there were doors that would close behind me, giving me a little more privacy than the translucent curtains gently undulating in the breeze. I wish I could hide in the dark somewhere and sob my heart out, but I can't. Not now. So I press my shaking lips together and let the tears stream silently down my cheeks. The nighttime colors of Austin's garden fracture across my vision. I hear footsteps, and then a shape I identify as Ash appears beside me. I blink and swipe at my cheeks, angry that he's intruding on this moment. I clear my throat before speaking. Could you give me just a tiny bit more time before you...
Something isn't right,
he says quietly. So quietly I almost don't hear him. He folds his arms and stares out at the night.
Austin's been scribbling furiously on his amber since you came out here, and he keeps looking at the door.
My blood turns to ice. What? It takes everything in me not to turn instantly and look back into the lounge.
I don't think we're safe here.
Maybe he's just answering a message? But even as I say the words, my instinct to run first and ask questions later kicks in.
We should leave,
Ash murmurs, and I nod, because I've already decided the same thing.
I'm going to excuse myself and grab your bag. You tell him something believable, and hopefully we can get out of here without too much confrontation.
I turn and reach to brush the curtain aside.
Are you okay? Austin asks. standing as I step back inside. He looks at the journal, still sitting on the couch where I left it. I can't imagine what you must be feeling right now.
Yes, I'm okay. My heart thunders, my brain racing through all the excuses I could possibly give Austin right now. Which one is he most likely to believe?
I'm just going to grab that sweater for you, Ash says, moving past me and heading for the passage that leads to the bedrooms.
Seeing my dad like that, I say, once Ash is out of sight, made me feel like I need to go back home. I know the house itself isn't there anymore, but I want to stand in the space where it once existed. I think I need to be there, to properly say goodbye, to get closure.
I understand,
Austin says, his features tight with concern. I can't tell if he's lying.
Do you want me to accompany you? The guild will still be looking for you, so it'll be safer if you have an extra.
A soft sound pulls my attention to the front door. I frown, my heart thudding faster. My hands prickle as magic gathers at my fingertips. My gaze bounces back to Austin. Who's out there? I ask him. He looks at me, and something in his expression softens. He seems almost sad.
I'm sorry, Silver. I always loved your parents. I loved you too. But your mother made the mistake of telling me the truth, and my loyalty is first and foremost to the—
Ash is suddenly in the passage doorway, his jacket pulled on over Austin's orange t-shirt, magic blazing above his open palms. What did you— The front door bangs open. Guardians, Silly Court uniforms. My hands are up already, hurling magic across the room at the same time as Ash. One guardian flinches sideways as sparks graze his cheek, while a second guardian goes down and doesn't move. A third and fourth race in behind the one whose face is now bleeding. I lunge out of the way as magic flies toward me. A second later, I see Austin crashing against a wall. Did Ash do that? The furniture is flying, golden weapons are flashing across the room, and magic ricochets off the walls. No one has time to get a shield up in between the glass, flames, blades, and other deadly pieces of transformed magic zooming back and forth. Austin groans from the floor, Ash swings a sword, and I drop down and swipe my leg out to trip the guardian rushing at me. He goes down. I roll away, grab a small side table by its skinny leg, and throw it at his head. His magic shatters it, and the splinters fly past him, straight at Ash. Without even looking, Ash sweeps a hand through the air and diverts the splinters across the room. His other hand is raising a crossbow, then shooting a bolt at one of the guardians. A woman. I jump up, distracted for a second by the sight of Mom's journal skidding across the room and disappearing beneath the curtain, and then that same guardian is rushing at me again. I leap sideways onto an upturned armchair, grab hold of the light to swing myself around, and launch off the chair at the guardian. I'm on his shoulders, legs clamped around his neck, squeezing tight, tight, tight. My hands gripping his head as I prepare to wrench it right. He throws himself backward, and I slam against the wall, losing my grip on him. He reaches up and tugs my arm. Then I'm on the floor on my back, the air punched from my lungs. Something snaps around my wrists. My eyes catch the glitter of golden light before I blink and realize exactly what's forcing my hands together. Guardian handcuffs. I can't access my magic anymore. Fury rushes through me, chased immediately by burning hot shame. I'm better than this, damn it! A blade swings down toward me. I roll, shove against the floor, and jump back onto my feet. I face the Sealy Court guardian who was about to slice through me with a sword. I can kill you with zero magic and my hands bound together. I wheeze, my lungs still struggling to find breath. I doubt Ash slams into him, and together, they fall against the curtain, detaching the entire curtain rod from the wall above the doorway. It clangs against the floor as Ash and the other man land on the grass. My eyes land on the journal beside them. I lunge for it, but a streak of magic shoves me sideways as it slices across my thigh. I catch myself against the edge of the doorway just as Ash and the man stumble past me back into the house, still wrestling each other. My gaze darts up, searching for whoever just threw magic at me. I see legs, unmoving, protruding from beneath a couch. And then the other guardian, the woman, rising to her feet behind the couch, an arrow drawn and pointed at me. She releases it. My cuffed hands are already flying up. And then Ash throws himself in front of me. His body slams into mine. We land on the grass together, the full weight of his body crushing mine. And that's when I see the arrow protruding from his back. One part of my brain screams, "No, no, no, no," while another part instantly jumps to, "He's fine, he's a faerie, he'll be fine." He falls away from me, landing awkwardly on his side. The arrowhead, glistening with blood, extends from his chest, just above, please be above, his heart. A little lower, and the arrow would have pierced me, too. A little lower, and Ash wouldn't be moving at all. My attention snaps back to the present. I roll the other way, ready to jump to my feet, but someone's already grabbing hold of my upper arms and pulling me up. I stretch forward across the grass and grab, and my fingers wrap around the journal just as I'm lifted from the ground. I swing it around, and it connects with something. A shoulder, a head. Whatever it is, the journal's protection magic kicks in, and the grip is suddenly gone from my arms as my attacker flies away from me and crashes into something inside the house. Then, something else grabs my ankle, and I almost kick it away until I realize it's Ash. There's a fairy path's doorway opening on the ground beside his other hand, because the ground, of course, is outside Austin's home. We have access to the paths out here. Ash tugs hard, and then I'm falling into the open space. I swing my gaze over my shoulder just as Austin staggers to his feet inside the lounge, one hand pressed against his chest. I meet his eyes. The eyes of the man my parents trusted. The eyes of the man who just betrayed me. And that's when a Seelie court guardian stops in front of him, swipes a glittering blade swiftly through the air, and slices right through Austin's neck. The darkness envelops me as a silent scream hurtles up my throat. Chapter 16. Then. Silver jerked awake. The silence strange in her ears after the dream scream that had woken her. The house was dark, and she was alone. Her parents were working late. She wasn't sure how she'd managed to fall asleep in the first place, anxious as she was. Mom and Dad were facing off against a fae assassin, a person believed to be responsible for the death of 2 guild counselors, an advisor to the Seelie king, several other members of the Seelie court, at least 3 politicians in the human world, and who knew how many others. It had been almost 2 years since the guild first learned of this person, and he'd managed to remain one step ahead ever since. Silver's parents had sounded confident enough that they finally had the upper hand. But what if they were wrong? Silver sat up on her bed, dragged a hand through her hair, and checked the time on her amber. It was still early, barely even 8. Ash would still be up. She opened a doorway to the paths, walked a few paces through the darkness, and came out the other side, in the Blackburn's garden. She could access the inside of their home via the paths. Flynn had helped Ash perform the permission spell years ago. But at some point, over the past couple of years, Silver had stopped walking straight into Ash's bedroom unannounced, and started knocking on the outside of his window instead. They were getting older, almost 15, and nearing the end of their 2nd year at the guild, and barging into each other's private space without warning didn't seem quite right anymore. Silver picked her way through the overgrown plants that grew along one side of the house, then pulled herself effortlessly up the wall, using the creeping vines and the cracks in the wall for hand and footholds. When her head was almost level with the bottom of Ash's window, she paused and reached up to tap 3 times on the window ledge. She was perfectly aware that she could have used the front door. Any one of the Blackburns would have let her in without hesitation. Or she could have walked out of the paths into the passage upstairs, just outside Ash's bedroom door. But climbing through each other's windows had seemed like ridiculous fun the first time they did it. And somehow, neither of them had outgrown the idea yet. Ash appeared at the window. With a wave of his hand, the glass pane disappeared. "Hey," he said, stepping back as Silver pulled herself up the final distance. She swung one leg over the window ledge, then the other. "I thought you'd be here sooner." "I would have," she said, "if I hadn't fallen asleep." Ash threw himself onto the bed on his stomach, piled his textbooks on top of each other, and pushed them aside. "You fell asleep?" he asked, turning over to look at her. "I know, right?" Silver looked around. As usual, everything was perfectly in place. Clothes in the wardrobe, books arranged alphabetically on the shelf, notebooks and files in a neat pile on one side of the desk. Her own bedroom, in stark contrast, generally looked like a small whirlwind had just torn through it. She moved toward the bed. "You'd think I'd be too stressed out to sleep. But I was so tired after the simulation ring. I ate something and then lay on my bed worrying about Mom and Dad. And then..." She shrugged and flopped down on her back onto the space Ash had cleared for her on the bed. "I somehow fell asleep." "Well, the simulation ring did kick your ass." Silver rolled her eyes. "Whatever. That tidal wave came out of nowhere." Ash laughed. "Yes, I think that was the point." Silver sat up with a sigh. She tilted her head to the side, noting that Ash was already in pajamas. "Did Tobin make you go to bed early?" she teased. Ash's parents were also out tonight. They'd recently become involved in the Scarlet Arrow case as well. And Tobin, seen as the next most responsible Blackburn brother, now that Flynn no longer lived at home, had been left in charge. Ash let out an exaggerated sigh as he sat up. "As if any of us could go to bed early tonight." His tone was light, but Silver knew him well enough to note the tightness of his smile and the way he didn't quite meet her eyes. And now that she was sitting up and looking around a second time, she noticed what she'd missed before. A few shoes falling out of the half-open wardrobe, and the knocked-over laundry basket in the corner of the room that spilled a few items of crumpled clothing onto the floor, none of which Ash had tidied up yet. He was definitely anxious, too. Silver pulled her knees up to her chest and wrapped her arms around them. After a quiet exhale, she said, "They're going to be okay, right?" "Of course they're going to be okay. Our parents are completely awesome. They can handle anything." Silver rested her chin on one knee and met Ash's eyes. "I know you're worried, too. You're just saying that because it's your turn to be the brave one." She and Ash had discovered over time, like most children of guardians, that concern for their parents was something they simply learned to live with. It wasn't something to obsess over, but rather an ever-present awareness at the back of their minds, a normal part of their day-to-day life. But every now and then, a particularly dangerous assignment came along, and they couldn't help letting the anxiety take center stage, as it blotted everything else out. But if they both panicked at the same time, it only made things worse. So Silver had decided years ago that one of them should always be the brave one and reassure the other. They'd started taking turns after that. Ash was quiet for a few moments before saying, "Yes, I'm only saying that because it's my turn. But that doesn't mean it's not true. They're always fine. You know they're always fine." Silver let her legs slide down and lay back on the bed again. "I know, but it feels a bit different this time, like more of a big deal. The guild sent extra guardians along,
So they're obviously expecting things to go badly. Or they're just tired of this guy evading them and want to make absolutely sure he doesn't get away this time. Silver stared at the ceiling, which was covered this evening in rows of equations. Ash liked to make notes on his ceiling while studying. Silver had watched him dozens of times, lying on his back with his stylus held up, tracing words and numbers in the air and seeing them appear on the ceiling instead. Personally, she found writing in a notebook to be perfectly adequate. If she was going to put anything on her walls or ceiling, it would be art. But there was something comforting about lying here and seeing Ash's handwriting above her. It was one of those constants in life. "Potions homework?" she asked, pointing at the ceiling. "Yeah." Ash lay down again and stared up at the numbers. "Have you done it?" Silver nodded. "Remy and I worked together in the library this afternoon before I had the simulation session and he had a mentor meeting." "Okay." Ash lifted his head and shoved a pillow behind his neck. "What did you get for the last question?" 3. "Cool. Me too." Remy got 30. But not possible, right? Even if you don't check the numbers, all you have to do is think about it. 30 teaspoons of starro root powder wouldn't even fit in the flask. Exactly. And you can only get about 5 teaspoons out of one bottle of that stuff. If you had to use 30 for a single batch of burn salve, that would make it impractically expensive. Silver finished, using the exact term their mentor had used in class that morning. I told him that too, but he didn't seem convinced. They lapsed into silence, and Silver found her thoughts wandering back to Mom and Dad. "Have you, studied for Friday's history quiz yet?" she asked in an attempt to distract her anxious mind. "Yeah, a bit." She smiled at the ceiling. "So, like, every single page in painstaking detail?" "No," he protested. "I just read through it all quickly yesterday morning because I got to the guild too early and none of you were in the dining hall yet. I had nothing else to do. You read through it all. I'm a fast reader." Silver laughed. The annoying thing about Ash was that he was a fast reader. He also had an excellent memory, perfected new combat moves in about 5 seconds, could perform insane gymnastic maneuvers in his sleep, and had the ability to complete his homework correctly in under half an hour, which left him plenty of time to enjoy a social life on top of everything else. If he wasn't her best friend, Silver might have hated him just the tiniest bit for the way he excelled effortlessly at pretty much everything. But all the Blackburns were like that, and Silver kind of adored them for it. "Do you think we need to know that ancient magic bit?" she asked. "That like-from-like principle? Seems like it's not really important these days if no one uses magic like that anymore." "I don't know." His shoulders brushed against hers as he shrugged. "It's a small section, though, and not exactly complicated, so just read through it anyway. And I think people do still use it sometimes in certain circumstances as a way of strengthening things. Because 2 things created from the same type of ancient magic can only be destroyed by each other. Yes, see? Easy concept. Like strengthens like destroys like. Right, cool, so I've done it now. No need to read that section." Ash laughed. "That's not exactly what I meant." Silence descended over them again. After a few minutes, Ash said, "You're still worried, aren't you?" Silver nodded. "Hey, have your parents set aside Tokuharis for all of you?" Ash sat up. "Silver," he said sternly, looking down at her. "Our parents are not going to die tonight. You know how hard it is to kill a faerie, right? Especially guardians who are as good as our parents." "Yes, I know." They'd been told this many times since beginning their training. Faerie's magic healed wounds quickly, even wounds that might be deadly to other creatures. It neutralized most poisons. It fought off illnesses so fast that it was highly unusual for them to ever get sick at all. Even when someone appeared lifeless, it wasn't necessarily the end for them, as long as magic still pulsed through their body. Still, death was always possible. Look at the number of magical beings the Scarlet Arrow had killed. So why are you wondering about Tokuharis, then? Ash asked, lying down again. Just because I don't think I've ever asked you before. Silver's parents had explained the concept of a Tokuhari to her when she was younger, and they had told her they'd each chosen a special item for her, something for her to remember them by in the event of their deaths. Yeah, they've set aside things for us, Ash said quietly. All guardian parents do that. He let out a heavy sigh, then turned his head to look at her. I assume you're going to stay until they get home? Yeah. It was what often happened when her parents worked late. If you want to go to sleep now, I can go downstairs and lie on— No, it's fine. I'll read for a while. Okay. She curled up on her side. Ash wiped his ceiling clean with a swipe of his hand, moved his textbooks to a neat pile on one side of his desk, and settled beside her with a book. Silver closed her eyes, but her mind was on the amber in her pocket, waiting for it to buzz, waiting for Mom or Dad to let her know they were home. But no message came. A noise woke Silver. Ash's lamp was still on, but the book he'd been reading was lying on his chest, and he was rubbing his eyes. He sat up, blinking. I think they're home. Adrenaline shot through Silver's body. She was awake instantly. Together, they scrambled off the bed and rushed down the stairs. Tobin was a few steps ahead of them, and Connor was standing up from the couch as they hurried through the living room. They found Iris and Lennox in the kitchen. Their faces were streaked with dirt and blood, and Lennox limped as he carried 2 glasses of water toward the table. You're okay, Tobin said in a mumbled rush. Yes, we're— Oh, Silver, you're here. Iris reached out with a shaky hand and leaned against one of the chairs. We thought you might be. Mom. Ash rushed to her side. Are you okay? Let me get that. He pulled the chair out so she could sit. Yes, I'm fine, she said. My parents— Silver swallowed. Are they're okay? Lennox said before she could finish. He placed the 2 glasses on the table. They're at the healing wing at the guild, but they're— The healing wing? Why? What happened? Panic scrambled up her throat, making it difficult to breathe. Lennox paused as he eased himself into the chair beside Iris. We don't know exactly. They were inside that building longer than anyone else. And then, when they got out, he glanced at Iris. I think it was just severe depletion of magic. Nothing more serious than that, according to the healers at the guild. But they're going to be fine, I promise. We were just there. Are you sure? Can I see them? They're asleep now. You can stay here tonight, Iris said. We'll take you there first thing in the morning, I promise. And the Scarlet Arrow? Connor asked. You got him? Iris and Lennox exchanged another glance. He got away? Ash asked. She got away, Iris corrected quietly. I would make a comment about the guild's assumption that of course the successful assassin is a man, but it feels too soon. But everyone's okay? Ash asked. They looked at him. Iris's features crumpled before she managed to take a breath and press her lips together. Ash, I'm sorry. And Connor, Tobin. Her gaze shifted to where they stood beside Silver. I'm so sorry. Luke didn't make it. Silence. Silver held her breath as her mind replayed the words. as their meaning settled slowly into her brain. Luke was Ash's mentor. He was also mentor to Connor and Tobin. They saw him every day at the guild. Silver's gaze shifted to Ash as she took a slow, shaky breath. His jaw was clenched, and tears lined the lower edge of his eyelids. Silver wrapped her arms around him and hugged him tightly, trying not to imagine precisely how Luke's life had ended.
You know how hard it is to kill a faerie, right?
That's what Ash had said earlier. That's what Silver had believed earlier. But they'd seen Luke just this afternoon, and now he was simply gone. Chapter 17. Now. My mind is blank with shock as I fall through the darkness of the faerie paths, Ash's hand still tight around my ankle. All I see in my head is that blade meeting Austin's neck, his wide eyes, the gush of blood. It's a horrifying frozen image, taking up all the space in my brain. Ash must be thinking of a destination, though, because dim light begins to materialize around us. The next thing I know, we're landing on a heap of something round and soft. Ash releases an agonized groan and rolls away from me. A thump follows as he lands on the floor. "Ash!" I gasp, scooting hastily off the pile of what appears to be giant beanbags. I force my brain to focus on the present. "Are you okay?"
Totally,"
he grumbles. His hand reaches out blindly, fortunately missing the journal that's still in my hands, and stops near my fingers. Heat warms my wrists, and then the cuffs vanish. "Thanks." I leave the journal on one of the beanbags and drop beside him, my gaze darting up as I take a moment to assess the spot we've landed in for any potential threats. Soft light, shelves of books, the scent of paper and coffee. A collection of armchairs and beanbags. Moonlight through a window. No magic in the air. Quiet. Did you see what happened?" I ask, my shaking fingers reaching below Ash's shoulder for the arrowhead. "The moment before we got away, that guardian just killed Austin." Ash's labored breathing fills the space around us as I slice neatly through the shaft with magic and catch the bloodied arrowhead in my hand. "What?" he gasps. "Austin betrayed us. And those were Sealy Court guardians. And they killed him, and..." I place the arrowhead on the floor and stand. "And what the hell were you thinking, jumping in front of an arrow like that? What is wrong with you?"
"Oh, jeez. Forgive me for trying to save your life,"
he grunts as he climbs shakily to his feet. "I'm a faerie, I would have been fine."
"And I'll be fine, too,"
he wheezes, turning his back to me.
"Idiot,"
I mutter, moving closer and reaching for the end of the arrow. "Stand still, like I'm really planning to dance around with an arrow stuck in my... Ah!" He lets out a cry and jerks away from me as I tug the remainder of the arrow free.
"Baby, give me some warning next time."
He collapses onto the pile of beanbags, his eyes closed, and for a moment, I think he may have passed out. I could hardly blame him if he did. I'd been impaled by an arrow before, and the pain was not fun. Then he murmurs, "They really killed Austin? Looked like it." I answer quietly, picturing the blade flashing through the air and severing Austin's neck. I blink the image away as I move the journal to an armchair so Ash doesn't accidentally touch it. And why is the Sealy Court getting involved in all this? It's just... this is next level, Ash. I don't know what the heck is going on.
"Yeah," he answers quietly. "Me neither."
I sigh. Almost killed by a river, almost killed by a monster, almost killed by the Sealy Court. Bet you're starting to regret the moment you decided to come looking for me. He doesn't move, doesn't open his eyes. Then he murmurs, "Not for a second." For some reason, this makes me want to cry. For some reason, this makes me think of my parents. They would have gone through all of this for me, if they were still here. I'm blinking away tears and trying to figure out what to say next, when my eyes catch on something wrapped tightly around Ash's left forearm, something that looks like a twisted wire bracelet with oddly shaped white beads. "What is that thing on your arm?" I step closer and crouch beside him. "Don't know," he mumbles, eyes still closed. One of the many unpleasant bits of magic that was flying around Austin's lounge. Up close, the bracelet appears to be a tangle of skinny barbed wire and razor-sharp teeth. The pointy barbs and the teeth have both embedded themselves in his skin. Blood trickles in multiple rivulets down his arm. Unpleasant indeed. I need to get this off you. I glance up. It's going to hurt. He manages a shuddering grunt that's probably supposed to be a laugh. "Didn't seem to bother you when you ripped an arrow out of me." "Yes, well, that was quick. This is going to take a bit longer." "Maybe I should do it." He struggles to sit up a little straighter. "Not sure I trust you to lie back and stop being stupid. I've dealt with far worse than this. I can handle it. Of the two of us, I'm pretty sure I have more experience. I have plenty of experience. Oh, are you a healer in this world? A doctor? I'm a pastry chef." "A chef? Now I'm really scared. For multiple reasons. You definitely don't have the experience required to..." "Would you just lie back down? Geez, you're as stubborn now as you used to be, and yet you," he says, easing himself back, "are not nearly as fun as you used to be." I pull a face. Not sure why you'd expect anything else, given everything that's happened over the past few years. Tough to be fun when you've been through the kinds of things we've been through. He's quiet for long enough that I think he's decided not to respond. But then, as I'm lifting his arm and coaxing a bit of magic to the tips of my fingers, he says, "I guess that's true." I peer more closely at the mess of wire and teeth and flesh, focusing on the words required to fashion a tiny spark of magic into something that resembles the glowing tip of a tweezer. It's been a while since I used this particular bit of magic. My fights at the Gilded Canary generally leave me with little more than a few bruises and cuts, and my friends in the human world don't routinely get themselves stabbed by tiny objects. But the magic forms itself within seconds, as easily as if I did this spell yesterday. I let go of it, and it sits close to Ash's skin, gently nudging each tooth and barb of wire free of his skin with minimal damage, while my fingers slowly unwind the wire. "Where'd you learn that?" Ash asks. I pause and look up to see that his eyes are open, his head raised enough for him to watch what I'm doing. "That wasn't part of basic intro to healing magic." "No, it wasn't." "Did you learn to do that at the Gilded Canary?" I peer up at him. "Do you want me to remove the nasty sharp things from your flesh, or would you like me to reminisce about the past?" He sighs and lowers his head, turning his eyes toward the ceiling. "I'll take that as in, I don't want to talk about it." "Great." We're both quiet for a while, and then Ash says, "I'm trying to figure out what happened. I heard Austin say he was sorry, that he loved you and your parents. That's when I knew something was about to go wrong. I came rushing back as he was saying something about your mother telling him the truth, but his loyalty was too... Well, he didn't finish that bit. But I assume he meant the guild, since that's who he contacted." "Well, either he contacted the guild and they alerted the Sealy Court, or he knows someone within the Sealy Court itself, and he went straight to them. And then they killed him." My stomach turns. I blink and refocus on the task at hand.
Just another few teeth and I'll be done. So it's not just our council that's trying to keep something secret. This goes all the way up to the Sealy court. Maybe even the king himself. And that means... My hands go still as I follow his train of thought. And that means no matter which guild you go to for help, you'll be silenced. Yes, Ash whispers. Then he shakes his head. No, we don't know that for sure. It could be a select group of Sealy court guardians who are involved in this, acting without the rest of the court's knowledge, and without any other guild's knowledge. That would make more sense. I hope you're right, I murmur. Then I carefully remove the final barb from his skin and add the tangle of wire to the collection of teeth and the broken arrow sitting on the floor beside me. All done. Your magic should heal the wounds within a few hours, I think. The arrow wound in your chest will probably take a bit longer. Thanks for doing that. I lift one shoulder in a small shrug. Thanks for being a guardian. I'd still be bound by enchanted handcuffs and unable to use my magic if you weren't. And I'm sorry I don't have anything for the pain. I had some stuff in my backpack that would have helped, but yeah, we won't be going back for that. It's fine. It's not that bad. You're lying. He doesn't argue. My eyes follow the half-dried rivulets of blood down his arm. Should I offer to clean him up? Should I look around for a kitchen area behind the coffee section of this shop and see if I can find water and a cloth and add in a soap spell? No, that would be weird. Super weird. Ash will soon be well enough to stand on his own 2 feet, and then he can clean himself up. It's not as though I need to be concerned about immediately disinfecting his wounds, like I would be if it were Teddy or Duke lying here. Fairy wounds heal too quickly for infections to set in. Are you okay? Ash asks. Me? I think so. I'm not sure, though. Between my shock over everything that happened in Austin's apartment and my concern about Ash, I haven't had a moment to examine myself yet. I assume, though, that if I had some kind of life-threatening injury, my body would have let me know about it by now. I shift out of my crouching position and straighten, becoming aware of several aches throughout my body, as well as a sharp, stinging pain near the top of my left leg. A gash seeps blood into my torn pants. I spot a few other rips in my clothing, and my hands, of course, are covered in blood after helping Ash. Yeah, I think I'm fine, I tell him. Nothing serious. My leg should heal quickly. I think all the blood on my hands is yours, not mine. Ash manages to push himself up a little on the beanbags. Sorry. There's a kitchen through that door behind the barista counter. He points to the other side of the bookstore. If you want to wash up. You know this place? I ask. Then with a frown, I add, you know what a barista is? Of course, I'm not totally clueless about this world. I may not have lived here, but I've spent enough time hanging around during assignments to pick up on the vocab. Same as when we were training. So, you came here for an assignment? Yes, a fairly straightforward one. There was some stolen stuff from the Fae realm, and it was hidden in the back with all the extra book stock. It was recent, so I guess that's why it came to my mind. Mostly, I just wanted to get us out of the Fae realm. Oh. Did you know it would be nighttime here? He pauses. No, I did not. Didn't really have time to consider that. I see. Guess we got lucky then. I look around. It's nice here. Cozy. Buy a book and a good coffee and curl up in an armchair or on a beanbag, which I add with a look in his direction. We should probably clean before we leave. Yes, definitely. And you're right that I should clean myself up too. My hands at least. Probably best not to wander around looking like I just stepped off the set of a slasher film. What film? Unbidden. A smile curves my lips. Not totally clueless,
but definitely a little bit clueless. Then I turn and pad on bare feet between the bookshelves, aiming for the door behind the barista counter. In the kitchen, I fill the sink with warm water. The only soap I can see is the type for cleaning dishes, so I dig in the recesses of my memory and come up with the simple soap spell Mom used to use when we ran out of bubble enchantments at home. I watch the bubbles froth up beneath the running water as the spell takes effect. Then I close the tap, push my jacket sleeves up, and breathe in the comforting scent of lavender. I'm just about finished scrubbing the blood from my hands, and I've decided I don't need to bother with my clothing, which is dark enough to hide blood stains, when I hear a sound behind me. I throw a hurried glance over my shoulder, my hands forming fists in the water, but it's only Ash moving slowly into the kitchen.
Hey, you shouldn't be walking around yet, I tell him.
The arrow went through my chest, not my legs. Ash, you had a hole straight through your body. There's probably still a hole there. Even if your skin has started healing over, you should be resting. Like I said, the hole is in my chest, and my chest is resting. It's my legs that are carrying me around. Fine. Be stubborn. I'm not being stubborn. You're just worrying too much. Which is sweet. And though his expression is neutral, there's that telltale glint in his eyes that lets me know he's holding back a smile. I didn't think you cared at all. So it's nice to know you're so concerned about me. My eyes narrow. I'm not worrying. Go right ahead and walk around. Do some star jumps for all I care. Maybe run a marathon. He looks away, but the smile he's been fighting stretches his lips as he steps up to the sink. I see right through you, Silver Wren. I don't answer that. We both know it's true. He places his hands in the water beside mine. Thank the holy quartz this is a large sink, and begins rubbing them together. I think of a time when being this close to him didn't light a fire beneath my skin, when reaching for his hand was as easy as breathing, when the only cares we had in the world were how many points we might earn on the next assignment and what prank to play on his brothers next. I long for that time more than I could ever put into words. I'm busy trying to remind myself how to breathe normally when I notice something I missed before. A simple gold ring on the pinky finger of his right hand. He didn't have that before. I wonder who gave it to him and what meaning it holds. Don't ask, I instruct myself. Do not ask. He splashes the water a little too much, and I clear my throat. I don't think you should be getting water on that yet. I point to the bracelet of tiny wounds on his forearm that have barely begun to close. I know, I'm just cleaning my hands and wrists. I'll leave that part dry for now. Then, as if the universe is mocking him, the next handful of water he scoops onto his arm runs all over the wound. Honestly, I scold quietly. Just let me do it. And against my better judgment, I reach for his arm. Chapter 18. Then. Silver reached for Ash's outstretched hand and pulled him through her window. A little harder than necessary, as it turned out. He tumbled past her, then rolled and sprang neatly into a crouch. Because he was Ash, so even falling looked good on him. Nice recovery, Silver said, stepping over her open training bag and plopping onto her unmade bed. Thanks. Here. She closed his history notebook and handed it to him. Thanks again. Pretty sure I learned more from your notes than if I'd actually been in class. Her early morning meeting with her mentor had run late, and then a counselor had grabbed her as she'd been hurrying to class and sent her on an urgent errand. She'd ended up missing the whole of the first lesson. Ash laughed. I don't know if that's true, but a thump from the room next door interrupted him. Are your parents home? He asked. Just my mom.
Silver moved to her open wardrobe, picking her way over discarded articles of clothing on the floor. Dad's finishing off some paperwork at the guild. Said he'd be home a bit later.
Is your mom? Ash paused, and Silver saw him look over his shoulder toward the open bedroom door. When he continued speaking, his voice was lower. Is she doing okay? Silver sighed, running her hand down the sleeve of a maroon dress. I think so. Sometimes she seems a little, quieter than she used to be. Like she's thinking about something, or maybe remembering something. Remembering that night, perhaps? Ash suggested. Yes. It had been a little over 6 months since the night Silver's parents had been trapped inside a warehouse in the human realm with the woman the guild had named the Scarlet Arrow. Silver had sat beside her parents' beds in the guild healing wing for a full day, watching Dad toss and twitch, and listening to Mom mumbling nonsensical things about black weapons and stolen magic. When Mom woke the next morning, Silver had hugged her tightly and whispered, "Did the Scarlet Arrow steal your magic?" Mom kept her arms wrapped tightly around Silver and shook her head repeatedly. When she sniffed a few times, Silver realized she was crying. It's my turn to be brave, she told herself, and then reassured Mom over and over that everything was okay now. Later, when they were back home, she'd asked Mom if she remembered anything about black weapons. Mom had looked startled at that. Where did you hear that? I haven't spoken to anyone at the guild yet. You mumbled some things in your sleep, Silver said. Mom's face, already so pale, had lost all remaining color. What else did I say? She whispered. Not much, Silver said quickly, wanting to erase that panicked look from Mom's face. Hardly anything at all. Which was the truth. Mom had gripped Silver's hand tightly as they sat together on the couch. The woman, the assassin, she had weapons like ours, Mom said. Like guardian weapons, but they were black, like black glitter, black diamonds? Mom shook her head. I've never seen weapons like that before. So, no one else knows? Dad knows, of course. And we'll tell the council about everything that happened. But I don't think you should mention it to anyone else. It might worry people. And we don't even know what it means. Okay, Silver said. And then, after a pause in which Mom simply kept on staring at the floor, she added, Did something else happen? Something you want to talk about? Mom had given her a weak smile that came nowhere close to matching the real thing. No, Silver Girl. Everything's fine. Thank you. Dad seemed to return to his normal self within a few days, but something was different about Mom. She was more reserved. Her eyes didn't light up the way they used to, and she didn't smile as easily anymore. Silver eventually spoke to Dad about it, but he told her not to worry. We went through quite an ordeal. It's just taking her a little longer to get back to normal. She's going to be fine. And now, more than 6 months later, it seemed perhaps Dad was right. Mom wasn't 100% herself yet, but it felt like she was close. Did she ever tell you any more about what happened? Ash asked. Any more than... He lowered his voice further. The black weapons? Silver had kept quiet about the black weapons with everyone except Ash. He was her closest friend, and she'd always told him everything. She knew he wouldn't say a word to anyone else. No, she never said anything else.
She turned from the wardrobe to face him. But I mean, something major must have happened. Dad used the word ordeal. He didn't say anything more either, but do you think maybe they were tortured? Ash murmured. Silver nodded. I know how much your dad loves your mom. Ash continued quietly. So if something really bad had happened, if she needed help, he would make sure she got it. Silver let out a long breath. You're right. And Dad keeps telling me not to worry. And Mom honestly seems like she's just about back to normal, so maybe everything's fine. And my parents care about your mom a great deal, Ash added. So if they were seriously worried, they would also try to do something about it. But they seem to think she's okay, too. Okay, so... Silver nodded and smiled. I think everything's fine. She turned back to the wardrobe and pulled the maroon dress out. Should I wear this tonight? Ash angled his head to the side, feigning intense confusion. Silver Wren? I didn't know you owned a dress. Shut up. She returned the maroon dress to its hanger. For your information, I own 2 dresses, neither of which you've ever worn. I've worn them, I think. She paused, thinking. I mean, I'm pretty sure I have. What's the occasion? Ash asked. Do you have a date? No. Odette's aunt's got tickets to see some dancing show thing, and now she can't go, so Odette said she and I should go, because apparently the one guy is this super famous... Silver cut herself off as she remembered something. She whirled around to face Ash. Wait, don't you have a date tonight? She was fairly certain she remembered Ash mentioning that he and Kelly were going to that new restaurant with the amazing view of the Thunder Falls. Oh, no, that's tomorrow night. Don't look so excited about it. He laughed and pushed a hand through his hair. Sorry, I'm just distracted. I am excited about it. Or at least, I'm looking forward to it, I guess. You guess? Wow, your enthusiasm knows no... Hey! She ducked as Ash threw a cushion at her. It landed on a pile of shoes inside the wardrobe. Okay, I've decided, she said as she straightened. No dress. I'm wearing normal clothes tonight. I'm glad my input was helpful. Super helpful. And you need to leave now so I can bathe and get ready. I'm still stinky from training. Yeah, I could smell you from over here. Silver stuck her tongue out at him. Then a buzzing sound caught her attention, coming from somewhere amid the chaos that lived permanently on top of her desk. I think that's my Amber, she said, moving closer to the desk and pushing aside a few notebooks and loose papers. Ah, there it is. She looked down at Odette's handwriting, glowing gold on the smooth surface of the amber. I'll pick you up in half an hour. P.S. Did you know Ash won that archery competition? I just heard. Silver looked up. You won the archery competition? Oh. Yes. Ash stood and pushed his hands into his pockets. I did. That's amazing. Why didn't you tell me? He shrugged. It's not a big deal. Of course it's a big deal. Silver leaped over the clothes littering her floor and threw her arms around him. The archery competition happened every year, with 5 of the guilds taking part. A maximum of 10 trainees from each participating guild were invited. Due to some technicality this year, the final results hadn't been announced on the day the competition took place. Ash had returned last weekend and told Silver that the winner would be notified at a later date. It's really not, Ash said, stepping out of her embrace and pushing a hand awkwardly through his hair again. Flynn won it twice when he was still training, and Connor and Tobin got 1st and 2nd place one year, so yeah, no big deal. And there it was. Ash's only real fear in life, that he would never be as good at anything as his older brothers. It wasn't a fear he ever let anyone else see. Out there in the real world, Asher Blackburn was confident even cocky at times. But when it was just him and Silver, the truth was harder to hide. She used to think that he excelled at everything with little effort, but she'd slowly begun to notice in recent months what nobody else ever saw. The extra hours Ash spent studying late at night. The extra training he did early in the morning before breakfast at the guild. The extra reading he did on top of everything that was already prescribed by their mentors. She sat on the edge of the bed. You don't have to be better than them. Ash was quiet, and Silver wondered if he might brush this off and leave without talking about it. After all, she'd told him he needed to go so she could get ready. She was about to tell him he didn't have to leave yet when he sat beside her and said, "Don't I? Being just as good as isn't enough, so being better than is the only option." "That's not true." He sighed, staring down at his shoes. "Obviously, I love my brothers, I know. But it's hard living in their shadow. Every success, every achievement, they've already done it. So it's no big deal when I do it. I know my parents are proud of me, but it's not like they're impressed or anything. They just expect it. Because it's already happened before 3 times. All my brothers are amazing guardians, so I'm never going to stand out at anything. I'm just number 4. No, I'm number 6, since both my parents are guardians and they're amazing too. I'll only ever be Iris and Lennox's youngest kid, Flynn Blackburn's little brother. The Wonder Twins' little brother." He rolled his eyes. You know there is literally nobody who calls them the Wonder Twins. Yeah, but everybody's thinking it. Are they? Yes. Silver's hand slid toward the nearest pillow. I'm not. Yeah, but you're, she whacked him in the face with the pillow. Smarter than you? Oh, you little. He knocked the pillow aside and launched for her. Quicker than you? She asked with a laugh, rolling off the bed and darting away before he could reach her. Absolutely not. Then come and get me, she teased, leaping out of his way again as he lunged for her. With a burst of magic, she jumped onto her desk, knocking a dozen textbooks and files onto the floor in the process. She whipped around just as a cushion came sailing her way. She caught it, then cast a shield of magic in the air in front of her. The single shoe in the empty training bag Ash had just tossed at her bounced off the shield and fell to the floor. Fine, he said, lowering his hands. You win. He flopped back onto the bed and stared at the ceiling. Hey, Blackburn 6. She let her shield vanish and threw the cushion at him. He caught it and threw it back. Yes, Ren 3? Are you done feeling sorry for yourself? Silver tossed the cushion back again and jumped off the desk. Ash snatched the cushion from the air and dropped it onto the bed beside him. You make it difficult. So yes. Good. Silver landed on the bed beside him and hugged the cushion to her chest. Hey, she said again, waiting for him to look at her. You know you're amazing, right? Silver, seriously, I get that it's tough for you, following in the footsteps of your overachieving family, but you're still the most dedicated and talented trainee I know. I mean, you're not as good as me. He rolled his eyes and laughed. That's the truth, you know. You breezed through everything and still managed to leave half the class behind you. If you put in just the tiniest bit of effort, you'd beat us all. Not true. So true. Silver lay back and stared up at the ceiling. A half-finished painting of a colorful galaxy stared back at her. She'd started it a few weeks earlier with Ash, Remy, and Odette. And then they'd all become too busy with end-of-year assignments and studying to finish it. I'm leaving that top spot for you, Blackburn 6. He sighed. I don't know. It's not even about that. Not really. I mean, yes,
I would like to be the best. But also, it's like the thing that's really pushing me is actually the fear of failure. He admitted quietly. There's just no room for that, you know? I can't mess up. I can't be the only Blackburn that doesn't do well. Silver reached for his hand, but it was too far down the bed, so her fingers circled his wrist instead. You're not going to mess up. He paused. Then, even quieter. And if I do, it'll be okay. He didn't answer. And she knew he was probably wondering if it really would be okay, or if failing would somehow end the entire world for him. It will be, she insisted. I promise, no matter what happens. She lifted his forearm and tapped one finger against his wrist. You'll end up with those markings you want so badly. We both will. He was quiet another few moments before speaking. Thanks, Silver. Sure thing, B6. That's not going to become a thing. Oh, it's already a thing. He shook his head. But when she turned to look at him, she saw that he was smiling. Chapter 19. Now. I scoop water up in my hand and let it run down Ash's arm, watching it trickle over the dark markings that curl across his wrists. I rub gently with my fingers to remove the dried blood. We've done this before, I remind myself as heat rises to my face and my blood pumps too quickly through my veins. Plenty of times. Numerous training injuries, dozens of assignments. This is totally normal. But of course, there's nothing normal about this at all. Not anymore. And then I see something that distracts me from my internal freakout. A small flourish on one side of the guardian mark. I lift his arm out of the water and lean a little closer. My finger traces the pattern down toward that extra swirl on the side. Ash is silent, frozen. You did it, I murmur. You graduated top of our class. Something swells in my chest. Pride? He may have doubted himself at times, but I always knew he could do this. Congratulations. Ash clears his throat. Thanks. I always assumed this would be my life. I continue, my finger still tracing a slow path along the dark lines and whorls. I know I never worked as hard as you did, but being a guardian was still my dream. The only life I ever imagined. You should have been there, he says quietly. You should have been standing right next to me when it's the last thing I want now. I tell him, lowering his arm and letting go. Everything they stand for is a lie. Don't say that. You know it isn't true. For some, yes, but not the guild as a whole. I'm not like that. My family isn't like that. Your parents weren't like that. The warmth in my chest turns to an aching sadness at the mention of my parents. I know he's right. Mom and Dad only ever did their very best to protect people. And plenty of other guardians stand by the words of the oath they made the day they graduated. Ash continues. Don't hold the mistakes of a few against all of us. Mistakes? I scoff, picturing once again the last horrifying moments of my parents' lives. It was a little more than that, don't you think? He's quiet for several moments before answering. Yes. It was definitely more than that. But that doesn't change what I'm saying. Their actions don't represent all of us. Again, I know he's right. And maybe that's why it pierces my chest so deeply when I see the marks on his wrists and the weapons he so easily pulls from the air. Because a large part of me still wishes I had what he has. I look up at him,
The perfect guardian. Everything he worked so hard for may be ripped away from him now. I'm so sorry about how messed up everything has become. You worked so hard for this. To be a guardian, to be part of the guild. You finally got it, and now they're hunting you down. Because of me. They're hunting me down because they're trying to keep their secrets hidden. None of this is your fault. Okay, but still, would have been nice if you'd been able to live your dream for longer than a few months before your world turned upside down. I remove my hands from the water and reach for the small towel hanging from the knob of the cupboard above the sink. But that's life, I suppose. Ash shifts away from me to face the water again. A few months, he repeats quietly. Then he sighs. I need to tell you something. Okay. I continue drying my hands and arms. I wasn't going to bring it up after you made it clear we wouldn't be catching up on each other's lives, but now it just feels like I'm lying to you. Lying to me? About what? He looks up. There's an uncertainty in his honey-colored eyes that causes apprehension to tighten my chest. What, Ash? He pulls the plug out of the sink and reaches for the towel. I let him take it. So, after I graduated, he says, eyes focused on his hands. I wanted to keep working for the guild, but I felt like I needed to get out of Stormsdrift. I accepted a position at a small startup guild in an unusual location. Small startup guild? I didn't know that was a thing. Haven't all the guilds been around for, like, a really long time? Yes, this is the first new one in over a century. Okay. Anyway, I ended up on this weird little island. Well, you know Kaleidos? I shake my head. Should I? His eyebrows rise as he gives me a small smile. Did you ever actually study for anything? I think I mostly just used to wing it, didn't I? His smile stretches a little wider. Yes, I think that pretty much sums up your approach to the entire theory side of our training. Anyway, I thought you might remember Kaleidos from the history lessons about Lord Draven and the prophecy and the star and all that, which would make what I'm about to say less weird, but never mind. Sorry. I kind of wish he'd just get to the point. The longer he takes, the more nervous I'm getting. So there's this other island, he continues. Fenrock. Only discovered about a decade ago, so that's when fairies first started colonizing it. Also floating in the air high above ground, although this one's over a mountain range and not over the sea. It moves around on its own, so it's tough to know exactly where it is at any given time. Fairy paths don't work there. And the super weird part. He finally stops rubbing the towel over his hands, which must surely be dry by now. Time moves differently there. Okay. Different how? Sometimes faster, sometimes slower. Impossible to predict. So that's where I ended up stationed, working at a newish guild. He squeezes the bundled-up towel between his hands. For 2 years. I shake my head. But you only graduated a few months ago. Correct. In this timeline. But that doesn't... Goosebumps prickle across my skin. I take a step back from him. What exactly are you saying? He sighs. I lived and worked on Fen Rock for a little over 2 years, but out here, it was only 3 months. For me, he finally looks up, meeting my eyes. For me, it's been over 4 years since you died. I stare at him. I stare a little longer. So we're not the same age anymore? You're older than me? I'm not sure why. But this throws me entirely. I guess technically, yes. He waits as I continue to stare at him. Well, no wonder he looks like he's changed more than I expected. I don't know what to say to that. I suppose you don't really have to say anything. It was just starting to feel weird that you didn't know. So, now you know. I think I need a minute. I turn slowly and walk out of the kitchen. When he joins me a few moments later, I'm pacing back and forth in front of the beanbags. I know it's weird. He starts. So, what exactly were you doing on this floating Fenrock Island? How is there possibly enough to keep a whole guild, even a small one, busy for 2 years? This is going to sound weird too, but I don't actually know. I stop pacing and look at him. You don't know what you were doing? No. Some kind of highly confidential work. There was an enchantment placed on the Fenrock Guild so that our memory of whatever work we were doing there was removed whenever we left the building. I blink. And that doesn't seem highly suspicious to you? No. I'm guessing it seems highly suspicious to you because you don't trust the guild anymore. But I know myself and my moral compass. I may not remember what work I was doing there, but if it was something I was ethically uncomfortable with, I would have left as soon as I got there. I'm still frowning at him. I suppose I understand what he's saying, but if it were me, I'd be highly uncomfortable not remembering what I did for 2 years. Though, perhaps, I think, as my mind flashes backward for a moment, sometimes not knowing is better. And you're 20 now? That's just so strange. Stranger than an island where time moves differently and a guild where no one remembers what's going on inside? Yes, you're old. I'm not that old. He's 20, and I'm still only 18. He's lived an extra 2 years. I feel left behind somehow. Unnerved, unsettled, something. But whatever it is that I feel, I don't let it show on my face. Okay, whatever. This is fine. I'm moving on now. Silver, we need to decide what to do next. And we need clothes. You're still dressed in a blood-covered t-shirt, pajama pants that don't fit you, and no shoes. His lips curve up slightly. Don't forget the jacket. And a jacket with a hole in the back. We shouldn't stay here much longer. I'm a little surprised someone hasn't shown up already to arrest us. I guess they don't have cameras inside, maybe only an alarm on the doors. Oh, yes, perhaps. Okay, let me think. I rub my hands up and down my arms. I didn't notice the temperature when we first got here, but now that the adrenaline of the fight has worn off and my hands are no longer submerged in a sink of warm water, a chill is creeping into my bones. It doesn't help that I'm barefoot, and the only thing I'm wearing under my thin jacket is a tank top. I think we should probably stay somewhere in the human realm for now, while we figure out what to do next. Here, Ash says. I look up to see him shrugging out of his jacket, which is considerably larger than mine, and appears to be lined with something soft and fluffy. No, I say immediately. I'm not wearing that. He pauses, the jacket almost off his arms. So, you happily wear my clothes for a decade, and now you suddenly have a problem with one jacket? It isn't the jacket I have a problem with. He pauses for only a second, his jaw tightening visibly. Right, it's me. So, you'd rather stand there shivering instead of the horror of touching an item of clothing that's touched my skin? My cheeks flush. Horror is certainly not what I feel when I think of wearing his clothes. Look, it's just weird, okay? And besides, I can use magic to warm myself up, which I know you can do too, but you're the wounded one, so all your magic should go toward healing yourself. Therefore, you should be the one wearing the jacket. He sighs, shakes his head, and pulls the jacket back on. Fine. I turn to the armchair I left the journal on and bend to pick it up. Emotion rises like a tide inside me at the memory of Dad's message. I know it wasn't him, but it was his voice. It was almost as though he was sitting right there with me. Tears begin to form in my eyes again, and I blink them rapidly away.
Did you see if there was anything else in there?
Ash asks, his tone softer now.
Or is the rest of the journal still blank?
I clear my throat. I didn't look. I saw Dad's message on the first page, and that was it. With my stomach twisting itself into a knot, I open the journal. Dad's voice starts up immediately.
Silver, I hope I'm doing this right.
My fingers scramble at the edge of the page as I try to turn it quickly, not wanting to break down all over again. I finally flip the page over, and there, my mother's handwriting. This is silly. It feels silly, but it also feels important. I snap the journal shut, joy and heartache clashing inside me. My breath shudders past my lips as emotions tightens my throat even further. How am I still breathing right now?
Did you see something?
Ash asks. I turn slowly and sit in the armchair. Without looking up from the closed journal in my hands, I nod. My heart thumps a too fast rhythm in my chest. Along with the thrill of seeing Mom's words, of the knowledge that I hold some tiny part of her in my hands, comes anxiety. Is it in here? The one thing I'm not supposed to tell anyone? It shouldn't be. She told me she tore that part out. I will take this secret to my end.
Did you see something your mother wrote?
Ash asks quietly. I nod again.
Silver, he trails off. You don't have to look at it now if you feel like you're not ready.
It's fine, I'm fine. I clear my throat to rid it of the croak. We need the information. If it's in here, that is. If they found a way to get rid of the door,
well, yes, but this is also deeply personal,
and I want to read it now. I say firmly. Here, in this bookstore, in this reading corner, where there are comfy chairs set up specifically for consuming words on pages. He pauses.
Okay, then.
And you're supposed to be resting, so we may as well stay here a bit longer. With a quiet grumble, he sits, using one of the armchairs now instead of the beanbag pile. His gaze shifts past me.
Since we're staying a bit longer, he says, I think that's a blanket that's folded up on the chair next to you. You might want to use that instead of sitting there shivering.
Right? I'd completely forgotten the cold. Seeing Mom's handwriting wiped away all thoughts of using magic to warm myself and the argument about Ash's jacket. It seems silly now. I pull the blanket around my shoulders, take a deep breath, and open the journal. Chapter 20. Sweat coats my palms as I open my mother's journal. I turn swiftly past the page with Dad's animated sketch and swallow as my eyes land on Mom's first entry. It's dated about halfway through my first year at the Guild. This is silly. It feels silly, but it also feels important. Like I need to write this all down because it's going to end up being significant somehow, and I don't want to forget things. The key. I am starting an entirely separate journal because of a key. The part that first started to seem strange to me is that Rowan and I were told about it years ago, when we got here, like it wasn't a big deal. But it must be, if they remind us every few months to look out for it wherever we go. Anywhere in the world. Whenever I ask Ursula for more details, she brushes me off, saying that it holds historical significance to the Guild, and that she doesn't know any more than that. that her instructions come from someone higher up. But I get the sense she isn't telling the whole truth. I get the sense that this missing key thing is far bigger than she lets on. A couple of months ago, I saw a painting on a cave wall. Can't remember the name of the area. We'll look it up after I get this down. On the other side of the world. It matched the description we were given. Tonight, Rowan and I saw carving at the Roth ruins. I told Ursula about the painting in the cave back when I saw it, but I didn't tell her about the ruins last night. It just didn't feel right. Because it's silly, I know. Sigh. This really is silly. I didn't even tell Rowan that I've been feeling this way until this morning. Okay. I'm writing it down. I'm putting it into words. Even if it feels stupid. Here it is. I feel like I'm supposed to find this key. There. I feel slightly less silly seeing it written down. Here's the thing. I always felt like I was drawn to Storm's Drift, like I was meant to be here. Rowan thought I was imagining it, but I don't think I was. Maybe this is why. This key. Because when Ursula first told us about it, I couldn't get it out of my head. It stuck with me. Everyone else has to be reminded to look out for it, but I don't. It's often on my mind. And when I saw that painting, and then the carving, I felt almost drawn to them. It's strange. Very strange. So that's why I'm writing this all down, because it feels important somehow. I let out a slow breath when I reached the end of the entry. Find anything important yet? Ash asks. Not exactly. It's more of an intro to the whole mystery. I think... Can I read it out to you? Probably easier than me trying to summarize each entry. I mean, if you're interested. Otherwise, I'll just let you know if I see any mention of whether the door can be destroyed. No, I'm interested. He says quickly. Of course I'm interested. It's your mom. She was like family. I want to know her story. I blink away the sudden threat of tears and press my shaking lips together. I breathe and breathe and breathe again. But you don't have to read it aloud, Ash adds quietly, when I'm silent for so long. If it's too difficult. No, I want to. I said I want to. I clear my throat yet again. Then I go back to the start and begin reading out loud. When I reach the second entry, which turns out to be a description of the key, along with a drawing Mom did, my breath catches. My fingers rise to brush absently along the flower tattoo on my collarbone, my constant reminder of Mom. As I lean closer to examine the drawing, the key looks exactly as I remember it. Strangely elongated, the head of the key fashioned to look like some strange creature's head. A little bit dragon-like, but with a snout that reminds me more of a wolf. My heart begins to patter faster as something occurs to me. Ash, I say quietly, turning the journal to face him. Can you see this? I'm still not sure if the pages are meant to appear blank to anyone other than me. He leans forward. I can see it. Perhaps because you're holding it? Oh, wow. That's the key? I think my parents gave me a vague description once, when we were talking about everything after that night. But I never had an accurate image of it in my head. Look closer. The top. Don't you think the head looks a little bit like that creature that came from the other side of the door? The one that knew my name and found us at the Gauntlet changing house? He stands and moves closer. His eyes narrow as he bends to examine the drawing. Yes, it does. Interesting, I murmur as I turn the journal back to face me. I assume you already knew what the key looked like, Ash says as he returns to his chair. He groans slightly, his face twisting with pain as he leans gingerly back against the cushion. Yes, I say after a pause. But I hadn't thought about it in a while, about exactly what it looked like. So when I saw that fae beast, I didn't make the connection. I was also a little bit preoccupied, I add wryly, looking down at the journal again, with the fact that it knew my name and it was trying to kill me. I take a breath and turn to the next entry. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I found it. Not the key. The door. The door. The door that the key is for. I don't know how I know that this is the right door, but I know, without a doubt. It gives me the same feeling as that painting and that carving. This door is why I was drawn to Stormsdrift. It's in the Shadow Crypt. Something kept pulling me there. I thought I was imagining it. This need to go down there for ages. I finally stopped resisting. I used an imprint of magic from one of the counselors, which I'd probably be fired for if anyone knew about it. At first, I couldn't see anything unusual. I walked right up to the wall that has that archway shape of bricks. I touched it, listened, pressed my hands against it. I was about to give up, and then it just disappeared. The wall. It became an actual archway, and beyond it there's another room, and on the other side of the room is a door. The door. And honestly, it's beautiful. Wood, with so many intricate carvings. Rowan knows. But we didn't tell Ursula or anyone else. Again, it doesn't feel right. And she probably knows about the door already. Right? She's been here for so long. And why would she be looking for the key if she didn't know about the door? She must know about it. Drawing below. Couldn't remember all the details, so I went back tonight. My eyes travel over Mom's sketch of the fairy door. There's so much detail in the carvings. Flowers and swirls and winding vines. I turn the journal to face Ash again. Is this what you saw? Inside the Shadow Crypt? He leans forward the tiniest bit, his eyes narrowing, and I feel bad for making him move at all. Despite his insistence that he's fine, he's clearly still in pain. I stretch further forward, holding the journal closer to him. Yes, that's it, he says. That's definitely it. Except for the holes I saw. I guess those are new. Yes, they must be. There's no mention of any holes here. I sit back and return my attention to the next entry, which is dated sometime near the beginning of my second year of training. It's short, mentioning only that she saved someone's life during an assignment and felt some kind of connection with him. Something that drew her to him in the same way she was drawn to the door and anything to do with the key. A man named Anvi. I turn the page, and the line at the top of the next entry makes my heart stumble over itself before speeding up. I know everything. I shut the journal, my heart suddenly in my throat. What's wrong? Ash asks. I shake my head. Nothing? Just give me a minute. I reopen the journal to the same page and try to skim through the entire entry, absently twisting my gilded canary ring as my eyes search for the one thing I don't want Ash to know. But it shouldn't be here. Mom told me she took that part out. I will take this secret to my end. She found the key, didn't she? Ash says, interrupting my anxious skimming of the words. No, I answer immediately, even though I haven't skimmed far enough yet to know whether this is true. That's why you don't want to read this one out loud. Ash guesses, because she mentions where she found it. And because that's where she hid it again that night after your dad went back to try to lock the door. And you don't want me knowing. No, Ash. That's Silver. I already know that you know where the key is.
And I've already asked you not to tell me. I wasn't trying to trick you when I said that. I honestly don't want to know.
I examine his face, trying to discern whether he's hiding something, but all I can see is truth. Okay, I say slowly. Well, I'm going to read this one in my head first, then.
That's fine. You can read the entire journal in your head first if that makes you feel more comfortable.
I know everything. There's so much. Anvi finally told me all of it. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Okay. I need to get this all out of my brain before I forget something. The next line is a scribble, so messy, it's entirely illegible. Then, okay, I finally got the scribe spell working, thank goodness. I didn't want to have to write out this entire story by hand, think my fingers might fall off. Anyway, it's been a few months since I wrote anything here. I see my last entry was the night we met Anvi. I visited him a lot after that night, mostly with Rowan. Nothing inappropriate, of course. I couldn't tell why, but there was this connection. So yes, we became good friends. Eventually, I decided to tell him about the key. It was a difficult decision. Rowan and I were ordered never to speak of it with anyone outside of the guild. In fact, we weren't even supposed to really discuss it with other guardians. Only our instructions were to look out for it or any news relating to it and report back to someone on the council. But something inside me just couldn't keep quiet. So I told Anvi about it, gave him the description, and asked if he knew anything about it. And the look on his face, well, I knew instantly that he knew something. He said he didn't. Said he'd never heard of this key. But I knew he was lying. Poor guy was terrible at it. Anyway, I could see he was quite distressed about it, so I let it go. This was, I don't know, maybe 2 months ago? Then, I asked him again a couple of weeks later. He denied it again. Today was the 3rd time I asked him. I told him that I knew he knew something. That even if he didn't want to say anything about the key, he should at least stop denying his knowledge of it. So he did. He stopped denying it, and he said, I'm trying to remember his words. He said, "How did you know it's me? I've never told a single person." And I found that a bit strange because I didn't know what he meant when he said, "How did you know it's me?" So I asked, "What's you?" That threw him a bit, and he immediately clammed up. Didn't want to say anything else. So I told him that no one had ever said anything about him. I'd never even heard his name before the night I saved his life. And he wasn't even the target that night. He was an innocent bystander. Wrong place, wrong time, as they say. Except, I keep thinking now that it was meant to be. I was meant to meet him. None of that was chance. The assignment was originally supposed to go to Lennox, and then he was running late, and then the seer... I can't remember who it was. Sasha, maybe? Anyway, the seer, on duty, gave the vision to me, and said she felt I was actually the better one to deal with it. Anyway, Anvi asked me to leave then, so I did. I didn't want to upset him any further. I mean, I wanted answers, of course, but he's my friend as well. Then, he sent a message late this afternoon. He asked me to go back. I kind of felt like he wouldn't say as much if I had Rowan with me, so I went on my own. I was never supposed to tell anyone ever, Anvi said, but with you I have this strange feeling, almost as if the key is yearning to get to you. That sent a shiver right through my body. I can tell you that. Yearning for me? That's how I feel about the key and the door. He said, I have the key, but I will not be telling you where it is. What I will tell you is everything else. So here it is. The everything else. The story no guild ever told us. the story no guild aside from ours even knows. Long ago, when there was only one guild in existence, in a place battered by storms, the guardians who worked there decided to experiment. From the shadows of the night and from the storms that swept ceaselessly through their home, they pulled an unknown type of magic. They enchanted and crossbred and created their own fae creatures. Their name, in Old Faerie, roughly translates to storm fae. The guild had noble motives, of course. There weren't many guardians, so they were trying to create creatures that could fight alongside those guardians. But they messed things up. Storm fae turned out to be even deadlier than the dangerous creatures that already existed. Deadlier and smarter. And they couldn't be controlled. They were monsters. In the end, there was a battle. The first guild was almost destroyed. Many guardians died. What was left of the guild was overrun by storm fae. The guardians who survived the fight managed to magically seal off the original guild with all the storm fae inside. They tried to destroy it, but nothing worked. Eventually, they figured out that the magic they'd used to seal the entire guild was also protecting it. But they couldn't remove the protective magic without risking the storm fae getting out. The Seelie ruler at the time gave them an order. The piece of land that this magically sealed guild sat upon was removed and taken to the furthest reaches of the north, to a land walled off by enchanted mountains and unreachable by the fairy paths. I asked Anvi if he meant the Dark North, and he said, "This land is so far away that even the witches of the Dark North know nothing of it." Then they constructed a fairy door at the very edge of this land. A fairy door more powerful than usual, that required not only a key to lock it, but an elaborate series of hand movements and magic. They put the corresponding fairy door in the place where all of this began. A place that would one day be renamed in English as Stormsdrift. They concealed it below ground inside a building that was fashioned to look like a crypt, and then a new guild was built next to it to protect it. That's the guild we work at now. The second oldest guild in existence. The first one, as we've always been told, was not destroyed by Shadowfire. The guardians who remained locked the door and gave the key to someone trustworthy, someone not affiliated with the guild. That person was told to take the key far away, to always keep it hidden, and to pass it on one day to someone who would be the next keykeeper. So here we are, I don't know how many generations later, and Anvi is the current keykeeper. So, in summary, the fairy door leads to whatever remains of the original guild, which was overrun by storm fae. No guardian or guild is ever supposed to know where this key is. For some reason, the counselors at our guild want the key, and by a strange series of chances, I found the man who has it. And finally, are any of those storm fae still alive today? Anvi doesn't know, because no keykeeper before him has ever taken the key back to Stormsdrift. My heart is pounding as I reach the end. I lower the journal and let out a long, slow breath. "So?" Ash says quietly. "Is it what you were expecting? Did she write about the location of the key?" "No," I say faintly. I look up and meet his eyes. The guild is responsible for the monsters forcing their way through that door. His features crease. "What?" "Guardians are the ones who made them." Chapter 21. Ash listens in shocked silence as I reread the entry detailing the guild's experiments, the monsters they created and then tried to hide. "I wonder if this is why the Seelie court is involved now," he says when I've finished. "They always knew about this. It was their plan to hide these storm fae
and they probably want them to remain hidden.
I suppose that could explain why they killed Austin. If he was aware of all this because my mother told him, and not because he's part of the council, then he isn't supposed to know any of it.
I wonder why they didn't kill him before tonight, then. Ash murmurs.
Well, perhaps they didn't know. If my mom only spoke to Austin about all of this just before she and my dad were killed, then he wouldn't have had time yet to go to the guild and report them. And then, once they were gone, well, he would have had no need to report anything then. But now, when you and I showed up and started asking about the door, I guess he felt like he needed to alert the guild or the Seelie court right away. I rub a hand over my face. I still can't believe they killed him, just like that. I mean, he had just proved that he was loyal to them above everything else. And then I shake my head.
Makes the Seelies seem as ruthless as the Unseelies,
Ash says quietly. I look down at the journal again, managing to refrain from adding, and that's the court you serve. My eyes scan the page for the next entry, which Mom wrote about a week after the previous one. Anvi showed me how to unlock the door. I'm still not sure why he trusts me with all of this. I mean, yes, I begged for information, but he could have continued to refuse. His job as a keeper of this key is to keep it secret and hidden from everyone. I'm pretty sure that includes not telling me all the things he's told me. But I suppose it's because of this yearning he says he feels. Not him, but the key. I'm not sure how he knows what the key is feeling. He seemed to get uncomfortable when I asked, and he wouldn't look at me when he said, "I just do." And then later, he admitted that he gets this uncontrollable urge to just tell me everything whenever he sees me, that he has to fight me so hard to keep from giving me the key as well. Honestly, it's all quite strange. Anyway, I'm grateful, of course. I've longed to know all of this for years. And it's not as though I'm going to try and steal the key from him and run off to unlock the door myself. I may feel drawn to it, but I certainly don't want to know if monsters still exist on the other side. So, step by step, here it is. The way to unlock the door. Step 1 is straightforward. Then, steps 2 to 5 require you to release magic into the door while doing the motions. Otherwise, the carvings on the door won't move. 1. Turn the key. Obviously. 2. Twist the top right flower, clockwise, 3 times. 3. Run your left forefinger down the 3rd vine from the left. See diagram below. It will start to wiggle, if you've done it correctly. Anvi's word. He reminded me that obviously he's never done this. Makes me wonder how reliable these instructions are after being passed down for centuries. 4. There's a spiral near the bottom right corner that has a leaf at its center. Pull the leaf out a little bit, then turn it counterclockwise, twice. I take the vine that's wiggling. You'll be able to pull it in right away from the door, and it'll be softer now. Like a real vine. It'll only be attached to the door at one end. Wrap the other end twice, clockwise, around the door handle. You should now be able to turn the handle and open the door. Perform the instructions in reverse to lock the door. Below that is Mom's drawing, complete with arrows and little numbers. Well, Ash says when I finished reading the entry, if your parents did manage to successfully unlock the door, this explains why they may not have been able to properly lock it again afterwards. Seems like it's easy to make a mistake if you're in a rush or don't know exactly what you're doing. Yeah, I murmur. I catch sight of the writing on the next page, noting immediately that there's something different about it. It's a hurried scrawl with misshapen letters and jerky angles, as though Mom's hand was shaking as she wrote the words. Something tightens in my chest, a sense of foreboding, as if what I'm about to read is bad, very bad. A small part of my brain warns me to look away, take a break. But I'm already scanning the words before I can stop myself. I have the key. I shouldn't have the key, but I have it. Anvi is dead. I don't know what happened. I don't know who it was. I must have been knocked unconscious by... who? I don't know. There was definitely a fight, but I don't remember who else was there. I heard something, but then... I don't know. I can barely even think. I just keep seeing. He was dead when I woke up. Ripped apart. Literally. And the key was lying on the floor between us. So I took it. Of course I took it. I couldn't just leave it there for someone else to get their hands on. I can't even think right now. It was all too awful. I look up at Ash when I finish reading this short entry out loud, my voice shaking slightly. "Wow," he murmurs. "I'll admit, that is not what I was expecting." "Me neither," I whisper, still staring at what I'm guessing are tear stains on the page. I keep turning, eyes running along the lines of text, hoping to discover what happened to Anvi. She mentioned sending an anonymous tip about Anvi's death, but that was the extent of her involvement in the investigation. No one except my dad knew that they were even friends. I keep scanning. She says she and Dad were both extremely conflicted about whether to come forward and admit she was there when Anvi died, but they were both afraid she might be blamed for his death.
"Isn't it crazy," Ash says, "that all of this was going on and we never had any idea?"
I know. I was aware that their work caused them stress at times, and you know I used to overhear details sometimes, but I had no idea about any of this. I turn another page. This next entry says she was looking into old guild records to see if she could find out anything about Stormfae for her own interest. But so far, she hadn't found anything. Then I turn again. Another page of her basically saying the same thing. And then, oh, this might be important. I start reading aloud again. "I just found something buried in the back of the dusty old archives, underneath the library at the guild. Like, underneath. I think we're all aware that there's a set of stairs at the back of the library that goes down to the archive level. I've been there multiple times recently, but I only just discovered that at the back of that room, there's another set of steps that leads further down to an even older archive section. It wasn't hidden. It wasn't locked. I'm pretty sure I was allowed to be there. But I'm also pretty sure that there aren't many people who know that level even exists. Anyway, I think I found a book that may have something useful in it. It's super ancient, translated from Old Faerie. Kind of vague with the names. It doesn't specifically say Stormfae anywhere. But the details are enough to suggest that that's what the text is talking about. But I ran out of time to read more than the first few pages, and we're not allowed to remove archives. We'll return tomorrow."
"Oh, the suspense," Ash says as I turn the page.
When I see that the next entry has nothing to do with archives or a book or any major discovery, I glance at the date. I think you're going to have to live with that suspense. The next entry is several months later.
Oh, so she obviously didn't discover anything interesting after all, if she didn't bother writing about it.
I guess not.
"So what does the next entry say?"
he asks. It's a bit weird. I keep feeling drawn to the door. I sneak down there so often. Rowan is worried about me. I'm worried about me. I know this isn't normal. I wonder if it was some kind of magical pull, Ash says. Or if it was just her fascination with the door. You know, just the fact that she was more intrigued by the mystery of it than anyone else. I lift one shoulder and shake my head.
as I turn to the next page. Oh, wow, okay. I stop in surprise at the angry scrawl across the next page. What? I'm not reading that out loud. What is it? A bunch of swear words scribbled across the page, and possibly some tears? There's a splotch or two at the bottom of the page. I turn the journal to show him. He frowns as his eyes scan the page. She was obviously really upset about something. Yeah. I wonder if... I place the journal on my lap again and stare at the scribbled words. There's no date on this page, but the previous entry was about 2 months before. I hesitate, wondering why I've even brought this up. My stomach churns. My heart pounds so hard, I start to feel lightheaded. Remember when my parents were stuck inside that warehouse for hours with that assassin? Ash says. The Scarlet Arrow? Yes. My mom wasn't really herself for months after that. Yes, I remember. The previous entry is dated about 2 months before that happened. So maybe this entry was written just after that confrontation with the Scarlet Assassin. Ash suggests quietly. Yes, maybe. I mean, I don't know how it would be related. I don't know why that whole ordeal would have had anything to do with the key. It probably isn't. I just noticed the previous date, that's all. But she wasn't normal for months afterward, so maybe she just picked up the wrong journal when she scribbled all of this. I swallow and turn quickly to the next page, feeling as though I've intruded on something intensely private. I realize that this entire journal is essentially a collection of private thoughts, but whatever that previous page was, it feels even more personal than everything else. Oh, this is it. My heart trips over itself at the sight of the next words. This is the part you've been waiting for. I turn the journal to show Ash the single line of text. I can't live like this. We're going to get rid of it. Oh, wow. Yes. Ash sits a little straighter. What did she say after that? Nothing else on this page. Please, please let that not be the last entry, I think, as my fingers reach for the corner of the page and turn again. Relief warms my chest at the sight of a sketch and a short paragraph. Everything else has failed. We need to find this. Belonged to one of the Seelie Queens centuries ago. Contains some of her magic, said to be incredibly powerful. It needs to be shattered, and then all its power will be released. It might be the only thing that can destroy the fairy door. The item Mom drew looks like an elongated gemstone or crystal, tapering at both ends. One end narrows to a deadly point, while the other end is blunt, sliced off, with a tiny hole through it, as though it's meant to hang from something. An earring? A necklace? Something much larger? I don't know the scale. Tiny dots cover the drawing, and an arrow pointing to one of the dots has a note beside it that reads, "Specks of magic inside. Gold, glittering. Seelie power?" Do you know what that is? Ash asks. He's standing beside my chair now, leaning over to look at Mom's drawing. No, I wonder if they found it. The next page is blank, and I turn the next few pages to see that they, too, are blank. The drawing was Mom's final entry. I sit back and look at it again. And if they did find it, I wonder if they had a chance to try and use it. As I trace my forefinger carefully over the drawing, something stirs at the back of my mind. I think I've seen this before. I just can't remember where. Somewhere that was like just part of the background. Where my eyes slid over it every day
not really registering it. I tilt my head, staring at the picture and prodding my memory, but still coming up with nothing. The guild, perhaps? Ash peers closer, then shakes his head.
I don't think so. I don't recognize it.
I breathe out heavily as my memory refuses to reveal anything else. Have I seen this icicle pendant more recently? Perhaps in the month straight after I fled the guild? No. I shut that thought down immediately. That can't be when I saw it. I'm pretty good at blocking out that period of my life, so if I had seen it then, I doubt I'd remember. No, I must have seen it before. Perhaps it was in our house, I say suddenly. That would explain seeing it on a daily basis. Perhaps they found it and hid it right out in the open, on a shelf, with other trinkets and books and things.
But if they found it, why wouldn't they use it? Ash points out. Why display it in their home?
True.
In this memory of yours, how large is the item? Tiny like a piece of jewelry, or larger, something you could hold in your hand?
I imagine it comfortably fitting in my hand, I say slowly, with both ends sticking out on either side. That sort of size. But I don't know. Maybe my brain is making all of this up. Perhaps I'm only wishing I recognized this thing. He's quiet a moment before saying,
Okay, let's assume your brain is indeed making things up. Then we need to find out more some other way. Exactly what this thing is and where it might be. And how are we going to do that? Run off to the Sealy Court? A place no one can find unless they've been taken there before, and ask someone in the royal family to kindly share more about this thing with us?
Silver, Ash says patiently.
I know you were never particularly fond of studying, but you must have heard of this thing called a library. I give him a deadpan stare.
No, never. Please, enlighten me.
He sighs. I think we should go to the oldest, largest library in the Fae realm, where someone will no doubt attempt to arrest or kill us, I mutter, and begin our research there. I shut the journal and stand.
I think you need to rest somewhere safe first, so that—
I told you I'm fine.
Oh, is that why you keep grunting in pain every time you lean against something?
He narrows his eyes. I have not been grunting.
What would you like to call it, then? Ash pinches the bridge of his nose. After a pause and a shake of his head, he lowers his hand.
Fine. Since you're the one familiar with this world, where do you suggest we stay?
Chapter 22. I take us through the fairy paths to a remote cabin that belongs to Teddy's family. Unsure whether anyone else might currently be using the place, I tiptoe out of the paths, keeping my glamour in place to conceal myself. I've stayed here several times with Teddy and Duke and a few other friends, but no one from Teddy's family has ever joined us, so I've always wondered what time of year they like to visit. If it's now, I'll have to come up with another plan. But the cabin is silent. Cold. Very definitely empty. I'm completely confused now as to what time of day or night it is in any part of the world, so I can't tell whether the dreary gray sky visible between the trees outside is a morning or afternoon one. I look around for a clock, find one hanging on the wall above the empty fireplace, and discover it's mid-afternoon. I leave Mom's journal on the kitchen table and point out one of the bedrooms to Ash, who says he feels weird lying on someone else's bed and aims for the couch in the main living area instead. As if it's somehow less weird to lie on something that far more people have sat on. I decide not to argue with him. Instead, hunting around until I find a pair of rubber boots that are several sizes too big for me. I carefully shrink them to the correct size. Then,
After finding my one remaining spare stylus inside a slim inner pocket of my jacket, I head back out to get some food and clothes. When I return several hours later, with a new pair of sneakers on and multiple bags over each arm, it's to a cozier scene than the one I left behind. Flames crackle and dance in the fireplace, and Ash is asleep under a blanket on the couch closest to the fireplace. I pause for a moment, watching him and listening to rain patter against the windows. Though this little cabin is nothing like the homes either of us grew up in, I can't help feeling as though we're in storm's drift right now. I blink, give my head a little shake, and carry the bags to the table that separates the kitchen area from the rest of the living area. I push Mom's journal out of the way, move the clothing bags aside to unpack later, and aim for the bag with the containers of Chinese food. Ash's waffles may have been good, but I didn't consume nearly enough of them before we had to fight our way out of there.
Sorry, I didn't mean to fall asleep.
I look over my shoulder at the sound of Ash's voice. He's sitting up, carefully, one hand against his chest. Why? I ask.
It seemed like an irresponsible thing to do, I suppose. Anyone could have shown up.
Well, I'm here to protect you now, so never fear.
Gee, thanks, I feel so much better.
You should. I carry the 2 Chinese containers toward him. In all seriousness, I add, how are you feeling? And please don't automatically say fine. He pauses, hopefully to honestly assess how he's feeling, then says, much better. Almost as if I was never impaled by a sharp object. He peers past me as I push aside the end of the blanket and take a seat on the couch.
Looks like you had quite the shopping spree.
Yeah, well, we both need clothes and shoes and food. Here. I hand him one of the takeout containers and a pair of chopsticks.
Did you steal all this stuff?
My mouth drops open. No, I didn't steal anything. I have currency in this world, remember?
But your bag is still at Austin's. You don't have any money with you.
I exhale sharply through my nose and hold his gaze. I keep cash tucked in my bra at all times. He hesitates, mouth half open, clearly unsure how to respond. It takes everything in me to keep a straight face.
That's useful,
he says eventually. I roll my eyes and allow myself a breath of a laugh. I'm kidding. I keep a credit card zipped inside this jacket. I turn my attention to the container in my hands and start opening it.
Well, I suppose that's useful too.
Ash opens his container as well, and for a minute or so, we eat in silence. I notice the ring on his right hand again when I sneak a sideways glance at him, and I'm tempted once more to ask about it. But I have rules. We're not supposed to be sharing personal details. We're not supposed to be making it any harder than it will already be when we say goodbye. Ash clears his throat and says,
So, you have a job in this world?
I look at him. Yes, I told you that already. He hesitates, frowning.
Oh, the pastry chef comment? I thought that was a terrible joke.
Wow, thanks.
Wait, you're seriously a chef?
I scoop some noodles up with my chopsticks and shove them into my mouth.
No joke,
I say around the mouthful of food.
How did that happen?
I give him a look that's supposed to remind him that A, I'm not planning to share all the details of the past 2 years, and B, my mouth is full.
Come on, he coaxes. Tell me something about your life. What else are we going to do while we sit here eating?
I finish chewing and swallow. We could just sit and eat. We could stare at the fire. I could dig through my memories until I find the one that tells me where I saw that glittering icicle-shaped crystal. In my experience, memories rise to the surface when your mind is busy focusing on something else, and not when you're trying to force them to appear.
He watches me closely. Amber eyes, bright, with something that might possibly be amusement.
Did this chef thing stem from your love of waffles? Because as far as I remember, waffles are the only thing you ever made when we were growing up. I didn't think you knew how to bake or cook anything else.
I sigh and poke at my food, deciding he's probably right about memories surfacing when they're not forced. And is it really such a big deal if I share this part of my life with him? We've already begun to venture down this path, sharing bits and pieces of the past 2, 4 in his case, years. It's already going to be monumentally painful to say goodbye to him. Why not add a dash more pain? You're right, I tell him. I didn't know how to make anything else. Teddy taught me how to bake. He has this friend who owns his own little bakery, the Frosted Tart. I roll my eyes. A silly name, but also kind of awesome. It was around the time I just moved in next to Teddy and Duke, and the Frosted Tart was starting to get a little busier, and Anthony, the owner, was looking for another pastry chef. Teddy thought it would be perfect for me, because of course he didn't know me at all back then. I can't help laughing at the memory of the argument Teddy and I had when he first came up with the idea. At first I thought it was ridiculous, but then I thought about it and decided it might actually work well. I needed money, but I didn't want to bring attention to myself in any way. This was a behind-the-scenes kind of job, so I didn't have to interact with many people. And since it was a friend of Teddy's, I kind of had an in. It wasn't like I had to have an interview with a stranger who would see right through my lies and figure out I was a total fraud. Ash chuckles. I doubt that would have happened. You've never had a problem convincing people to go along with your crazy ideas. My smile fades a little. In our world, perhaps. But here it was different. I barely knew anything about anything, and life had, knocked me down. No way did I have as much confidence as I used to have. But it must have worked out. Yes, it did. I'm a quick learner when I feel like applying myself, and I had magic on my side. I lower my voice to a stage whisper. Don't tell anyone, but magic is the only reason my stuff doesn't flop every single time. And did you know you can make the most beautiful cupcake frosting designs with magic? I'm convinced that's what keeps Aunt's customers coming back. Ash's eyebrows climb. Now that is totally against the guild's rules. I know. I shrug and shovel another mouthful of noodles between my lips. I was going to say smart, but yes, illegal too. Our conversation pauses for a bit as we both eat, and then Ash asks, So you earn enough doing that? Well, no, I admit. That's why I started fighting at the Gilded Canary. I, earned quite a lot there, even fighting only a few nights a week. I assume your human friends don't know about that particular job? No, I say quietly. Obviously not. I can't remember how I even discovered the Gilded Canary in the first place, but I got that job all on my own. And you didn't think you might draw unwanted attention to yourself? Ash asks, leaning back and tilting his head to the side as he watches me. You didn't think someone from the guild might hear about this talented young fighter and want to take a closer look? I know the owner has some kind of deal with the guild, but come on. You had to know there would be guardians hanging around, secretly keeping an eye on whatever was happening. Only one guardian, I correct. Riven's contact. No one else from the guild. Not officially, at least. Some of them snuck in sometimes, and clearly Markham was one of those guardians. And yes, I was worried about being discovered, but with a mask and a glamour enchantment for my hair, I didn't think I'd be recognized. I also changed my identity fairly regularly, and I made sure I never fought as well as I could have. Not even close. Ash nods slowly, staring at the contents of his takeout container. I wonder how Markham discovered you then. I wondered about that too, and I think he must have seen me backstage before a fight. Sometimes if I was late, I would only activate the glamour enchantment for my hair right before I went into the ring. I mean, I generally tried to be careful, but sometimes I was in too much of a rush, and I just didn't think about the mask and the glamour until I was almost out there. So if Markham was hanging around somewhere in the backstage passageways, which he shouldn't have had access to, but I'm sure that didn't stop him, he might have seen me without any disguise on. And your hair is kind of a giveaway. I know, I grumble, which is why I tried to keep it hidden most of the time. We spend another few minutes eating, listening to the comfortable crackle of flames and the steady drum of rain. And then I decide, what the heck? May as well admit to all the things I've been doing since I fashioned a life for myself in the human world. I also, had a third job. Ash looks over at me. Oh? Not one that I received payment for, but probably was the most satisfying. And I pause for a moment, considering. Yes, probably also the riskiest. He raises his eyebrows in question. So there's a lot of illegal stuff going down at the Gilded Canary. You don't say, he says dryly, leaning over to place his empty takeout container on the small table on his side of the couch. Ribbon's deal with the guild is that he passes on some of this info in exchange for them leaving him and his club alone, but there's plenty that slips through the cracks. I overheard things, some truly terrible things. I didn't want to just turn a blind eye, but I was too angry and scared to go anywhere near a guild to report what I overheard. So I started asking questions about how I could possibly help. Very carefully, of course. A bartender here, an acrobat there. And I ended up getting involved with, well, I guess there's sort of a vigilante operation. Ash cuts a sideways glance at me. You know that's not legal either, right? Yes, Ash, I'm aware of that. But at this point, I trust them far more than I trust any guild. They heard that I was asking questions, looking for some way to make a difference, and they came to me. A woman found me after one of my fights. A faerie. Golden hair and eyes. She asked me straight out if I'd been trained at a guild. I was terrified. I thought she might be an undercover guardian, but she had no markings. Turned out she had a bit of history with the guild, like me, but had been forced to leave and go into hiding. Also like you. Ash murmurs. Yes. Anyway, she gave me a job. Steal a necklace from one of the girls I was scheduled to fight and bring it to her. She gave me a meeting spot, somewhere far from the Gilded Canary, but still very public, which I guess was for both her safety and mine. So I did that, and then one job turned into another and another. I never knew all the details. I was just a courier, a messenger, passing notes and objects between people. I still don't know her name. People at the club who knew her just called her Goldilocks. But you had no idea if you could actually trust her, Ash said, his frown deep. You may have just been playing a part in an even bigger illegal operation. You may have been aiding crimes, not stopping them. I'm not stupid, Ash. I know how to use my ears. If you're quiet and you hang out in the right spots, you quickly figure out who the bad guys are and what they're up to. And then, when you do something, and then you listen again later on and discover that their plans were thwarted, then you know you've made a difference. Still doesn't seem like the smartest idea to get involved with something like that. Look, you don't have to agree with my choices. I say as I stand and take my empty container to the kitchen table. But I know I've helped people. That's what I always wanted to do. And the guild made it impossible for me to do it by being a guardian. So I made another plan. And I have a lot to make up for after. My hand tightens around the pair of chopsticks. My pulse thumps loudly in my ears. Did I seriously almost say that out loud? After what? Ash asks. He's standing at the table now as well. I didn't hear him walk up beside me. Nothing. I clear my throat and push aside the empty takeout containers so I can pull the other shopping bags closer. You know, I wonder if Goldilocks might know something about that Seelie crystal thing my parents were looking for. She seems to be involved in so many different things, and I've heard her mention the Seelies before, so perhaps she knows. I trail off, an image suddenly clear in my head. The gold floor inside the Gilded Canary, and the chandelier that hangs from its ceiling. An impressive sparkling structure created from dozens of cut glass crystals shaped like icicles. My brain zooms in on the largest one, hanging from the center of the arrangement. Silver? Ash prompts. I remember, I say faintly. Then I blink and focus on him. I grip his arm. The icicle-shaped crystal. It's the centerpiece of a chandelier hanging in one of the rooms at the Gilded Canary. That's where I've seen it. At least I think it's the same thing. It's the same shape as my mother's drawing, and I always thought it looked like it had little gold sparkles swirling inside it. I've never been able to get close enough to tell, but that's what it looks like from the floor. Ash hesitates before answering, his gaze traveling my face. You're sure it looks like the thing your mother drew? Well, of course I'm not sure, but it's the closest thing I can think of. We don't exactly have any other leads, do we? Ash nods slowly. So, are you proposing we steal it? No, Ash, I'm suggesting we ask nicely for permission. I roll my eyes. Of course I'm proposing we steal it. I have one more expensive charm on this bracelet. I wave my right hand before reaching for one of the bags of clothes. That might help. And I have an employee access charm in this ring. So as long as we're quick, we should be able to grab that icicle and get out of there before we're caught. Now you, I give him the bag, need to change out of those ridiculous pajama pants. First, he says, tell me about this special charm that's going to help us steal something from above a crowded dance floor. I remove the elastic band from my tangled, messy bun and begin scooping my hair up into something tighter and neater. It can turn a room completely dark. I didn't have an exact purpose in mind when I bought it, but it sounded useful. I pause, my hands halfway through securing the elastic band around my hair again. Now that I think about it, the moment you showed up unannounced in my bedroom 2 days ago would have been a good time to use it. I could have made my escape while you tripped over things in the dark. Right, because I've never created a light with magic before. Magical lights don't work in the presence of this charm. Neither do non-magical lights like cell phones and flashlights. That's what makes it so useful. Okay, so you want to fill the room with darkness, jump up to reach the icicle while no one else can see what's happening, which means we won't be able to see anything either, and then escape the club before anyone knows it was us? Yes. I finish securing my hair in a neat bun and lower my hands. That sounds far too simple and almost certainly likely to go wrong. Well, you're welcome to stay here while I go and get it. I shrug out of my jacket. I just need to fix the rips in this sleeve and change it to some clothes that aren't caked in dried blood, and I'll be Gilded Canary ready. Ash opens the bag I handed him and looks inside. Okay, so we're doing this. We want to fix Stormstrift, don't we? So yes, we're doing this. I place my jacket flat on the table and lean over the torn sleeve. The gold floor is the fancier of the 2 dance floors, so we'll need to make a little bit of an effort. A torn jacket definitely won't do. I run my fingers over the ripped edges of the fabric, digging through my brain in hopes of finding a spell that can easily fix it. I may have to dig a little further and see if I can come up with some basic clothes casting spells as well. Something to change the style of the jacket a little bit. Should have just bought a new one, I say to myself. Except that all my small weapons are hidden inside this one. Would be too much effort to try and hide them all inside a new article of clothing. You told me you don't have any other tattoos. Ash murmurs. I freeze. My brain struggling to make the leap from jackets to tattoos. A second too late as his fingertips brush the back of my neck, along the edge of my hairline. I realize what he's referring to. I react instantly, automatically. Before I know what I'm doing, Ash is on the ground face down, one arm pinned behind him as I shove my knee into his lower back. With his mouth half mashed against the floor, his words are a barely coherent mumble. What the freaking crap? I'm sorry. I release his arm and climb quickly off him. My chest heaves with rapid breaths as I put a good few feet of space between us. He blinks at me as he stands. What the heck was that about? I'm sorry, you just startled me. Are you? I'm fine. You're not fine. You look like you're about to hyperventilate. Breathe. 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 I'm fine, I repeat, grabbing my jacket and the bag with my new clothes and turning away. Before he can ask anything else, I'm striding away from the living area and into the bathroom, then slamming the door shut. I press my back against it and slide to the floor. My eyes close. My breaths come a little more easily now. I raise my hand to the back of my neck and rub my fingers against the spot where the tattoo is, wishing I could scrub it away. I can't see it, of course, but I know what it looks like. A tiny dark shape. A little bird. If my hair was darker, the bird would be hidden better, barely visible at a distance. But it stands out against my pale skin and silver-white hair. The little bird is one of the reasons I wear a jacket so often, so that the collar conceals it. And when the weather is warm, my messy bun hangs low enough to hide it. Or I leave my hair down. People generally don't notice it, or if they do, they don't say anything. But Ash, of course he would notice. Of course he would comment. I press my fists to my closed eyes, forcing tears away. When I open them again, my gaze settles on my wrap bracelet, on the tiny silver bird attached to one of the leather strips, so similar to the shape that marks my skin, and yet so different. The one on my wrist is too precious for me to put into words, while the one on my skin I would claw away if I could. I wonder if Ash noticed this one too. Probably not. It's so small, and my jacket sleeve usually covers it. I force myself to my feet and move to the basin, leaning forward, both hands gripping the edge of it. I stare into the mirror. My gaze shifts away from my red-rimmed eyes, sliding down to settle on the delicate flowers tattooed across my left collarbone. Another shudder ripples through my chest. I lift one hand and run a finger gently along the stem, the little leaves, the tiny blossoms. I'm sorry, Mom, I whisper. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Then I take a deep breath, swallow, and face the shower. Time to clean up. Time to steal a magical item powerful enough to destroy an ancient fairy door. Time to do for Storm's Drift what I couldn't do for my parents. When I leave the bathroom, I'm clean and dressed, my eyes lined with dark, smoky shadow, my hair hidden beneath a new glamour enchantment, and all visible portions of my skin covered in glittery powder. The black sleeveless top I bought earlier is a little more club-appropriate after I managed some sort of sparkly thread spell. And my sneakers, while certainly not smart, are at least inconspicuous after I managed to change their color from white to black. Ash is standing at the window on the other side of the living area, looking out at the dark, wet landscape. He's changed into the clothes I bought him. He seems lost in thought. But when I walk out of the bathroom, he turns toward me. "Brunette?" he says, eyebrows climbing at the sight of the messy dark curls tumbling over my shoulders. "You look very different." "That's the point." "Right, of course." He continues watching me, and I sense he wants to say something else. Most likely about the part where I overreacted and attacked him. Fortunately, after another few awkward moments of silence, it seems he decides to keep his questions to himself. "Are the clothes okay?" I ask.
It's an unnecessary question, considering he looks like complete perfection in the shirt and jeans I chose for him. He also looks more normal and less guardian, which is good. I need Riven's men to think he's just another average guy. Okay, maybe not average. There's no world in which Asher Blackburn could ever be average. But as long as he doesn't look like a guardian, we're all good. Yes, he says. Correct size. Thank you. Well, after so many years of wearing your clothes, how can I not be familiar with your size? Oh, holy Faye, could you not just keep your mouth shut, Silver? I mean, you're bigger than you were before. Like, I use my hands to motion in the air near my own biceps. Muscular, bigger. But it fits, so that's good. Just stop. Seriously, stop right now. With my cheeks flaming, I press my lips together and turn away before any more words can escape without my permission. Behind me, Ash clears his throat. Thanks. Did you manage to fix your jacket? No. I take the jacket, which was hanging over my arm, and leave it on the table. I just made an even bigger mess. Apparently fixing clothes is almost impossible, while making them super sparkly is easy. I look down at my top, which glitters wherever the light catches it. Teddy would say something like, simply smashing, love. The thought makes tears prick behind my eyes again. Anyway, this sparkly thing looks kind of stupid, but I'm sure I'll blend right in with all the diamond decor of the gold floor. It doesn't look stupid, Ash says quietly from behind me. You look good. I hesitate, my back still to him, unsure what to say to that. What about weapons? He asks, saving me from having to respond to his compliment. That's why you wanted to wear the jacket. Oh, yes. I finally turn my back to face him. I decided I'm fine as long as I have this. I point to the leather cuff with the moonstone. My crescent moon knife is yet to fail me. And, I may have a small blade strapped to my left ankle beneath my jeans. Ash's lips curve into a smile. His eyes don't leave mine. Of course you do. I clear my throat. Anyway, we should go. I figured out where we are in relation to the part of the world the Gilded Canary is in. Did some time zone math, and I think it's late evening there. Okay. Ash nods, opens his mouth, pauses, then closes it, apparently deciding not to say whatever was on the tip of his tongue. My eyes narrow. What? He gives me a small smile. You're going to hate me for saying this. Oh, well, perhaps you shouldn't say it then. This feels a little like the old days, like getting ready for an assignment. It has a certain, don't say it, nostalgia. I hold a finger up. I told you we weren't doing this. There's no venom in my tone, though, and I'm pretty sure a smile is fighting to make its way onto my lips. Because he's right. This does remind me of what it used to feel like to get ready for a group or paired assignment. There's a part of me that wants to grab hold of this feeling and never let it go. Too late, Ash says, walking toward me. He opens a way to the fairy paths and holds his hand out to me. Ready? After a pause, I place my hand in his. Ready.